Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Harper. I tap my gloved fingers against the stainless steel counter, counting under my breath as the mixture in the saucepan thickens. Come on. 8, 9, 10. Precision is everything, especially in this experiment. The second my watch hits 10 seconds, I flick off the induction burner and whisk vigorously. The gloppy, shimmering sauce turns silky, just as I hypothesized. A wave of relief washes over me. There's nothing quite like the moment when theory matches reality. When the numbers in my notes translate to actual flavor. I'm in my personal lab-style test kitchen, hidden away in a historic building in downtown Chicago. Think tall ceilings, floor-to-ceiling windows that let in crisp sunlight, and steel countertops with everything color-coded and meticulously labeled. The producers of The Great Food Hack visited once, back when I was just a guest consultant, and were positively giddy about how sterile my space looked, as if that's a bad thing. I like my domain uncluttered, so I can focus on the data. I'm a food chemist, not a short-order cook. My rules: no extraneous spoons scattered about, no sticky drips on the tile floor, and definitely no rummaging through cabinets at random. Everything has a place. Everything is in order. Or at least, it's supposed to be. Right now, order is an elusive concept because my phone won't stop buzzing in my lab coat pocket. I'm half tempted to ignore it, but a little voice in my head reminds me I'm waiting on a call from Modern Gastronomy Weekly. They wanted an interview about my latest article, some technical piece about substituting agar for gelatin. Hardly headline news. But hey, it's my brand. I sigh and set the saucepan aside carefully. One drop of chocolate sauce on my marble countertop would drive me insane. Then I slide off my gloves and dig for my phone. But it isn't Modern Gastronomy Weekly calling. Instead, my screen lights up with an unfamiliar number, suspiciously preceded by an LA area code. I hesitate, biting my lower lip. California. If it's a telemarketer, I'll politely but firmly end the call. If it's a conference invitation, I'll at least hear them out. On the off chance it's the Nobel Committee, hey, a girl can dream. I'd hate to miss it. Hello? I balance the phone between my cheek and shoulder so I can scribble a note about the sauce's temperature. Must document everything. A cheery voice practically bursts through the speaker. Hi. Is this Dr. Harper Sanders? Speaking. I'm automatically on guard when the voice is that enthusiastic. It's like they've found the cure for the common cold and can't wait to tell me, or sell me something. This is Karen from Chef's Flame. I'm so sorry to bother you out of the blue, but we've got an exciting opportunity, and we really hope you'll consider it. Chef's Flame? The cooking competition show? My eyebrows shoot up. I know it, of course. It's that high-drama, high-ratings phenomenon where chefs compete in weekly challenges that are borderline sadistic in complexity. Kitchen sabotage, bizarre twists, and tearful confessionals. Definitely not my usual scene. Yes, I'm aware of it, I say, careful to keep my voice neutral. Karen laughs, a bubbly sound that almost echoes. Yes, that's the one. Listen, we've been running a very successful series for years now, but this time, we're changing the format a bit. We're doing pairs. Pairs. I echo, not sure if I'm confused or intrigued, so I let the single word dangle. A droplet of chocolate sauce threatens to drip from my whisk, so I quickly lick it off. Purely for scientific reasons, of course. The sauce is still a bit bitter, so I'll need to adjust the sugar ratio next time. You'll be partnered with another chef, competing as a team, Karen says. We love the synergy of different styles. And your background in molecular gastronomy is exactly what we're missing. I set the whisk down, carefully so it doesn't topple over and ruin my table. I appreciate the thought, but I'm not exactly a fan of reality TV. I prefer the quiet side of cooking. She hums sympathetically. I get that all the time, but Chef's Flame is huge. Millions of viewers. It's not just a chance to win a major culinary title, but it's also prime exposure. If you're looking to expand your personal brand, workshops, a potential cookbook deal, maybe a syndicated show of your own, this is a golden ticket. I can practically hear her smile through the phone. My heart is pounding, but I remind myself to remain cool. I do enjoy a challenge. Why else would I have gone into the complicated world of food science? And yes, I've sometimes toyed with the idea of taking my brand from niche to mainstream, but cameras following me around? The idea of having no control over editing or how I'm portrayed sets my teeth on edge. How soon do you need a yes or no? I ask, hoping she's not going to say right now. Well, filming starts a week from now, Karen says, injecting another dose of cheer into her voice. We're in the final stages of casting, so we'd need an answer in the next day or two. We're sorry for the short notice. We had someone drop out unexpectedly, and you were at the top of our wish list to replace them. A day or two? That's barely enough time to get my finances in order, never mind preparing for a potentially life-altering experience. I clench my jaw. May I ask how you got my name? Your agent recommended you, she chirps. We've also seen your guest spots on various food science segments. Your approach is refreshingly innovative. Chef's Flame is all about drama meets talent, so we need someone with real skill. And we think that's you. My agent. Right. I swallow a groan. I see. Before you decide, let me just add that the producers are extremely excited about the partner we have in mind for you, Karen continues. It's sure to be explosive. The way she says explosive makes my stomach tighten. In the Chef's Flame universe, explosive often translates to catfight central. But I've never made waves in the cooking world, at least not personally. Professionally, sure, I've challenged a few traditions with data-driven approaches, but it's not like I have any arch nemesis out there. What do you mean by explosive? I ask, stepping away from the messy counter. I'd rather not risk flinging sauce around if I get riled up. Karen lets out a mysterious laugh. Well, that's part of the surprise. Let's just say you won't be bored, and we'll be sure to send over a contract for you to review ASAP. Right. Thank you, I say faintly. I'll keep an eye out. Have a good day, Karen. The moment I hang up, I lean my forehead against one of my shiny cabinets and exhale. This is insane. Why would a science nerd like me sign up for a show that thrives on tears and tantrums? Despite my skepticism, there's a soft hum of excitement gathering in my chest, like the low buzz of an electric stove that's just been turned on. The memory of me in front of a camera, wearing my crisp white lab coat on that morning show, floats to mind. I was so nervous, but at the same time, thrilled. There's a kind of rush you get from showing people something new, from proving you can do the unexpected. My phone buzzes again. I glance down, expecting Karen to call back, but the name on the screen is Angela, my agent, otherwise known as the reason behind half my migraines and a significant portion of my success. I answer, voice still shaky. Angela. Harper, hi. She greets me in that professional, brisk tone. I assume you heard from Chef's Flame. I gave them your number after you said you were open to new possibilities. I pinched the bridge of my nose. I said I was open to new academic possibilities, like seminars or conferences, not a reality show with sabotage boxes and meltdown montages. Angela huffs. Harper, you need to expand your brand. You can't stay in your test kitchen forever, analyzing pH balances in hollandaise sauce. People want to see you break out. You have star quality, you just don't realize it. Chef's Flame is massive. It's the biggest platform you could ask for. Yeah, but a pairs competition at that? I'm pacing now, stepping around my squeaky clean counters like they might spontaneously combust. They're not going to, hamper me with some incompetent fool, right? Because that will be a disaster. There's a brief hesitation on the other end. The producers are known for being strategic about their pairs. Sometimes they pair complementary styles. Sometimes they pair clashing personalities. Who knows what they'll do? But trust me, they're professionals. They want good TV, so obviously they'll pick someone who can keep up with you. I guess that's reassuring. I sigh. Though the rumor is they love drama more than actual cooking. Angela's tone softens. I know you worry about being cast as the stuck-up scientist or the nerdy know-it-all. But this could be a chance to show your sense of humor. Be yourself, I wouldn't have pitched it if I didn't think you'd rock it. I stare at the swirl of sauce congealing in the saucepan. Angela, if this goes horribly wrong, I'll hold you personally responsible. You know that, right? Of course, she replies, not missing a beat. I live for your unwavering faith in me. Look, they'll send the contract. Give it a read. Sleep on it if you need to. But I've already told them you're 90% on board. What? I nearly dropped my phone. Angela, how could you? She laughs lightly. Oh, calm down. You can back out if you want, but I know you, Harper. You're not the type to pass up a challenge, especially not one that might lead to something bigger. Fine, I grumble, running my fingers through my hair. I'll read the contract. No promises, though. Good. I'll let you get back to your whatever it is you do with chemicals and saucepans, she says with a playful note in her voice. Let me know the second you sign, and we'll get you set up with the producers for next steps. She hangs up, and I'm left with a quiet that's far too loud for my comfort. My mind is a chaotic swirl, numbers, equations, risk-benefit analyses. I automatically slip on a fresh pair of gloves, determined to tackle the next iteration of my sauce experiment. If I can focus on something tangible, maybe it'll slow down the pinball machine in my brain. But it doesn't work. My mind keeps drifting to Chef's Flame. Maybe it's not so crazy. My background is fairly unique, bridging the gap between science and cooking. People might actually like that. It's also terrifying. I'd have to share a living space with some total stranger, or even worse, someone I do know but never want to see again. The show thrives on forced proximity for maximum drama after all. My chest tightens at the thought, though I can't pinpoint why. Probably just performance anxiety, I reason. I breathe out slowly and check the time. The sauce has cooled enough for me to test the mouthfeel, so I dip a clean spoon in and taste it properly, letting it coat my tongue, analyzing the texture, the sweetness, the aftertaste. It's good, very good. Still, I jot down a note. Plus 2G sugar next time. If I end up on Chef's Flame, the difference between winning and losing could be a single gram of sugar. It's not that I want to go all type A perfectionist on national television. But wait, that's exactly who I am. I live for that single gram's difference. I let the spoon clatter into the sink, feeling a strange burst of adrenaline. Maybe the show is right up my alley. It's high pressure, meticulously judged. They'll want flair, but I can back up flair with science. I could prove to the entire world that cooking is an art and a science, that you can measure success by turning ephemeral taste into quantifiable brilliance. The thought makes the corners of my mouth lift just a tiny bit. Yes, I might actually survive and thrive on Chef's Flame if I can handle the cameras, the drama, the unpredictable partner, the partner. My heart skitters at the reminder. I can't control who they assign me. Could be some flamboyant pastry genius, or a barbecue pitmaster, or someone. I guess I'll find out if I say yes. I pull off my gloves and head to the tiny windowless office connected to my test kitchen, where my laptop waits on a metal desk. Sure enough, there's an email from Chef's Flame with the subject line, "Your contract and more." My stomach turns a flip. I open it. The contract details a 4-week filming period, intense daily challenges, a guarantee of national coverage, a modest but not insubstantial participation fee, and a chance at a big prize if we win. Also, a line that reads, "You and your partner will be required to reside in designated show housing for the duration of filming." My worst nightmare. Not even my college roommate got to see me in my raw, caffeine-fueled, data-obsessed glory. It's not pretty, trust me. My phone chimes with a text from Angela. "You're going to kill it. I just know it." I can practically see her beaming. I roll my eyes but can't help a small grin. Then I flip back to the contract. This is real. If I sign, I'll be stepping into chaos. But if I don't sign, I might always wonder what could have happened if I'd taken the risk. I glance at the saucepan in the sink. A swirl of leftover sauce circles the drain, refusing to go quietly. "All right," I say out loud, though there's nobody here but me. Let's see where this leads. There's a brisk knock on my test kitchen door. I jump, startled. My best friend and sometimes assistant Bree pokes her head in. Her eyebrows arch at the scattered utensils. "Everything okay? You look like you just discovered the meaning of life and you're not sure you like it." I wave her in. "I got a call from Chef's Flame. They want me for the new season. It's a pairs format. And they're apparently super excited about the possibility of my involvement." Her eyes widen. "Shut up. Are you serious? I watch that show religiously. The drama, the sabotage, the random alliances. It's like a culinary Game of Thrones without the dragons." "Sounds like a real dream," I mutter, swallowing thickly. The idea of sabotage meets my adrenaline with a weird jolt of excitement and terror. I'm leaning towards saying yes. Angela practically signed me up already. Bree sets a Tupperware container on the counter. Probably my lunch or some snack she saved me from her own concoctions, and leans forward, eyes sparkling. "Oh my God, if you do this, you'll be a household name. People will see you as not just the nerdy behind-the-scenes scientist, but a legit star. You can show them how sexy molecular gastronomy can be." My cheeks burn. I'm not trying to be sexy. I'm trying to be accurate. She nudges me playfully. "Accurate can be sexy. You'll see." I rub my temples. "Thank you for the pep talk, but I can't do the show for the sake of vanity." "Not vanity, opportunity. This is your chance, Harp. Maybe even bigger than you realize." She's right, I know. I glance again at my phone, at the contract open on my laptop. Filming starts next week, so if I say yes, I better get used to fast decisions. Bree gives me a sly grin. "Fast decisions might be good for you. You can't measure out your entire life with beakers and weigh boats, you know." "Watch me try," I joke, but my heart is hammering. I guess it wouldn't hurt to sign. At worst, I get some name recognition. At best, I win the entire thing. "And you'll get a partner," Bree points out, wiggling her eyebrows. "Someone you might really connect with, if you catch my drift." I roll my eyes so hard I nearly strain a muscle. It's a cooking show, not speed dating. Besides, they'll probably stick me with someone who can't even properly calibrate a scale. She shrugs. Who knows? Maybe you'll get partnered with an ex-boyfriend. That'd be ratings gold. I freeze, a peculiar wave of memory threatening to bubble up. Old associations with a certain name, a certain face, dark hair, a half smile. But I squash that memory before it fully surfaces. Doubtful, I say quickly, ignoring the churn in my gut. I'm not that interesting. Bree studies my face, eyebrows knit. You okay? Yeah, I lie, mustering a faint smile. Just nerves. Here. She nudges the Tupperware container closer. Eat something. You're going to need the fuel for all the big decisions you're making today. I open the lid and take a whiff. Spicy, aromatic. Her homemade curry. My stomach growls in appreciation. Thanks. She heads for the door. Text me when you sign, okay? We have to celebrate. I'll bring confetti or something. Sure, I say softly. But the second she's gone, the reality hits me all over again. Chef's flame is calling my name, promising a shot at stardom and a hint of something dangerously out of my comfort zone. I take a bite of Bree's curry, letting the warmth spread through me. Then, with a shaky inhale, I click open the contract on my laptop. The words blur momentarily, but I force myself to focus. Page after page, I skim the clauses about confidentiality, filming schedules, promotional obligations. It's daunting. And yet I feel that little spark of adrenaline-laced excitement again, like the moment you pour a carefully measured reagent into a solution, waiting to see if it fizzes, smokes, or combusts. Isn't that what discovery is all about? You measure, prepare, plan for every variable, but in the end, something unexpected can happen, and sometimes that unexpected thing is wondrous. This might just be my chance to break free from the safe bubble of my test kitchen, to show the world, and maybe myself, that I'm more than a data-obsessed scientist in a pristine lab coat. All I have to do is press sign, and I'll be launching myself into the flames, literally and figuratively. I set down my fork and place my fingertip over the digital signature box. My reflection in the laptop screen looks determined, a far cry from how I feel inside. Okay, I whisper to no one in particular. Here goes everything. I sign, and in that split second, the swirl of chocolate sauce left in my sink feels like a metaphor for my life. Messy maybe, but brimming with the potential to be deliciously extraordinary. The moment I hit send, my phone buzzes again. A notification from Chef's Flame, no doubt. It's official. I push out a breath. Strange how it's only now that I realize I've been waiting for something like this. Some big push to test my limits. Maybe I've yearned for excitement, for real growth, even if I refuse to admit it. I muster a small, bracing smile and murmur to myself, time to step into the fire. I feel that old thrill, the sense that I might be on the cusp of an incredible breakthrough. Not just in the kitchen, but myself. Whatever happens, it's going to be one hell of a ride.
Chapter 2. Luca. I'm sliding the last plate onto a crowded 8-person table, heart pounding with that familiar mix of triumph and anxiety that hits me every time I serve a brand new dish. This one's a roasted fennel and pancetta crostino with balsamic drizzle and a whisper of thyme foam, something I dreamed up during a 2 a.m. burst of inspiration last week. It's risky, it's savory sweet, and it's about 2 seconds from either wowing these diners or making them ask for the check. But that's the thrill of an underground supper club. Every plate is a gamble. I force myself to step back and watch, arms crossed over my chest, the basil sprig tattoo on my forearm flexing as I tighten my bicep reflexively. I'm tall, 6'2". I can see over most heads. so I catch a glimpse of a diner hesitantly picking up the crostino. She sniffs it once, lips pressed together. Then she takes a bite, eyes widening like she just saw fireworks. Yes, nailed it. A quiet wave of excitement slides through me. I look around the space we've carved out in a former warehouse-turned-event venue on the outskirts of Chicago. Exposed brick walls, mismatched wooden tables, Edison bulbs strung overhead. It's borderline hipster, but it suits my style. Rough around the edges, but warm. This is my kingdom, my domain. Moretti's Underground, they call it, though half the city knows about it by now. Something about the hush-hush vibe still fuels the curiosity of the local food scene. Bookings remain near impossible to get. Tonight we're at capacity, pushing 60 covers. Organized chaos, if I do say so myself. My phone vibrates in the pocket of my black apron. Great timing. I slip away from the dining area to the makeshift kitchen. My staff is bustling, sous chefs sprinkling garnishes, a line cook carefully searing scallops, steam from our battered stovetop creating a haze in the overhead lights. The entire kitchen hums with activity, but as soon as I step in, half a dozen faces glance my way, waiting for a directive. "Stay on track, guys," I call, holding up a hand. "Finish plating the main course and keep an eye on the tomatoes. Last batch got too mushy." I'm trying to sound authoritative, but it comes out with a dash of conspiratorial grin. I can't help it. I love this work. Cooking is the only time I feel grounded. Maybe it's the smell of garlic and olive oil that reminds me of my grandmother's tiny Bronx kitchen. She used to say, "Luca, if you can't put your heart in it, don't put it on the table." That motto's become my daily mantra. The phone keeps vibrating. Whoever it is, they're persistent. I fish it out of my apron pocket. Unknown number, Louisiana area code. I don't get out to the West Coast much. My first instinct is to reject it. Probably a PR rep wanting me to do a random pop-up out in Venice Beach. But something tugs at me to answer. Maybe it's the same intuition that told me to pair fennel with balsamic. So I swipe the screen and press the phone to my ear, stepping into a slightly quieter corner of the kitchen. "This is Luca." My tone hovers between curious and clipped. "Hi, Mr. Moretti. This is Ryan Caldwell, one of the producers for Chef's Flame. Hope I'm not catching you at a bad time." I almost dropped the phone. Chef's Flame? I've seen a few episodes. A reality cooking competition that thrives on drama, sabotage, big personalities. The culinary equivalent of a carnival ride. Loud, fast, borderline terrifying. Why on earth are they calling me? I clear my throat. "I'm working service right now, but I've got a minute." A minute is ambitious, but if this is more than a courtesy call, I'll make time. Ryan's voice practically pops out of the phone, full of practiced cheer. "Great! I'll be quick. We're recruiting for an upcoming season of Chef's Flame, and your name came up as a prime candidate." My brows shoot up. "Me? Hate to break it to you, but I'm not exactly a TV personality." "We don't always need a TV personality," Ryan says, letting a confident chuckle slip through. "We need talented, unique chefs who have an interesting story and a strong skill set, which you do from what we've heard." A bead of sweat trails down the side of my face. It might be from the heat of the kitchen, but hearing Chef's Flame mention my name has my pulse racing for a different reason. Unique story, sure. Some call me the culinary school dropout who wasted an opportunity. Others call me an underground legend. The truth is, somewhere in between. "Not sure if I'm cut out for your brand of on-screen drama," I mumble. "I prefer to do my own thing." Ryan's quiet for a second, then his voice picks back up, calm and persuasive. "I understand, but let me tell you about this season's format. It's different. We're doing pairs. 2-person teams competing all season long. We'd love to have you on board, especially because we know your style is bold and a bit unconventional. Think of how well that'd play with a partner who might complement that. Pairs. My immediate thought is that I'll get stuck with some hack who overdoes foam and calls it innovation. Or worse, someone who's so by the book they'll try to measure out my salt for me. Not that I mind measuring, but cooking is instinct for me too. Still, chef's flame isn't exactly small potatoes. It's a chance to prove I can stand in the spotlight I walked away from years ago. If I'm being brutally honest, I crave that validation. When I left culinary school, I left a lot of open-ended questions behind. I'm listening, I say, scrubbing my hair with my hands. It's thick and black, and I keep it slightly tousled, like I rolled out of bed after dreaming about sauces. But you should know, I'm not your typical yes man. Ryan's grin is nearly audible. Oh, we know. We've done our homework, Luca. We like chefs with an edge, who can keep viewers on their toes. A rowdy clang from the stove makes me glance over. One of my line cooks, Hector, is draining pasta, and I can see he's about to overcook it. I snap my fingers, motioning for him to pull the pot ASAP, but keep the phone pressed to my ear. When would I have to leave? I ask. I've got a supper club to run here, and I can't just drop everything. Filming starts next week, Ryan says, not missing a beat. I nearly choke on the inhale. Next week? You guys don't waste time, do you? He chuckles softly. There's a reason we're the highest-rated cooking competition on air. We move fast. That said, you'd get a respectable stipend, plus potential prize money if you win. And the exposure alone could put your name on the map for a mainstream audience. The idea is tempting, though my gut twists at the thought of cameras capturing my every move. I left the mainstream path behind when I walked away from culinary school. Part pride, part necessity. But maybe it's time I step out of the shadows. Lately, I've felt a restless energy, like I'm on the brink of something bigger. Okay, I murmur, forcing a calmness I don't quite feel. Still, Pears? I don't do well with partners. I like to run my own ship. And that's the fun of it. We'll pair you with someone who compliments or challenges you. And trust me, we've got the perfect partner in mind. My hackles rise. Which is? Ryan hesitates, drawing out the suspense with a showman's flair. Let's just say it's someone from your past. My eyes narrow and I shift my weight against the counter. My past. It's a loaded phrase. My mind whirls to a short list of possibilities. Old kitchen rivals, a few ex-flings, or maybe someone from my family. But who would sign up to do this with me? Ryan continues, relishing the intrigue. You two have a bit of history from what I'm told. The producers are excited about reuniting you on screen. It's going to be explosive in the best possible way. A prickle of unease creeps up on my nape. Explosive. That's not a neutral word. I open my mouth to demand specifics, but he barrels on. Look, I can't reveal the name yet, but trust me, it'll make for great TV. And it could be a chance for you to settle old scores, show the world how far you've come. We're finalizing paperwork, and we'd need a decision soon. You in? I glance around the kitchen at the flurry of activity. The spitting of hot oil, the swirl of steam, the clatter of pans. This is my comfort zone, even if it's total madness. I can orchestrate this madness. On a reality show, the madness might orchestrate me. But the thought of being reconnected with someone from my past, that plants a weird coil of excitement and dread in my stomach. If it's who I think it might be, even the possibility, my pulse kicks up. Yet if it's her, no, there's no way. She wouldn't sign up for a dramatic cutthroat competition. She's too methodical, too in control. I clear my throat and pivot. I need some time to think. Understood. But time isn't on our side, Luca, Ryan says, a note of genuine urgency creeping in. We had a last-minute dropout, so we're plugging the holes quickly. We can email you a contract within the hour. We'd love to get you to LA for filming next week. I let out a low breath, the tension in my chest winding tighter. It's insane. The idea, the timeline, everything. But chef's flame, high stakes, big audience, a chance to show that I'm more than the cocky dropout who never fulfilled his potential. Maybe it's exactly what I need. Maybe it's the push that forces me to face certain regrets head on. All right, I say, voice rough. Send me the contract. I'll look it over and get back to you soon. Excellent, Ryan says, brightening. I'll do that now. And remember, man, you can't cook a perfect dish or find real love without taking a risk, without opening up to something bigger, you know? I blink at his sudden philosophical turn. Right, I manage, though my throat feels tight. Sure, talk soon. We disconnect, and I stand there for a moment, phone in hand, staring at the smudged tile floor of my kitchen. A line cook bumps past me, apologizing in Spanish. I nod vaguely. My thoughts are miles away. You can't cook a perfect dish or find real love without risking vulnerability. Is that the theme they're selling me on? The idea that I've got to open up, let people in, trust someone else in my kitchen, my sanctuary? The thought sends a ripple of something between excitement and terror through my veins. A few years ago, I tried the whole trust thing in a different setting. A prestigious culinary school. I had a chance to make a name for myself the traditional way, become the hotshot chef with accolades from fancy instructors. Then everything went sideways, and I left. Pride, shame, family troubles. I didn't want to face any of it, so I took off. Without a word to certain people who deserved better. If she's involved. Holy hell, that might be the final frontier of vulnerability. Hey chef, you good? My sous chef, Talia, asks from the grill station. She's flipping a ribeye, eyebrows raised at me in concern. I slip my phone back in my pocket and plaster on a grin. Never better. Let's roll out that next course. One table is waiting for the deconstructed tiramisu, yeah? She nods and gets back to work, but keeps casting me sidelong looks. Usually I'm the one telling jokes, giving the staff playful jabs about improving or praising them for a perfect sear. Tonight I'm half a world away, maybe because Ryan's words are still echoing and a memory flickers. A small, cluttered dorm kitchen, me in a stained apron, a petite woman with hazel eyes behind thick glasses, tutoring me on the chemistry of spherification. She told me I needed to measure precisely. I teased her about stifling my creativity. God, she was so exasperated and weirdly mesmerizing. I swallow hard. It's been years. She was the one who actually believed in me, right up until I blew everything up. The chance that it's her? I shouldn't let my mind go there, but that's exactly where it's going. Luca, Talia prompts again. We good to plate the tiramisu components? Yeah, do it. And dust some cocoa powder in that swirl pattern. Presentation is half the battle. She nods, turning away, and I let out a slow exhale. The rest of the dinner service passes in a blur. My mind works on autopilot, tasting sauces, checking plates, giving last-minute instructions. We finish strong. Everyone's raving, and the night is a success. But I feel the edges of my composure fraying. The phone in my pocket is practically burning a hole. By midnight, as the last diners wander out, I gather my staff for a quick debrief. They're all tired but content, riding that post-service high. Great job, everyone, I say, trying to inject my usual enthusiasm. We had no major disasters, and the fennel crostino was a hit. I lift a fist in triumph. They give a small cheer. Now get out of here and get some rest. They scatter, laughing and congratulating each other, and soon the building is quiet. I'm left with the hum of the industrial fridge and the lingering scent of seared ribeye. My feet ache, but I head to the back office anyway. A cramped little room with a single desk, a flickering overhead light, and a battered sofa for my occasional power naps. Locking the door behind me, I sink into the chair, pull out my phone, and there it is. An email from Chef's Flame. Subject line: Ready to ignite? I scoff at the pun but open it. Sure enough, they've attached a contract. The filming details are every bit as intense as Ryan suggested. 4 weeks of challenges, living arrangements provided by the show, daily cameras capturing every spat and meltdown. If I make it to the finals, that's 4 weeks of my life. 4 weeks away from my supper club. 4 weeks in a pressure cooker that makes tonight's chaos look like a leisurely brunch. I ruffle a hand through my hair, dark strands flopping back into my eyes. My reflection in the turned-off computer screen shows someone who looks both intrigued and a little haunted. I've got olive-toned skin from my Italian roots, a bit of stubble from not having shaved in a day or two, and eyes that crinkle when I smile. So I've been told. Right now, I'm not smiling. I'm uncertain, restless. My eyes trace over the tattoo on my forearm, a basil sprig in black ink, a tribute to my grandmother, the woman who taught me to put love into every dish. What would Nonna say about this? She always believed in me, from the first time I managed not to burn pasta sauce. She'd probably say, "It's time you show everyone what you can do, Luca." Then again, she'd also say, "Don't do it if your heart isn't in it." I shut my eyes, letting the day's tension slip from my shoulders. My heart is conflicted. But maybe Ryan was right about stepping out of my comfort zone. I can't keep running this underground scene forever. Sooner or later, I have to either level up or fade into obscurity. And I'm not ready to fade. There's an ache in my chest that's telling me I want more. I want to be recognized. I want to be known. I want to be redeemed. Because let's face it, part of me is still that kid who dropped out, who disappointed the people who believed in him. Part of me wants another shot at making them proud, especially one person in particular, someone who may or may not be on the other end of this pairs arrangement. With a grimace, I click on the contract details. There's a clause about traveling to the filming location. That's no big deal. Another about abiding by confidentiality. Sure. The forced proximity with a partner is the real sticking point, but I try to ignore the knot in my stomach. If it's not her, maybe it'll be a random chef with the personality of a spatula. Even so, my mind can't stop swirling around that single phrase Ryan used. Someone from your past. That can't be a coincidence. I rub a hand across my face. The overhead light flickers again. Screw it, I whisper to the silent room. I flick open my laptop, which has about 10% battery left, just enough for me to fill in the digital signature form. My cursor hovers over the line. I stare at my own name typed out, Luca Moretti, as if it belongs to someone else. Then, with a surge of adrenaline, I sign. The screen flashes, confirming my e-signature. A final question. Are you sure you want to submit? My finger lingers for half a second, but something propels me forward. Click. It's done. A wave of dizziness hits me, the same rush I get when I'm about to flip a sauce at exactly the right moment. Except this time, I have no recipe, no guidelines, no ratio to measure success. I'm stepping into a realm that thrives on unpredictability and drama. But maybe that's exactly what I need. A voice in my mind repeats Ryan's words, "You can't cook a perfect dish, or find real love, without risking vulnerability." Is that the lesson here? That no matter how skilled I am, or how carefully I plan, I have to open myself up if I want something extraordinary in return. I roll my neck, the tension building at the base of my skull. Enough introspection for one night. I slip the laptop back into its case. My phone buzzes as an automated email thanks me for signing on to Chef's Flame. My fate is sealed, I guess. Standing, I stretch my arms overhead, ignoring the swirl in my stomach. Tomorrow I'll have to tell my staff. Figure out how to keep Moretti's Underground running while I'm gone. Put my life on hold for a month, all for the chance to stand in a glitzy TV studio and be judged by an audience of millions, not to mention whatever partner from my past who's about to re-enter my life. This is either the best decision I've ever made, or the stupidest. Possibly both. As I exit the office, the empty kitchen greets me. Usually I love the quiet at the end of service. It's a chance to reflect on the night's successes or fix mistakes. Tonight, the emptiness feels loaded with possibility. My footsteps echo on the tile as I pass the battered stove. The stacked pans, the bowls of leftover ingredients we'll store or repurpose. In the front of the house, a few chairs sit upside down on tables for cleaning, and the faint scent of lemon-scented disinfectant merges with the last wisps of dinner's aromas. I pause at the heavy door that leads outside. In the reflection of the glass, I see a guy with unruly black hair, a roguish grin that's been wiped away by seriousness, and a basil tattoo that reminds him to keep it real. I push the door open. The cool Chicago air hits me like a promise, or maybe a warning. Chef's flame. Me on TV. A partner from my past. The stage is set, and I'm about to step into it, knives sharpened, ego ready or not. If the theme is vulnerability, then so be it. I'm done hiding. I'm done walking away. If this show is my shot at redemption, I'll face whatever, and whoever comes my way. And if it happens to be her, I can't stop my heart from beating a little faster, or my thoughts from drifting to the last time I saw those hazel eyes. But no, I won't jump to conclusions yet. The city lights blink in the distance, half obscured by the darkness. I slide my hands into my pockets and start walking toward my car, leftover adrenaline spiking through me with every step. Strange how a single phone call can spin your life in an entirely new direction. Tomorrow, I'll wake up to the reality of what I've done, and there'll be no turning back. But in this moment, I feel something I haven't felt in a long time. Hope. The kind that comes right before you roll out dough or reduce a sauce, knowing that if you give yourself over to the process, you might create something breathtaking. And that hope feels almost delicious.
Chapter 3. Harper. I stare down at the unopened email on my laptop screen, my heart doing this weird tango of excitement and dread. Chef's flame contract attached, it reads, taunting me. I've hovered over it a dozen times since last night, but each time I stop myself. The cursor trembling on the subject line as if it's radioactive. My coffee's gone cold. My hands still shake. This is ridiculous. All right, pull yourself together, Harper, I mutter, tapping my nails on the edge of my desk. It's early morning, and my lab-style kitchen is blissfully empty, except for me and my spiraling thoughts. Even though I normally love the quiet calm, right now it's fueling the echo chamber in my head. A swirl of should I, shouldn't I, bouncing around with increasing fervor. I force myself to open the email. There it is, the official Chef's Flame contract, complete with legal jargon and bright red highlights about confidentiality, required living arrangements, and partnership format. Partnership. That word alone triggers something in my stomach that's half panic, half curiosity. I reach for my now lukewarm coffee, take a sip, and grimace. It tastes stale and metallic. Before I can overthink further, my phone rings. Thank God for small mercies. Angela's name flashes across the screen. Of course it's her. Harper, she greets me, voice brisk as always. I'm minutes away. You ready for our meeting? Technically, it's just me letting you lecture me until I cave, right? I try for playful, but my tone wavers. Angela laughs, unbothered by my sarcasm. That's the spirit. See you soon. She hangs up before I can protest. With a sigh, I close the laptop, tuck it under my arm, and head out of the kitchen toward my small makeshift conference corner. It's really just a bright window seat with 2 chairs and a little table that's covered in sticky notes and half-finished to-do lists. Angela hates that I don't have a proper office, but I like to keep everything close to the action, my kitchen. 3 minutes later, Angela breezes in, a swirl of perfume and a hot pink blazer that hurts my eyes if I look at it too long. She marches straight over to me, a manila folder in hand. "Hello, genius," she says in a way that's both affectionate and exasperated. "Why do you look like you haven't slept?" I wonder. I give a half smile, gesturing for her to sit. Possibly because you roped me into a reality show that stands for everything I usually avoid. Drama, forced proximity, sabotage. Need I go on? Enough negativity. She flops into the chair and flips open the folder. We both know it's not your style to chase the spotlight, but This would be more like the spotlight chasing me, I finished dryly. My heart still hammers at the thought. We're talking about Chef's Flame, Angela, the biggest cooking show on TV. I can't believe they want me. She arches an eyebrow. You've earned it. People eat up the whole food scientist with a genius-level IQ angle. It's catnip to producers. I shrug, fiddling with the chipped lid of my coffee cup. I'm just worried about the partner aspect. Angela's eyes narrow. Did they give you a name? They haven't. They said it's confidential until filming starts. That alone raises every red flag in my book. I sigh. They're obviously going for drama. Maybe they're planning to stick me with some brand new TikTok celebrity who only cooks with an air fryer. Or some flamboyant pastry chef who wants me to whip up glitter-filled foam every 5 minutes. She taps a bright pink fingernail on her folder. It could be. Or it could be someone that makes sense, someone with professional chops. Everyone's picking up a rumor about them pairing ex-classmates or rival chefs. My throat tightens. Rival chefs. The phrase conjures a flash of memory. Coffee-scented hallways in college, a certain quicksilver grin. I shake it off quickly. He's not a rival. Not exactly, and it's been years since I've even spoken his name. Angela, oblivious to my mental detour, leans forward. Look, let me give you the brass tacks. There are major pros. If you do this and even get halfway through the season, you'll boost your brand tremendously. Sponsors, brand deals, maybe a Food Network cameo. Heck, you could write that cookbook you've been talking about. She lifts a brow. Remember that science of flavor pitch you tossed around? You'll have a massive audience for it after this. I press my lips together. She's not wrong. I've dreamed of a more mainstream platform to share the chemistry behind cooking, a way to demystify the science for home cooks, something that merges my academic side with the artistry of a perfect chocolate mousse. But the fear of reality TV, my stomach tenses. Angela opens her folder, plucking out a crisp paper. This is the non-disclosure. You'd sign it before they reveal your partner's identity, but you have to commit first. I blink. Commit blind? Apparently, that's part of their new formula. They're big on secrecy and big reveals. Don't worry, it's standard for these shows. My foot taps a frantic rhythm on the hardwood floor. I get it, but it's also insane. They want me to sign away 4 weeks of my life, plus all rights to how I'm filmed, plus the possibility I'll be stuck with someone from my past. I toss the phrase out casually, but inside I'm jittery. Because if it is him. Angela's eyes flicker with curiosity. Someone from your past? Huh. Did the producer say that to you specifically? Not exactly, but they kept hinting it would be explosive, which is prime TV code for you've got a complicated history with your partner. I tried to sound casual, but my pulse is racing. My mind conjures an image I've spent years trying to bury. A tall Italian-American boy with an easy smile, black hair that always looked rumpled, and a habit of skipping tutoring sessions to crash parties. Luca Moretti. The memory still tightens my chest. An uncomfortable mix of nostalgia and lingering resentment. I push the thought away before Angela sees me flush. Anyway, I continue, forcing my voice back to normal. I just hate the idea that I might be a pawn in their ratings game. She shrugs. That's reality TV for you? But they wouldn't pick you if they didn't believe you'd bring something real to the table too. Talent, presence, uniqueness. They want a genuine chef with scientific cred, and you tick every box. She closes her folder. Look, if you're dead set against it, say no. I'll pitch you to a different show. But Chef's Flame is a huge opportunity, Harp, and we both know you'd crush it. I slump back in my chair, pressing my fingertips to my temples. She's right. Again. I can't hide in my test kitchen forever. especially if I want to expand my platform. And a tiny stubborn part of me is curious. Who exactly do they have lined up as my partner? What if it really is someone from my past? The weird hum in my chest suggests I almost want to find out. I exhale slowly. All right, fine, let's say I do it. But if it's a total circus? You can blame me forever, Angela finishes grinning. Deal. Deal. My lips quirk despite myself. Then, a flutter of anxiety. So how soon do they need an answer? Angela checks her watch. Preferably yesterday. Filming starts in a week, so if you sign, you fly to LA in 5 days for orientation. I rub a hand over my face. 5 days. That's nothing. I still have lab work scheduled, recipes to finalize, a couple of teaching demos lined up. But Chef's Flame is bigger. My demos can wait. I guess I can shuffle my schedule, I say, and the second the words leave my mouth, my heart gallops. Oh God, I'm actually doing this. Angela beams, slides the non-disclosure toward me and offers a pen. Great. Sign here and I'll forward the official contract they sent. Once you sign that, you're locked in. My hand doesn't shake as I scribble my name, but I feel a breathless rush, like standing on the edge of a diving board. Chef's Flame, pairs. Possibly with someone I never wanted to see again, or never got the chance to say goodbye to properly. It's reckless, but it might also be the best thing I've done in a long time. Congratulations, Angela says, slipping the signed paper back into her folder with a triumphant snap. Now you just have to confirm electronically. Then I'll coordinate with the producers to finalize your travel. I stand abruptly, needing to move. My nerves are on fire. I'm going to make fresh coffee, I announce, my voice too loud. Angela gives me a knowing smile and follows me to the little kitchenette nook. There, the hum of my electric kettle is oddly soothing. As I scoop coffee grounds into a filter, Angela leans against the counter. Hey, you okay? You look like someone just told you your mother's moving in for a month. It's a lot. I press the kettle's button. I don't do well with unpredictability. Her expression softens. I know, but you're good under pressure, better than you think. And let's be real, the show is going to fall in love with your brilliance. You'll be Harriet the Spy of cooking, except Harriet the Scientist or something. I roll my eyes, but a corner of my mouth lifts. She always knows how to lighten my mood. Thanks, I guess. The kettle clicks off, and I pour the boiling water carefully, watching the bloom of coffee grounds. The rich scent fills the space, and I inhale deeply, letting it ground me. My mind flickers back to college again. The only other time I felt this on edge about a new chapter in my life. I'd been so naive, stepping onto campus with big dreams of combining chemistry and cuisine. Then I met him. This tall, half-wild culinary genius who breezed in late to every tutoring session, smelling like smoked paprika and 1,000 unspoken possibilities. I'd ended up caring more than I ever intended, only to watch him vanish without a word when he dropped out. That was painful, to say the least. I close my eyes. You cannot let old wounds distract you. Maybe I just need to accept that whomever they pair me with will be a stranger. The chances of it being him are practically zero. Well, Angela says, peeking at her phone, I have about 10 minutes before my next meeting. Anything else you want to talk through? I shake my head and pour us both cups of coffee. Nah, I'll email you once I click accept officially. Might do it tonight, once I muster the courage. She clinks her paper cup against mine, sending a little splash of coffee onto the counter. I grimace, wiping it immediately with a napkin. Angela just laughs. Thanks for indulging me, control freak. She drains her coffee in a single, impressively unbothered gulp, then sets the cup aside. Proud of you, Harper. This is big. She gathers her things and heads out with a final wave, leaving me alone once again. I look at the coffee stains, at the scattered papers, at my carefully organized kitchen beyond. It's all so safe, and maybe that's the problem. Chef's Flame is unpredictable, messy, dramatic. Maybe I need that jolt to push me out of my comfort zone. I snatch my laptop off the table and open the contract again. This time, I don't hesitate. I fill in my information, sign on the digital line, and hit send. A flare of panic and exhilaration zips through me, like I've just done something irreversible. Because I have. An automated confirmation pings back seconds later. Welcome to Chef's Flame. Our team will be in touch. Holy crap, I whisper to the empty space. I'm in. By late afternoon, I'm so antsy I can't focus on the experiment I've been working on, something involving freeze-dried strawberries and whipped brie foam. My mind keeps wandering to the show, the partner, the possibility that it could be someone I once knew. I push away the idea for the umpteenth time. With a resigned sigh, I decide to do the only thing that calms me. Refine a recipe. I pull out my notepad, where I've scribbled calculations for a sweet and savory mousse. I get lost in measuring out ingredients, checking pH levels, methodically heating sugar to the softball stage. The hiss of the burner, the swirl of steam, these are my yoga. My phone buzzes a few times, but I ignore it, determined to reclaim some sense of order. Finally, I take the mixture off the heat, whisking it into the airy brie base. A tangy, sweet aroma wafts up, and I smile softly. This might actually work, I murmur. The positivity is short-lived, though, because my phone pings again. 4 messages. With a guilty expression, I dry my hands and pick it up. Text from Bree. Saw your IG story? Tell me you're doing Chef's Flame? Text from my sister Carmen. Mom told me you have big news. Text from Angela. Producers confirmed your flight details. Don't freak out, but it's in 5 days. And a new text from an unknown LA number. Hi, Dr. Sanders. This is Karen from Chef's Flame. Welcome aboard. We'll have more info soon. My pulse hitches. Welcome aboard. God, this is so real. Setting the phone on the counter, I rub the burn scar on my wrist, a faint pinkish line from my first kitchen experiment gone wrong. I used to hide it behind sleeves, embarrassed by the symbol of imperfection. Over time, I've grown to accept it as part of me. Maybe this show will leave its own mark, for better or worse. I scoop a spoonful of the brie strawberry mousse and taste it. The flavor blooms across my tongue, creamy, with a burst of berry tang. It's really good. My chest warms with pride. This is what I do best, I remind myself. This is what got me an invite to Chef's Flame in the first place. I have to trust that. A random memory intrudes. Luca, tall, broad-shouldered, with that infuriating smirk. Dark, curly hair that always fell across his forehead, stubble along a strong jawline, an olive skin that seemed to glow from all the hours he spent in the kitchen. He used to smell like roasted garlic and lemon zest, or sometimes the faint smokiness of grilled peppers. He had a confident stride, the kind that said he owned every room he walked into, and that damn basil tattoo on his forearm, a tribute to his grandmother's garden. I remember the swirl of green on his tanned skin, how it seemed so personal and proud at once. A pang of emotion hits me, so sudden that I nearly drop my spoon. Why am I thinking about him now? Stop it, I scold myself, trying to bury the memory again. He's been gone from my life for years. Letting him rent space in my head is pointless. Still, the thought of pairing with a stranger from my past has to come from somewhere, right? No. I push the notion aside. I need to focus on what's ahead, not the past. The rest of the evening passes in a blur of cleaning, reorganizing, and prepping for my departure. By the time I check the clock, it's nearly 9 p.m., and I realize I haven't eaten dinner. Typical. Grabbing a leftover container of the Brie strawberry mousse and a handful of crackers, I slump onto my office chair. My email is open and sure enough, I have flight details for LA. Economy seat, 7:15 a.m. Monday morning. Chef's Flame apparently doesn't do fancy accommodations for new contestants. Well, that's fine. I can handle economy. But the early morning flight, I shovel a spoonful of mousse into my mouth, chewing while reading the rest of the instructions. Pack for 4 weeks. No contact with outside parties, except in designated times. Production will supply living quarters with your partner. My partner. That single word sits heavily in my gut, mixing with the tang of strawberry. I know I can't bail now. My contract is signed, my flight booked. It's official. I'm doing this. I'm cooking for a massive audience, forced to rely on someone else's style to succeed. The idea is terrifying, exciting, possibly life-changing. Maybe that's what keeps me from sleeping when I finally drag myself home hours later. I climb into bed, wide awake, mind worrying with permutations of how this might go. Could it be a random chef I've never met? That might be simplest. We'd have to learn each other's rhythms, but no painful history. Or maybe it's an ex-classmate, like that self-proclaimed cupcake goddess who once tried to sabotage me in advanced pastry. That would be comedic in a horrifying way. Or, my heart clenches. No, Harper. Enough. I press my palms to my face, inhaling deeply. My bedroom is quiet, the moonlight sliding across the floor in a soft beam. But my thoughts are anything but calm. I can't deny the possibility that this mystery partner might dredge up the exact wound I've tried to bury. And if it is him, I'll have no choice but to face it. Face him. You can do this, I whisper to the darkness. My voice sounds small but resolute. You've worked too hard to let the past win. I turn onto my side, hugging a pillow close as if it can anchor me. Tomorrow I'll start finalizing my packing, make backup plans for my lab, and maybe practice my on-camera persona in the mirror. I dozed off once practicing interview questions in grad school, so maybe I can muster something. By the time my eyes drift shut, I'm still not entirely convinced I'm making the right choice. But I'm too tired to fight the momentum any longer. Chef's Flame is on the horizon, and I'm barreling toward it, ready or not. The last conscious thought that floats through my mind is a swirl of curiosity. Who is going to meet me on set? Because that person, whether friend or foe, is about to become the biggest variable in my carefully controlled experiment. And if there's one thing I know from science, it's that sometimes the most unexpected variables produce the most fascinating results. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 4. Luca. I pace along the edge of the makeshift bar in my underground supper club, the once comforting smell of garlic and caramelized onions now turning sour in my nose. This place is supposed to be my sanctuary, a dimly lit haven where I serve elaborate dishes to select guests who want the thrill of a secret dining experience. Tonight, though, the usual hush of excitement feels suffocating. Ever since I signed that chef's flame contract, an invisible clock has been ticking, ratcheting up my nerves with every second. The industrial-style pendant lights overhead sway slightly, catching the glint of the stainless steel counters in the open kitchen. My staff, half of them anyway, are either cleaning or prepping for tomorrow night's dinner. A few folks have already clocked out. Meanwhile, I'm dragging my feet, trying to decide if I should break the news that I'm leaving for who knows how long. Because I'm still not 100% sure I'm doing the right thing. I stroke my hair, running my fingers through it. It's black, thick, and perpetually messy, like I can't be bothered to style it properly. Over time, I've grown to like the effect. Apparently, some people find it charming. I'm fairly tall and broad enough across the shoulders that when I cross my arms it can look intimidating, even if I don't mean it to. Right now, I probably look more rattled than intimidating. The muscle in my jaw tightens, a telltale sign that I'm antsy. I can't help but think I must be losing my mind to voluntarily sign up for camera crews, editing manipulations, and backstabbing contestants. That's not me. Or maybe it is the me I've been avoiding all these years. I glance down at my forearm, the small basil sprig tattoo peeking out from under a rolled-up sleeve. My grandmother's herb garden inked into my skin, my reminder that food is love, cooking is heritage. She'd be thrilled that I'm finally taking a big step, even if it involves glaring spotlights and corny editing. Chef's flame is big. If I want legitimacy outside the underground scene, this is my shot. Hey, chef. Talia, my sous chef, gives me a quizzical look as she finishes wiping down the grill. You've been doing laps around the bar for a full 10 minutes. Is everything okay? I force a cocky grin, the one that usually wins people over. I'm fine. Just got a lot on my mind. You know how it is. She narrows her eyes. You'd tell me if something was up, right? I sigh, scrubbing a hand over the stubble on my jaw. I should probably just say it. I'm taking on a new project. It's going to require me to leave Chicago for a few weeks, maybe a month. Her jaw drops. A month? Are we shutting down the supper club? Not exactly shutting down, I hedge. I'll hire a fill-in head chef, or at least somebody to keep this place running. I don't want to cancel all our reservations. That'd be a disaster. She sets the towel aside. Luca, that's huge. Are you finally going mainstream? I mean, you've always dodged any mainstream restaurant or show. I shrug, giving a nonchalant tilt of my head. I might, or might not, have signed on to Chef's Flame. The words leave a bittersweet taste in my mouth. Part pride, part raw apprehension. Talia gasps, practically bouncing on the balls of her feet. No way! That show's massive! You're going to kill it! She swats my arm. Why do you look like someone just told you your dog died? I huff a laugh. It's not that simple. I hate the idea of being under constant scrutiny, for one. Plus, it's a pear season. I have to rely on some mystery partner. Teamwork isn't exactly my specialty. I realize too late that my voice dips with a hint of that old regret. The regret that's been following me around like a shadow for years. Yeah, but you're awesome at collaborating when you want to, she points out. Remember that pop-up you did with Chef Delgado? You two meshed seamlessly. I grunt. Delgado was an old friend. Our synergy was easy because we respected each other. This is different. Chef's Flame producers want drama, sparks, and friction that keeps viewers glued to their screens. They want me, the cocky kitchen renegade, thrown together with, who knows? Someone from my past, they said. It's enough to make the hairs on my neck stand on end. I pat Talia's shoulder. Anyway, I'll figure it out. Thanks for not freaking out about me leaving. She looks at me like I'm missing something obvious. Of course not. I'm excited for you. And who knows? Maybe this will put your name on the national radar. This place will explode when you come back a TV star. I bark out a short laugh, hoping it sounds more confident than I feel. Right. A star. I move away from the bar, weaving through the tables, each one handcrafted from reclaimed wood, each with its own set of mismatched chairs. The overhead bulbs cast a warm, golden glow, and the industrial vibe I cultivated so carefully feels like home. My chest clenches. I really don't want to leave this behind. But if I don't do this, I'll always wonder if I played it safe. And that's not who I am. At least it's not who I want to be. With a gesture for Talia to lock up, I head toward the back office. I have a few calls to make, like telling my mom, "Hey Ma, I'm going on national TV. Yes, the one you watch religiously? No, I'm not sure how I feel about it. She'll be over the moon." I also need to finalize the arrangements for coverage in my absence. But I barely make it 2 steps inside the cramped office when a sharp wave of memory hits me. I'm leaning against a table, flipping through notes on food chemistry. Notes I barely understand. When Harper Sanders storms in, dark auburn hair piled on top of her head, glasses sliding down her nose. She's petite, but the energy radiating off her could power the entire campus. "You missed our session," she snaps, setting her textbooks down with a thump. Her hazel eyes flash, clearly impatient. I grin, a little too casually. "Yeah, sorry about that. Got caught up in the kitchen, you know how it is." She narrows her eyes. "No, I don't, because while you were messing around, I was waiting in the library for 2 hours, perfecting your lab outline." I lift a brow, amused by her intensity. "You didn't have to." "Of course I had to. If you want to pass the midterm, you do, right?" Her voice turns sarcastic. I shrug, ignoring the flutter in my chest. She's cute when she's angry. "I appreciate your concern, Doc, but you don't have to babysit me." Her lips press into a tight line. "Fine. Next time, I won't." She pivots on her heel to leave. In a moment of guilt and something else I can't name, I catch her by the elbow. "Wait, I'm sorry. Really, you know I get wrapped up in cooking. It's not personal." She hesitates, eyes scanning my face. Her expression softens a fraction. "Then prove it. Show up next time." I grin, releasing her arm. "Deal." And as she walks away, I can't help thinking I want to see that spark in her eyes again, even if it's directed at me in frustration. I snap out of the memory with my heart thudding. Harper, God, I haven't let myself think about her this deeply in years. It's not just the memory of skipping tutoring sessions. It's how much it eventually hurt when I dropped out without telling her goodbye, without telling anyone. She was more than a tutor. She was a friend. Maybe could have been more if life hadn't yanked me away. Guilt presses on my chest, tangling with an odd curiosity about how she's doing. The last I heard, she was some big deal in food science. Perfect for her. She had all the brains and discipline I lacked. She was the only person who could keep me on my toes, academically speaking, which ironically made me want to impress her. And then you left like a jerk. My mind hisses. I rub my nape, tension coiling in my muscles. I can't help wondering if she even remembers me or if she's still angry. Maybe she's moved on and doesn't give a damn about my existence. Probably for the best. Still, the producer said, "Someone from your past." It's a stretch, but if it is her, that's a whole new level of complicated. I'm not sure if that possibility makes me excited or terrified. With a low groan, I sink into my battered office chair. I flick on the lamp, revealing the usual chaos. Spreadsheets for inventory, a half-eaten container of cannoli, a stack of mail. The mail catches my eye. On top is a formal letter from a local culinary awards committee. They want to invite me to some event. recognition for innovative underground dining concepts. It's flattering, but it's also small potatoes compared to Chef's Flame. Suddenly, the local accolades that once felt like the pinnacle of success seem less urgent. I open a blank email on my laptop, firing off a message to a reliable chef friend, Manny, asking if he can cover me for a few weeks. If that fails, I'll figure out someone else. The words on the screen look surreal. Hey, Manny. Going out of town for about a month for a TV show. Need you to head up Moretti's Underground. I can't believe I'm doing this. My pulse is still erratic, but I press send before I can chicken out. A clanking noise in the kitchen makes me jerk upright. I lean back into the main area to see Talia messing around with some pots. Everything okay? I call. She nods. Just finishing up. Thought I'd whip up a quick sauce to use tomorrow. You good? I give a thumbs up, forcing a friendly grin. Yeah. Thanks, Talia. She returns the gesture, then disappears behind a rack of pans. The hum of the overhead vent intensifies for a moment, filling the silence. Turning back to the computer, I notice an incoming message from Chef's Flame producers. My stomach clenches. I click it open. Hello, Luca. We're thrilled you've agreed to join our pair season. Final filming details. Report to LA in 5 days for orientation. Expect a partner reveal upon arrival. No prior contact. Pack for a maximum of 4 weeks. Housing and meals covered by production. Further instructions to follow. An exasperated chuckle escapes me. Partner reveal upon arrival means they're determined to milk the suspense. Typical. Another swirl of nerves hits me. If that partner is... No. I can't jump to conclusions or I'll drive myself insane. I type a quick acknowledgement. Thanks for the info. See you soon. Then I shut the laptop with a snap. Time to face reality. In 5 days, I'll be in LA, stepping into the chaos of reality TV. On one hand, it's a shot at the legitimacy I walked away from in culinary school. Prove myself on national TV, show that I can do more than run hush-hush supper clubs. On the other hand, cameras freak me out. I hate being told how to present my cooking. And partnering with a stranger, especially if it's a stranger from my past, forces me to open up. Vulnerability. That's not exactly my wheelhouse. Rising from my chair, I stretch out my shoulders. My reflection in the dark computer screen shows a guy with olive-toned skin, messy black hair, and eyes that reveal more uncertainty than I'd like. Time for a pep talk. Get over yourself, Moretti, I mutter under my breath. If you can't handle a few cameras, how will you handle a full-blown restaurant empire? Grabbing the container of cannoli from the desk, I shove the last bite into my mouth. Sweet ricotta, a hint of cinnamon. Delicious. I can do this. That's my new mantra. In the main corridor, I hit the light switch and watch the warm glow fade from the dining area. Over by the kitchen door, Talia stands with her coat draped over her arm, waiting to lock up behind me. All set? She asks, jingling the keys. Yeah. I grab my jacket from the hook on the wall. Let's bounce! We step out into the crisp Chicago night, the air carrying hints of car exhaust and Lake Michigan's distant breeze. The city lights flicker across the skyline, and I stare at them for a beat. My chest tightens with a mix of pride and longing. I love this city. Leaving it, if only temporarily, feels like I'm cutting off an arm. I take a deep breath, then motion for Talia to lock the metal security gate behind us. She does so, the clang echoing in the alley. So, you'll keep me posted on everything? She asks. Definitely. I ruffle her hair with mock condescension, dodging her swat. She's more like a little sister than a co-worker. Thanks for not acting too surprised. I know I've always said I don't do cameras. Hey, she says, giving me a confident grin. You're the best chef I know, Luca. Time for the world to see it. I nod, letting her words sink in. Then we head our separate ways, her car lights disappearing into the night. Alone, I stroll down the street toward my beat-up Jeep, trying to calm the buzz of tension in my veins. Chef's Flame. Part of me is so excited I could sprint a mile, but another part is absolutely terrified. It's not just the competition. I've handled high-pressure kitchens before. It's the possibility that this partner situation could dredge up everything I left behind, including the one person who once made me think I might be more than just a culinary renegade. The one person whose trust I shattered by walking away. Unlocking my Jeep, I slide into the driver's seat. The familiar smell of leather seats and faint traces of old coffee greet me. Usually, that's comforting. Now I can barely notice it over the swirl in my head. I turn the key and the engine sputters to life. My phone buzzes on the passenger seat with a new text. My mother, probably. I ignore it for the moment, focusing on pulling into the quiet street. I maneuver through Chicago's night traffic, each turn taking me closer to my apartment near the river. Windows roll down, the breeze whips through my hair. A million questions crowd my brain. Will the producers try to paint me as the villain? Will my partner sabotage my every move? Could it possibly be Harper? My fingers tighten on the steering wheel at the thought. Stop. That was years ago. Still, her face flickers in my memory. Those hazel eyes behind thick-rimmed glasses, the warm tone of her brown skin, the way she'd stare at me like she was dissecting every molecule of my existence. I swallow, a twinge of regret twisting in my gut. If I see her again, which is unlikely, what would I even say? Hey, sorry for bailing and never calling. Let's make a soufflé. Terrible idea. I pull up to my apartment building, a sturdy brick walk-up. Killing the engine, I grab my phone. Sure enough, a text from Ma. Luca, you big shot. I just saw on social media you might be on a cooking show. Is that true? My laugh is half exasperation, half fondness. Moms always know. I text back a quick, yes, filming soon. Wish me luck and promise to call her tomorrow. Then I trudge upstairs, every step heavy with the knowledge that I'm about to upend my life for at least a month. Inside my apartment, I flick on a single lamp. The living room is cluttered with cookbooks, half-finished recipe notes, and sketches of potential restaurant designs. My walls are plastered with black and white photographs of old Italian markets, plus a group photo of my family, my parents, siblings, cousins, all stuffed around Nona's kitchen table. I stare at that picture for a moment, drawing courage. They always believed I'd be a star. Maybe it's time I proved them right. Dropping onto the sofa, I stretch my legs out and close my eyes. The hum of the fridge from the tiny kitchenette lulls me slightly. I picture a bustling TV set, the clang of pots, the bark of hosts announcing insane challenges. My partner is next to me, and I can't see their face, just a blur. But if the blur transforms into Harper, I'm not sure if I'd panic or be relieved. Maybe I'd finally get the chance to explain what happened all those years ago, or maybe she'd spit in my face and walk off. Shaking my head, I realize I'm overthinking. No matter who they pair me with, I have to focus on winning. Because if I don't, I'll never live it down. You want legitimacy, Moretti? Earn it. That's what I tell myself as I push off the couch. In a few days, I'll board a plane to LA, step onto that set, and face everything I've tried to dodge. It's time to stop running from the pressure. Time to see if I can take the heat, or if it'll burn me alive. With that thought, I grab a glass of water, down it in one gulp, and set an alarm for the crack of dawn. There's a lot to do before I go. Arrangements to finalize, a staff to reassure, and my own heart to steel against whatever chef's flame has in store. But no matter what, I'm diving in head first. Because deep down, I know I can't keep cooking in the shadows forever. And if facing the cameras and my past is the price of moving forward, then I'll pay it. I turn off the lamp and let the darkness settle over the apartment. My pulse thrums with anticipation and a hint of fear. The reality is, I'm standing on the edge of something big, and whether it's the greatest decision of my life or a spectacular failure, there's only one way to find out.
Chapter 5. Harper. I'm not quite sure what I expect when I walk onto the set of Chef's Flame for the first time. Maybe a dozen overhead lights shining so brightly that my retinas beg for mercy, or a labyrinth of production assistants rushing around in frantic waves. In reality, it's all of that, but dialed up to 11, with the added bonus of my stomach performing an acrobatic routine that would put Olympic gymnasts to shame. I stand just inside the soundstage doors, shoulders back, trying to channel an aura of cool confidence. If I can face an in-lab explosion of piping hot sugar molecules, I can handle a few cameras, right? At first glance, the massive studio looks like a professional kitchen had a one-night stand with a Hollywood set designer. Gleaming steel countertops, each designated for a different team, form a semicircle around a raised judges' platform. Ladders and scaffolding crisscross overhead to hold stage lights, while jumbo banners on the walls declare Chef's Flame, Pears Season. Bree was right. This is basically the culinary version of a carnival, and I'm about to step into the main ring. I adjust my glasses and let out a measured breath. My hair is secured in a low bun at the nape of my neck, and I've already endured makeup that felt like plaster. The producers insisted on camera ready from the moment I arrived in LA. I shift my grip on my suitcase. Thankfully, a production assistant hustles over to whisk it away. Dr. Sanders, the assistant, a young woman with a braided headset, beams at me. I'm Sarah from production. Welcome to Chef's Flame. Can I get you anything? Water? Tea? Water, please, I answer, flashing a polite smile. My voice comes out even, betraying none of my internal meltdown. Good. Thank you. She nods and disappears as quickly as she appeared, leaving me alone with my anxious thoughts. Get a grip, Harper. You can handle high-pressure environments. You do it daily. I remind myself that I'm here for science. Sort of. I'm here to show the world that cooking is, at its best, a synergy of flavor and chemistry. A piece of me also wants to prove that I can excel outside the controlled confines of my lab. The set is bustling with activity, contestants milling around, crew members tinkering with cameras, a booming voice from somewhere up front directing people to tape their confessionals. My gaze roams over other chefs who look far more comfortable. A flamboyant pastry chef in a pastel coat, a stoic farm-to-table expert with boots caked in dried mud, and half a dozen others who could be up-and-coming stars. Which one is my partner? None of them look particularly explosive. Not that I know what explosive looks like, but I doubt it's a mild-mannered sous chef from a Michelin-starred restaurant. Dr. Sanders? A new voice, low and professional, addresses me. I turn to see a different production assistant, holding a sheaf of papers. We just need you to sign a few final forms before we reveal your partner. We'll do introductions on camera. That okay? Sure, I say, ignoring the swirl of nerves in my belly. I take the pen he offers and scan through the legalese. It's mostly the same jargon I've already signed. Non-disclosure, filming permissions, release of any liability if I accidentally chop off a finger in the presence of rolling cameras. My phone buzzes with a text from Angela, probably checking to see if I've landed safely. I sign the last page with a decisive scrawl, then hand everything back. Great. You can wait in the green room until we call you out for the big partner reveal. He gestures to a door at the back of the studio. I murmur my thanks and head that way, my footsteps echoing on the polished concrete floor. Halfway there, a spasm of apprehension seizes my shoulders. This is it. Once they reveal my partner, there's no turning back. Logically, I know that. I signed everything. I flew out here. I let them plaster my face with makeup. There's no backing down now. The green room is cozy in a sterile TV set sort of way. A couch, a rack of show-branded aprons, a corner table with water bottles, fruit, and questionable pastries. I snag a bottle of water, ignoring the pastry tray. My stomach's already playing hopscotch without sugar added to the mix. A male voice calls my name from the hallway, so I poke my head out. "We're ready for you, Dr. Sanders," the assistant says. "They'll bring your partner out right after. Producers want some raw footage of your reactions." I cringe at the word raw, but nod. Let them see me confident, not raw. Smoothing down my fitted chef's coat, white with black trim, I step onto a taped mark on the floor. Bright lights scorch my vision. The main camera lens stares me down like a big, unblinking eye. A woman with a sleek bob, presumably one of the show's hosts, clutches a microphone and smiles widely at me. "This is Dr. Harper Sanders, our resident food scientist," she announces, voice brimming with game show pizzazz. "Harper, are you excited to meet your cooking partner for this season's Chef's Flame?" I force a gracious smile, though inside I'm shrieking. "Yes, definitely. I'm looking forward to the synergy of complementary skill sets," I say calmly. So much calm. "It'll be interesting to merge my scientific approach with another chef's creativity." She nods like she understands, but I can tell she's itching for drama. "We hear you're quite the perfectionist, Dr. Sanders. Do you expect any sparks with your new partner?" I bristle internally at the label perfectionist, but keep my cool. "I anticipate spirited collaboration," I say. "Stop being so formal, Harper," but I can't help it. Cameras make me default to professional mode. The host's eyes gleam. "Well, let's not keep you waiting any longer. Chefs, please welcome Harper's surprise partner, an underground supper club legend, Luca Moretti." My ears ring. Luca Moretti. No, impossible. My entire body goes rigid, each muscle screaming in protest. But it's too late. A figure steps onto the set under the glare of lights. Tall, broad shoulders, black hair that somehow manages to look artfully tousled, even under a harsh spotlight. Olive-toned skin, stubble along a defined jawline, and a smirk that used to drive me insane. My breath jams in my throat. His dark eyes sweep the room, then land on me. In a split second, I see his face shift, from cocky confidence to stunned recognition. Then he recovers, that crooked grin reappearing, more guarded this time. My heart is pounding so hard, I wonder if the camera can pick up the sound. He steps forward. The overhead lights glint off the basil sprig tattoo on his forearm. God, I remember that. A tribute to his grandmother. And I remember him, every last detail. My mouth goes dry. He's even taller than I remember. That's the first inane thought that flits across my mind. The second is a jolt of anger that he's here, intruding on my carefully ordered life again, after years of radio silence. I scramble to keep my expression neutral. The show wants drama, but I'll be damned if I feed them real heartbreak on a silver platter. The host chirps, oblivious to the swirl of tension. "So, you two have a history, I hear." Luca's gaze flicks to me, uncertainty warring with that trademark smugness. "Yeah, we went to culinary school together." He says it with a faint edge in his voice, as though that's a palatable summary of the mess that actually happened. "Went to culinary school. He left me behind, more accurately." "Well," the host beams, "that should make for an interesting partnership. You can't script this sort of connection, folks. Harper, Luca, why don't you each say a few words about working together again?" I swallow past the dryness in my throat. For a heartbeat, I consider telling the cameras exactly how I feel. Blindsided, furious, maybe a little wounded. Instead, I force my mouth into a polite curve. "I'm sure our styles can complement each other," I say, voice tight. "I specialize in precision and technique. Luca is very intuitive." His dark eyebrows arch slightly. "Guess we'll find out if intuition and science can mix without combusting." There's a faint rasp in his voice that I forgot could make me breathless. A flood of memories tries to claw its way up. The time he insisted on making fresh pasta at 2 a.m. The time he showed up at my dorm with homemade cannoli as an apology for missing a tutoring session. I push them down, refusing to let them see the light of day. We're not those people anymore. The host nods, still smiling. Wonderful. Now, if you two could just sign these final release forms. She thrusts a clipboard at us. You'll officially be locked in as partners. Then we'll get you set up in your living quarters, and you can explore the set before filming starts. My stomach plummets to the center of the earth at the word living quarters, but I keep my poker face. Luca and I both take pens and sign in near unison, scrawling our names at the bottom of the pages. There's a subtle tremor in my hand, but I manage not to let it show. Harper Sanders, Luca Moretti. Our names side by side in black ink feels like fate playing a cruel trick. The moment I finish, the host snatches the clipboard back, beaming like she's just sealed $1 million deal. Perfect. Welcome to Chef's Flame. The cameras stop rolling, and the producer calls for a short break. Immediately, the energy on set shifts. People rush around to set up the next reveal for another team, while the host makes small talk with the microphone tech. I stand there, stiff as a statue, trying to breathe normally. Luca remains only a couple of feet away, hands stuffed into his pockets, expression unreadable. Finally, he steps closer, voice pitched so only I can hear. Harper. He says my name like a test, as if seeing if I'll still answer to it. I had no idea you were going to be here. Trust me, I didn't plan this. I cross my arms, refusing to look directly at him. The show's obviously orchestrating maximum drama. Congratulations. You're the perfect foil for me, apparently. He rubs the back of his neck, an old habit if memory serves. Look, I know I owe you an explanation. For what happened. That was years ago, I say, forcing my voice to remain steady. No need to rehash it now. We're just partners on a cooking show, right? Let's keep it professional. He exhales, tension evident in the set of his broad shoulders. His features soften just a fraction, revealing the uncertain man behind that cocky swagger. If that's what you want. My gaze darts to his face. He's older now, sharper. The stubble along his jaw, the faint lines near his eyes. The way his posture carries a hint of exhaustion beneath all that confidence. He's the same Luca, but life has chipped away some of the brashness. That observation stirs something in my chest that I'm not ready to name, so I clamp down on it hard. With a curt nod, I turn away and fixate on a stagehand who's rearranging crates of produce. Focus on the competition, not the man. That's the only way I'll keep my sanity. Hey, Luca says softly. We used to cook well together, remember? I stiffen. We used to do a lot of things, Luca. Then you vanished without a word. He winces, and guilt flickers across his expression. Before he can respond, one of the show's assistants rushes up, all bright eyes and camera-ready grin. We need you two for a quick confessional shot. Right this way, she ushers us, leaving no time for further private conversation. Probably a blessing. My heart's pounding like I ran a marathon. We follow her into a side room, partitioned off with black curtains, a large camera pointed at a love seat that's framed by show branding. She gestures for us to sit. I hesitate. Do I want to sit next to him? But there's no choice. The camera's rolling. With a barely concealed grimace, I perch on the corner of the cushion. Luca settles beside me, legs spread comfortably, arms on the cushion behind me. He's always taken up more space than necessary. My entire body is stiff. Tell us about your initial impressions of the show and your partner. A disembodied producer's voice calls from behind the camera. Luca smirks first. Well, I'm definitely surprised, he says, glancing at me. But Harper and I go way back. We've got chemistry. He says the last word with a suggestive lilt that makes me flush. The nerve. I lift my chin, fixing the camera with a steady stare. We do have a shared history, yes, but in the kitchen, the real question is how we combine different approaches. I'm more methodical. And I'm more intuitive, Luca finishes, giving me a small grin. That grin. Once upon a time, it had disarmed me. Now it just sets me on edge. Exactly, I say, forcing a neutral expression. We'll have to see if those styles complement or clash. The producer throws out a few more questions. Standard reality show fare about how we think we'll rank against the other teams. Luca rattles off a charming response about how we're going to blow the competition away. I offer a measured reply about trusting data and technique. Our interplay is painfully awkward with all this unresolved tension. I pray it comes off as entertaining for the camera instead of cringeworthy. After a few minutes, they cut the take and wave us out. We slip back into the main studio, where more contestants have assembled. The host is wrapping up with another pair, so no one pays us much attention for the moment. I take the opportunity to put some literal distance between Luca and me, stepping toward a table that holds fresh produce in baskets. My eyes roam over luscious tomatoes, gleaming peppers, and bright herbs, searching for calm in their vibrancy. Luca doesn't follow immediately, which is a relief. My mind needs a second to process. He's here. He's real. He's the same man who once left you with 1,000 questions. My heart churns with a tangle of emotions. Resentment, curiosity, maybe a dash of the old fascination I tried so hard to bury. If I'm going to survive this, I need to lock those feelings down and treat him like any other colleague, because we can't let personal history sabotage our shot at victory. I place a steadying hand on the table, inhaling the sweet scent of basil, a pungent reminder of everything. Focus on the show, Harper. Focus on winning. My entire career might pivot on this opportunity. I can't let one ex-roommate / almost something ruin it. If anything, I'll channel my frustration into cooking brilliance. Sarah? The assistant from earlier reappears with a wide smile. Congrats, you two. We're wrapping up cast introductions for the day. How about we show you to the loft you'll share? I swallow hard. Loft? We share? I guess I knew in theory that we'd be living with our partners, but hearing it out loud sets my nerves aflame. I thought there would be separate rooms. She nods, apologetic. Oh, you have your own bedrooms, but it's a shared loft with communal kitchen and living space. The producers want the teams to, bond. I flick my gaze toward Luca, who's moved closer, arms folded over his broad chest. He's wearing a simple black t-shirt beneath a casual chef's jacket, and it clings to his torso in a way that probably makes half the audience swoon. I roll my eyes inwardly, ignoring the flicker of heat in my cheeks. He's still annoyingly handsome, apparently. It's going to be a challenge, ignoring that detail in close quarters. Luca clears his throat. Lead the way, he says to Sarah, voice mostly polite. He turns to me, waiting. I plaster on a thin smile. Yes, after you. My tone is stiff, and I can see the flicker of regret in his eyes. Well, he should feel regret. Sarah ushers us through a side exit into a corridor that leads away from the main set. We pass a hallway filled with production offices and pop-up dressing rooms. As we walk, my mind whirs at warp speed. I'm physically exhausted from traveling, mentally drained from the surprise, and emotionally battered by the reappearance of someone I never got closure with. But I keep my spine straight. This is Act 2 now, I think wryly. I can practically hear an imaginary voiceover. Harper steps through the threshold, partnering with the man who once broke her heart, forging a path forward. Well, let the show begin. Because ready or not, Luca Moretti and I just signed a contract making us an official team, one that will either cook up brilliance or crash and burn spectacularly. And I'm not sure which outcome terrifies me more.
Chapter 6. Luca. I've lived in cramped apartments, warehouse lofts, and even the back of a food truck for a week, but stepping into the chef's flame cast loft feels like being dropped into an alternate universe. It's a huge, industrial chic space with exposed brick walls, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking some nondescript part of LA, and sleek black fixtures that look more at home in a design magazine than a temporary residence for stressed-out chefs. As soon as I cross the threshold, a camera operator swivels to capture my entrance, bright studio lights reflecting in the lens. Great. I force a grin, even though my stomach's in knots. I usually relish being the center of attention when I walk into a room. But tonight, that confidence wavers. Maybe it has something to do with the petite woman at my side who's trying not to look at me. Harper's posture is stiff, arms hugging a box with her name scrawled across the top in neat block letters. Her dark auburn hair is twisted back into a low bun, and she stands an entire foot shorter than me, yet somehow manages to radiate the imposing presence of a stern librarian who's about to scold me for overdue books. "Welcome to your new home for the duration of filming," chirps a perky production assistant I've seen around before. Sarah, if I remember correctly. She motions around the loft, beaming like a real estate agent. "You'll find a shared living area, a gourmet demonstration kitchen, and 2 private bedrooms. One for each of you. Isn't it gorgeous?" I step into the large main room, which features a pair of plush sofas facing a giant TV on the wall. A set of tall windows spans from the floor to a raw, open-beam ceiling. The view outside is classic LA. City lights in every direction. Palm trees silhouetted in neon signs. In front of the sofa, there's an oversized coffee table with a decorative bowl of lemons. Very California. Harper doesn't say a word, just inclines her head in stiff acknowledgement. She's carrying that box like it's a shield, her shoulders practically hugging her ears. I remember that tense posture from back in college, how she'd clutch her textbooks tight when she was annoyed with me. She's definitely annoyed with me now, I think, scanning her profile. She still has those thick-framed glasses that slip down her nose whenever she's flustered, and that same unwavering set to her jaw that spells out, "Don't mess with me." I try not to stare, but it's hard not to notice how time has sharpened her features in a striking way. Those cheekbones, the delicate line of her neck. Sarah gestures to a camera operator. "We're going to film some B-roll of you two exploring the loft together, maybe unpacking a bit. Just act natural, like you're really moving in." Harper's expression suggests she'd rather swallow fire than act natural for the cameras. "All right," she says primly, adjusting her glasses. "Let's head toward the kitchen, maybe," I suggest, trying to sound breezy. "If there's one place we can both relax, well, relatively, it might be near the stove." My pulse hammers, though, because walking and talking in front of cameras feels foreign. My underground supper club never had these watchful lenses capturing my every breath. Harper follows me into the kitchen area, which is set off to the side. It's not as big as the actual competition kitchen, but definitely spacious enough for 2 people to cook side by side. Polished marble countertops, a high-tech induction range, an impressive selection of pots and pans. The fridge is fully stocked, I notice, its glass door revealing fresh produce and a variety of labeled ingredients. Perfect for practicing, I guess. "So," I say, clearing my throat, "this is home base, huh?" Harper sets her box on the counter, her posture painfully rigid. I can see a layer of tension in the tightness around her mouth. "Yes, apparently." I rest my hands on the countertop, leaning forward a bit. "We should probably check out our rooms next. I'll let you pick first. That cool?" She nods. "Fine." Her tone is clipped, but her hazel eyes flick toward the cameras filming us from behind a kitchen island. Maybe she's worried they'll pick up on the friction between us. I know I am. My chest feels uncomfortably tight under my black t-shirt and open front chef's jacket. A bit of stubble grazes my jaw as I clench it, trying to maintain a casual air for the sake of the show. "Maybe we can banter a little about who gets which room," The camera guy chimes in, trying to coax some entertaining footage out of us. I plaster on a grin and tilt my head at Harper. Look, I'll take whatever room's left. I'm not fussy. Ladies first. Her eyes narrow slightly. That's surprising, considering how particular you used to be. I shoot her a sidelong glance. Oh yeah. I recall you being the particular one. Doctor exact measurements or we all die. She purses her lips, clearly fighting a retort. But the camera guy perks up. He smells tension, which is basically crack cocaine for reality TV. That's great, he exclaims, adjusting the focus. Keep it going. Harper looks embarrassed, and I almost regret riling her. Almost. Part of me can't resist the spark of old chemistry. Our arguments were always weirdly energizing, like we fed off each other's stubbornness. But now there's a layer of unresolved hurt beneath it all. To avoid pressing her too far, I grabbed the box she set down and hoisted up. Why don't we find the bedrooms? We can figure out who gets which. She nods, turning on her heel. I follow, keeping a safe distance as the camera crew scuttles behind us. The bedroom doors branch off from a hallway lined with modern artwork. Abstract paintings all swirl in color, clashing with the industrial vibe. The first bedroom Harper checks out is on the right. A queen-size bed with crisp white sheets, a desk under a window, and a view of the city skyline. The second bedroom is almost identical but faces a less scenic direction. She darts me a quick look. Which one do you prefer? She asks tightly, like it's a trick question. You can have the skyline. I shrug, letting my gaze linger on her face for an extra beat. I'm used to basements and back alleys anyway. Her lips twitch as though she wants to smile, but fights it. Suit yourself. She glances around the room, then back at me. Thank you. The soft note of genuine gratitude warms something in my chest. You're welcome. The camera operator pokes his head in. We're gonna film a little bit of you guys unpacking. Give us some everyday realness. I shoot Harper a half grin. Everyday realness, huh? You mind if I open your suitcase? Root through your stuff for the sake of reality TV? Her eyes widen in horror, and for a split second, I think she might swat me. Then she notices the camera still rolling, and she composes herself. Don't you dare, Moretti! I hold up a hand in surrender. Kidding, Doc, just kidding. She huffs. Stop calling me that on camera, she mutters under her breath. We head inside the bedroom, and she sets her suitcase on the bed. The camera guy stands in the doorway, capturing everything while a second crew member fiddles with the lighting. It's surreal. I've never had an audience for something so mundane as unpacking clothes. My basil sprig tattoo peeks out from my rolled sleeve as I adjust the box in my hands, trying not to appear awkward. You asked for this, Luca, I remind myself. You knew it'd be intrusive. Harper unzips her suitcase, revealing a neat stack of folded shirts, mostly neutral colors, and a bag of toiletries, each item labeled. My memory conjures images of her obsessively labeling spice jars in the communal kitchen back in college, how I teased her about it. She used to scowl at me, but deep down I suspect she liked having someone notice her meticulous system. She catches me looking and arches a brow. Something funny? I straighten. Just remembering how you used to label everything in our old dorm kitchen with a Sharpie. You'd put your initials on it. Do not touch or suffer the consequences. A small smile dances across her lips, but it's gone in a blink. Would have been unnecessary if you actually respected personal property. I hold a hand to my chest, feigning hurt. I only borrowed your spices occasionally. Or maybe your measuring cups. She levels me with a deadpan stare, and I sigh, dropping the act. Fine. Maybe I was a little disrespectful back then. Her posture relaxes half an inch. A little? More like a lot. The camera guy chuckles softly. Love the banter, guys, he says, filming from behind the bed. We'll do a brief montage of this and then let you settle in. Keep chatting naturally. Naturally? Right. Because it's totally natural to have a stranger with a camera telling you to act normal. Still, it's the job. I set Harper's box on the floor, rummaging for something innocuous to pull out and unpack. I find a small container labeled New Recipe Ideas in her precise handwriting. My heart twinges. She's always been so dedicated. Notes on potential flavor profiles or chemical processes. This is a piece of her mind right here. I glance up to catch her reaction, and I see something akin to vulnerability flicker in her eyes. She steps forward quickly, plucking the container from my hand. I'll handle that. Sure. I straighten, feeling that old wave of guilt. She doesn't trust me. And why would she? I took off without an explanation. Now we're forced to share a space that's half fishbowl, half war zone. The camera guy nods, satisfied, and lowers his equipment. Okay, we've got enough. We'll let you guys have some privacy. The showrunner says you can expect your first on-set challenge tomorrow morning. A driver will pick you up at 6. Good luck. He slips out of the room, the rest of the crew following in a swirl of hushed chatter and chords. Silence falls over us like a weighted blanket. Harper stands by the bed, container clutched to her chest. I rub my neck, an old gesture of nervousness. So, I start, eyes darting around the room to avoid her intense gaze. Guess that's that. We're here, we're filming, we're roommates again. She exhales shakily. I never thought we'd end up in the same zip code again, let alone the same loft. I manage a wry grin. Yeah, me neither, but here we are. Her eyes flicker with something unreadable. Look, Luca, this is complicated. You can't just show up and expect things to be normal. We have a past. She swallows, shoulders still stiff. But for the sake of the competition, I'll do my best to be civil. If you can do the same. My chest tightens. Civil. That's a far cry from what we used to be on the brink of. But I only nod. Of course. We'll be the picture of teamwork. I try to inject some humor into my tone, but it falls flat. Her gaze locks onto mine for an electric second, hazel eyes sharp behind her glasses. Then she breaks it off. Right, I need to finish unpacking. We have an early start tomorrow, so I'm going to bed early. I dip my chin. Sure. I'll go get settled too. For a moment, I hesitate, wanting to say more, to ask how she's been, to apologize for the millionth time inside my head. But the words snag on my tongue. Instead, I step out into the hallway, letting the bedroom door click shut behind me. In the corridor, I pause, exhaling a slow breath. My chest feels tight again. This was supposed to be my shot at legitimacy, the big chance to prove myself on national TV, maybe open a real restaurant afterward. But standing in that room with Harper, this is bigger than any career move. There's a swirl of old memories and fresh longing that I can't fully shake. If she wants civility, I can give her that. But it's going to be tough ignoring the tension that hums in the air whenever we're within 3 feet of each other. I find my own bedroom, nearly identical, minus the view, and toss my duffel bag on the bed. The overhead light is harsh, highlighting the peeling cuticles on my nails from too many hours in the kitchen. I flick it off, preferring the softer glow of the bedside lamp. A camera from the hallway tries to peer in, but I close the door with a firm click. Enough filming for one night. Moving to the window, I stare out at the city lights. My reflection hovers in the glass. Olive skin, dark hair that's forever tousled, stubble lining a strong jaw. My eyes look tired, though. I guess I haven't been sleeping well, what with leaving Chicago and throwing myself into reality TV madness. The faint lines near my eyes remind me that I'm not that carefree college kid anymore. Harper certainly isn't the same either. I remember the spark in her eyes back then, how she'd challenge me, push me to do better. In some ways, that's what drew me to her, and now, that same fierce intelligence is barricaded behind a wall of tension. Maybe I deserve it. With a sigh, I pull out my phone. A few texts from Talia back at the supper club pop up, wishing me luck. I type a quick reply. Thanks. This is crazier than I thought. Wish me even more luck. Then I drop the phone onto the nightstand. I shrug off my chef's jacket, flinging it over a chair, and rummage through my duffel for something comfortable to sleep in. An old t-shirt, some worn pajama pants. My mind won't stop replaying the look on Harper's face when she saw me. Surprise. Hurt. A flicker of something else, too. Anger, maybe, or lingering curiosity. She's definitely not indifferent. That knowledge both elates and intimidates me. A gentle rap on my door startles me. I nearly trip over my duffel bag. Yeah, I call. Just letting you know. Harper's voice comes through the wood, oddly subdued. The cameras have left for the night. They said they'll be back bright and early tomorrow for a morning confessional. Oh, great. I open the door to find her standing there, arms folded, posture still guarded. She's changed out of her chef's coat, wearing soft lounge pants and a long-sleeved top that shows off her petite frame. Her hair is down, a cascade of dark auburn waves framing her face. In the dim hallway light, she looks younger, more vulnerable. An awkward silence stretches. My pulse thuds. Thanks for the heads up. She tucks a strand behind her left ear. Sure. Good night, Luca. There's a strain in her tone, like she can't decide if she should say more. I nod. Night, Harper. I watch her retreat to her room, an invisible barrier still between us. When I close my door again, the emptiness of my new bedroom rushes in. I turn the lamp off and crawl into the queen bed, staring at the shadowy ceiling. The sheets smell vaguely of laundry detergent and fresh cotton, a stark contrast to the usual scents of garlic and olive oil clinging to my pillowcases at home. My mind spins with thoughts of tomorrow's challenge, the cameras, the big show. But one thought rings louder than all the rest. Harper. She's here, under the same roof, her presence a constant reminder of the things I never said. We have to live together, cook together, and be filmed every step of the way. If we can harness that friction and channel it into something productive, maybe we'll be unstoppable. But if we let old wounds fester and resentments grow... I roll onto my side, shutting my eyes against the swirl of neon from the window. Come on, Moretti, get it together. This is day one, and I'm already reeling. But for better or worse, our second chance at success, and maybe something like closure, has begun. And I can't deny a small, reckless part of me that hopes it's not just closure we find in this loft, but something deeper, maybe even redeeming. Exhaling a shaky breath, I try to sleep. But the faint sound of footsteps in the hall, presumably Harper's, keeps me awake. With every creak, my heart twitches, half tempted to step out and talk to her, half terrified of what she'd say. Eventually, exhaustion weighs me down. I drift off, uncertain whether tomorrow will bring a glorious collaboration or a 5-alarm kitchen fire. Either way, we'll be front and center, cameras rolling, forced to face each other, and everything we left behind, head on.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But but you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyla. Chapter 7. Harper. I wake up to the jarring beep of my phone alarm at 5 a.m., my pulse already thrumming with a mix of nerves and reluctant excitement. The first official day of challenges on Chef's Flame. I stare at the unfamiliar ceiling of the loft's guest bedroom, wondering for the 1,000th time what I've gotten myself into. My brain replays last night in flashes. Cameras filming every move, forced small talk with Luca, the tension so thick I could have sliced it with his prized chef's knife. Shaking off the lingering heaviness, I slide out of bed and drag myself to the shower, mentally rehearsing everything that could go wrong or right today. This is the fun and games portion of the competition, according to the show's outline. Well, fun is relative. Maybe the cameras will catch me flailing. Or, best case scenario, I prove I'm not just a nerdy sidekick next to Luca's unstoppable charm. After a quick, hot shower, I wrangle my dark auburn hair into a neat ponytail and slip into my usual uniform. Black pants, a fitted chef's coat, and my thick-framed glasses. If the producers want me looking slightly more done up, they can fuss with me later. For now, I need coffee. Stepping into the main living area, I hear soft clinking sounds from the kitchen. I round the corner and spot Luca leaning against the counter, fiddling with the coffee maker. He's already dressed in a black chef's jacket and dark jeans that hug his lean hips. My stomach does a small flip I'd rather ignore. He's tall, 6'2", broad in the shoulders, with that perpetually messy black hair. There's a small patch of stubble along his jaw, and a basil sprig tattoo peeking out from the sleeve on his forearm. Even first thing in the morning, he looks like he stepped out of an indie film. It's so unfair. He glances up, brown eyes crinkling in mild surprise. "Morning, Doc." I bristle at the nickname, but keep my expression neutral. "Morning. You're up early." "Couldn't sleep," he admits, shrugging. "Figured I might as well beat you to the coffee." He gestures to the half-full pot. "Want some?" "Yes, thank you," I say, stepping closer. My eyes linger on the coffee maker's digital display, which reads 5:15 a.m. He apparently woke up before I did. "I didn't realize you were an early riser." He chuckles, handing me a mug. I'm not, but I've spent enough time running an underground supper club to be used to weird hours. He pours the coffee carefully, steam rising in gentle wisps. I catch the faint scent of hazelnut from the beans. "We have a big day, right?" I nod, taking the mug from him. "So they say. First challenge is at, 6:30? "Production's sending a van at 6, he says, sipping his coffee. "We've got half an hour to get ourselves camera ready. Unless you're comfortable facing the judges in pajamas." "Ha ha," I blow on my coffee. The warmth seeps through the ceramic, and for a moment, the tension between us feels more like a quiet hum instead of a blaring siren. We stand there side by side, sipping in silence. I find myself hyper-aware of everything. His presence, the way the overhead light casts shadows on the planes of his face, the memory of how easily he could make me laugh in college, before everything imploded. The surge of anger and hurt resurfaces, warring with the lingering fondness I can't quite extinguish. "Well," I say, clearing my throat. "Thanks for the coffee. I'm going to finish getting ready." "Sure," he replies, setting his mug down. Our eyes meet for a second, just a second, and a pulse of heat flickers in my chest. Then I turn on my heel and hurry back to my room, determined not to get lost in memories of half-flirtatious banter and stolen smiles. 30 minutes later. We're corralled into a sleek, windowless van, along with camera operators squeezed into jump seats. It's surreal, like going on a field trip, except the stakes are possibly life-changing. Luca sits across from me, arms folded, biceps straining the black sleeves of his jacket. His gaze flicks between the passing LA streets and me, as if he's not sure where to rest his eyes. I keep mine resolutely on the distant hills, ignoring the camera lens that bobs near my face. A production assistant chats with us about how the day will unfold. We'll be taken to one of the show's secondary sets, a large warehouse they've converted into a makeshift kitchen arena. Each pair will be assigned a station, and the hosts will announce the challenge theme. We'll have limited time to create a dish, which will be judged on taste, presentation, and creativity. Standard cooking competition fare, except for the fact that I'll be forced to coordinate with a man who once ghosted me before ghosting was even a word. As the van pulls up to the warehouse, my adrenaline spikes. The place is a flurry of staff, boom mics, and bright lights. Posters of Chef's Flame with the words, Pears Edition line the entrance. We spill out of the van, and a new wave of cameras swarm. I can practically hear the show's opening montage in my head. Watch as these duos battle for culinary glory. Another assistant with a laminated badge hustles Luca and me to a corner where we receive earpieces. These are just for emergency announcements, she explains. If we need to give instructions during filming. I nod. Luca rolls his shoulders, a motion that draws my eye to the subtle muscle definition under his jacket. I grit my teeth. Focus, Harper. Do not ogle the man who drove you crazy. The overhead lights are blinding, illuminating 8 cooking stations arranged in a semicircle around a judge's panel. 3 judges, all wearing flashy chef's coats and slightly bored expressions, murmur among themselves. Another big camera swoops overhead on a mechanical arm, capturing wide-angle shots. We find our station, Hash 4, labeled Harper and Luca. There's a glossy black countertop with an array of ingredients behind us on shelves, plus basic staples. Next to us, Station Hash 3, manned by a pair of pastry chefs who are already giggling and comparing fondant tips. On the other side, Station Hash 5, a farm-to-table duo, calmly discussing produce. Everyone else seems chill. Meanwhile, I feel like the tension in my shoulders could pop them out of their sockets. A stage manager gestures for silence, and the show's hostess, Donna, with her perfect bob, prances to the center of the floor. Microphones click on. Welcome, contestants, to your first official challenge on Chef's Flame, Pears Edition. She smiles so hard it's a wonder her face doesn't crack. Today, we're exploring the theme, elevated comfort food. All around us, contestants murmur in excitement or dismay. Luca raises an eyebrow, leaning toward me. Elevated comfort food. That could mean anything from mac and cheese with truffles to an artisanal twist on meatloaf. I nod, scanning the shelves behind us. The challenge is how to balance nostalgia and innovation, right? He smirks, that lopsided curve of his mouth. You say it so academically. My jaw tightens. Because I'm thinking. A moment of quiet analysis never killed anyone. His eyes sparkle with amusement. Well, we might not have much time for quiet anything. Look, Donna continues. Each pair will have 45 minutes to create a dish that embodies elevated comfort food. We'll judge on creativity, taste, and presentation. And remember, your synergy as partners could be key to success. Ready, set, cook. A blaring buzzer signals the start. Everyone explodes into motion. Luca and I lock eyes for half a second, silently acknowledging the swirl of nerves and competition. Then we spin around to the shelves. I'm thinking we do a spin on classic grilled cheese and tomato soup, I blurt, scanning the fresh ingredients. Maybe a molecular approach to the soup, like a foam or an encapsulation. Nah, that's too predictable, Luca counters, snatching a block of sharp cheddar. What about risotto arancini, but stuffed with gooey cheese? served with a spicy tomato sauce that reminds people of pizza bites. I frown. Arancini are great, but might take too long to cook and cool. We only have 45 minutes. He shrugs, rummaging for arborio rice. We can par cook the rice quickly. Trust me, I've done it in less time for my pop-ups. I watch him yank open a bag of rice, that cocksure grin plastered on his face. He's all swagger, and it's infuriatingly tempting to let him run with it. But this is a competition, and I refuse to let half-baked showmanship sabotage us. Fine, I say, setting my hands on my hips. But if we do arancini, we need to measure carefully. And we still should incorporate a twist, like a tomato foam or something advanced. That's where my skill set could shine. He glances at me, that deep brown gaze flicking down my body before snapping back to my face. Tomato foam. Sure, Doc. Knock yourself out. My cheeks warm. I huff and spin toward the produce, grabbing ripe tomatoes and a small container of cream. The cameras swarm around our station, capturing every clipped word, every subtle glare. I start dicing tomatoes methodically, measuring out salt with precision. Luca, meanwhile, has tossed a pan on the burner, swirling olive oil as if he's performing for an audience. Maybe he is. Keep stirring the rice while I measure the broth, I instruct, sliding him a measuring cup. He grins. Or I could eyeball it. Trust my instincts. My temper flares. That's how you ruin risotto? We only get one shot at this. He laughs, a rich, warm sound, and leans in close, voice lowered so the cameras hopefully won't catch his words. You've got to loosen up, Harper. Cooking isn't always about equations. Sometimes it is, I snap, though my breath hitches. The faint smell of his cologne, something woodsy with a hint of citrus, invades my senses. I force myself to step back and vigorously whip the tomatoes into a slurry for the foam. Just stir, I mumble. We work in tense silence for a few minutes. I can sense the camera operator lurking behind me, capturing the interplay of measured pours from me and flamboyant pinches of seasoning from Luca. He hums a jazz tune under his breath, irritatingly at ease, while I meticulously time how long the rice simmers. At the halfway mark, Donna's voice booms overhead. 20 minutes remaining, chefs. Luca drains the rice quickly and transfers it to a sheet tray to cool. I'm setting up my siphon for the tomato foam, carefully adding a stabilizing agent. The camera hovers over my shoulder, so I rattle off a quick explanation. I'm using a small amount of soy lecithin to create a light but stable foam that captures the essence of fresh tomato. I hear the audience from behind the set's partitions murmuring. Presumably, they're enthralled or maybe confused. Essence of fresh tomato, huh? Luca teases, dumping a handful of grated cheese into the cooled rice. Now that's an Ivy League phrase. I bite back a retort about how he never stuck around college long enough to learn some fancier terms. Instead, I clamp my jaw and focus on the foam. Keep it together, Harper. The cameras are rolling. We form small rice balls around cubes of mozzarella, rolling them in breadcrumbs. Luca moves quickly, hands deft despite the chaos. I notice for the first time how graceful he is in the kitchen. No wasted motions, each step done with natural flair. My resentment wars with a grudging admiration. He does know what he's doing. All right, let's fry these, he announces, heating oil in a deep sauté pan. Careful with the temperature, I warn, adjusting the dial. We need at least 350 Fahrenheit for a crisp exterior. He smirks, sliding a thermometer in. Yes, ma'am, Dr. Harper. I roll my eyes. If you call me Doc one more time, I'm going to. 15 minutes left, booms the overhead speaker. We both freeze, then kick into high gear. Luca carefully lowers the arancini into the oil, and a satisfying sizzle fills the air. Meanwhile, I hurry to finish the tomato foam, loading it into the siphon and charging it with an N2O cartridge. My heart thuds. If this foam doesn't hold, we'll be left with watery tomato sauce instead of a fancy garnish. Suddenly, a small sputter from the pan draws my attention. Luca pulls up the arancini, brow furrowed. One of the balls splits open, cheese oozing into the hot oil. "Damn it!" he curses, fishing out the wreckage. My stomach plummets. "We can't serve them like that. Are we pressing them too thin?" He grimaces. "Maybe. Or maybe the oil's too hot. Let me check the temperature again." I nearly lose it. "I told you to monitor carefully." My voice spirals higher, anxiety spiking as cameras swirl around, capturing our meltdown. "It's only one ball," Luca retorts, glancing at me with exasperation. "We can salvage the rest if we move fast." I want to keep yelling, but time is ticking. We scramble to adjust the heat, carefully flipping the remaining arancini. My chest feels like it's on fire. We do not have time for mistakes. Another bubble of cheese threatens to escape from a second piece, but Luca deftly ladles hot oil over it, sealing it quickly. "Check the internal temperature," I demand, handing him a probe. "We can't cut into them yet, but we need to be sure the mozzarella melts." He sets his jaw, expression taut with tension. Yeah, I'm on it, Doc." I glare at him, resisting the urge to snap. Instead, I focus on plating. We have a wide, shallow bowl, which I garnish with a swirl of fresh basil puree, my last-minute addition, to highlight the tomato flavor. Then I test the siphon, pressing the trigger. A beautiful cloud of airy tomato-scented foam puffs on the edge of the bowl. Relief surges through me. 5 minutes left? "Let's plate," Luca exclaims, pulling the arancini out of the oil to drain on paper towels. The camera rushes close, capturing the golden brown spheres. We quickly arrange 4 of them in the bowl, each resting on a swirl of basil puree. I top them with the foam, which holds its shape, a delicate cloud. I step back, panting softly. The dish looks good, maybe even great. My heart is hammering in my chest. I catch Luca's eye, and for a second, we share a flicker of relief and excitement. It's that same synergy we used to have. 2 different styles creating something unexpectedly brilliant. "All right," says Donna, sweeping across the set as the buzzer goes off. "Time's up, chefs. Stand by your stations. Judges, please come taste." 3 judges approach. Chef Winslow, a stern-faced man with silver hair. Chef Anna, a petite pastry guru with bright pink lipstick. And Chef Miguel, a boisterous farm-to-table advocate. They move from station to station, sampling, nodding, or occasionally grimacing. Eventually, they reach us. My stomach coils into a tight knot. "Tell us about your dish," Chef Winslow says, eyeing the foam suspiciously. Luca glances at me. I muster my calm, professional voice. "We made arancini di riso stuffed with mozzarella, paired with a fresh basil puree, and topped with a tomato foam." "A playful twist on comfort food," Luca adds, arms folded, still looking every bit the confident chef. The judges each take a bite. I hold my breath. Chef Anna's eyes widen, and she lets out an approving, "Mmm." Chef Miguel breaks into a grin. Chef Winslow nods, lips pursed in concentration. "This is quite impressive," Chef Winslow says, setting down his tasting spoon. "The foam is subtle but effective. Tomato flavor without the heaviness of a sauce." Chef Anna beams. "And the rice is cooked perfectly. Crisp exterior, molten cheese center. Lovely." "And that basil puree?" Chef Miguel lifts his spoon. "A nice herbal note that complements the tomato." I exhale, relief flooding my veins. Luca looks at me grinning. I can't help but smile back, just a little. The rush of victory is dizzying. The judges nod in approval, then move on. As soon as they leave earshot, Luca turns to me. "See, we nailed it." I allow a tight smile, my heart still jackhammering. "Almost had a disaster, though." You were too cavalier with the oil temperature. He arches a brow. You worry too much, but hey, I guess the result speaks for itself. Yeah, I say softly, half to myself. It does. A flood of camera operators close in, wanting to capture our post-challenge reactions. I stand straight, forcing a composed expression. The host, Donna, appears again, microphone in hand. Harper, Luca, how do you feel about your performance? Luca winks at the camera. We had some friction, but that's what sparks creativity, right? I give a curt nod. Yes, well, sometimes you need precision and passion together to achieve the best results. Donna claps her hands. I like that. Precision and passion. She waves the camera crew closer, as if she's found the perfect marketing slogan. My cheeks heat, but I maintain a professional demeanor. We'll see if that motto takes you far in this competition, she adds, then whisks away to interview the next pair. I slump a bit, tension draining from my shoulders. The cameras drift off, looking for bigger drama, leaving Luca and me momentarily alone. He crosses his arms, the faintest smile curling his lips. Precision and passion, huh? He murmurs. Sounds like a t-shirt slogan. I roll my eyes. I was trying to avoid sounding like a total nerd on camera, but they cornered me. He chuckles, low and warm. I think you did fine. Then his tone softens. Good job, Harper. I blink. He's so rarely serious. He typically hides behind a playful mask. Hearing sincerity from him rattles me more than any argument. Thanks, I manage, pushing my glasses up the bridge of my nose. He exhales, glancing away as if he's about to say something else, something important. But a stagehand yells, "All contestants, please clear your stations." We exchange a look, then start clearing up our workspace. I move efficiently, bagging leftover ingredients, while Luca washes the pots. Our shoulders bump once or twice in the tight space. Each small contact sends a flash of awareness, skittering through me. I remind myself why I'm here, to showcase my science-driven approach, to challenge myself, to maybe land bigger opportunities afterward. I can't let old emotions with Luca derail that. He's a means to an end, my partner for the show. Nothing more, except the memory of him skipping tutoring sessions, but then showing up at my dorm with homemade cannoli, sneaking me notes about the joy of cooking, or leaning against the library table, that grin. All of it flutters at the edges of my thoughts. I grit my teeth, pushing the memories away. Once everything's cleared, we step aside to wait for the judge's final deliberation. A few other pairs look anxious. One duo is bickering quietly, clearly shaken by a flawed dish. Another is all smiles, hugging for the cameras. Donna steps forward, microphone in hand. The judges flank her, wearing carefully blank expressions. My heart picks up speed again. After much tasting and consideration, our judges have decided on a top 3 for the day. Donna announces, "If I call your names, please step forward." She rattles off the names of the pastry chefs next to us, a duo who made a gourmet twist on PB and J, then another pair who did something with braised short ribs. My pulse hammers, but I brace myself for disappointment in case we don't make the cut. And finally, Harper and Luca, for their innovative arancini with tomato foam. My throat constricts with a wave of relief. We step forward, forced to stand side by side. I can't resist a glance at Luca, who flashes me a proud grin. "Congratulations," Donna croons. "You 3 teams have impressed the judges in this first round, but this is only the beginning of your journey on Chef's Flame, Pairs Edition. Tomorrow, expect the competition to heat up even more." The cameras zoom in on our faces, capturing reactions. My chest swells with a strange mixture of triumph and confusion. We succeeded, but I still feel off balance, like the ground could shift at any moment. Because as exhilarating as this is, the bigger question looms. Can I keep cooking alongside Luca without letting old wounds bleed into the present? The show wraps filming for the day, and the crew bustles around us, telling us to gather our belongings. Luca and I share a silent nod, avoiding further conversation while the cameras remain on us. In the midst of the organized chaos, though, I catch him sneaking a glance in my direction, that familiar half-smile hovering on his lips. I turn away, feigning disinterest. Because while my body might recall the closeness we once shared, the banter, the sparks, I refuse to let that overshadow what I need to do here. Stay focused, Harper. You want to win. Yet as we head for the exit, the residual adrenaline of the challenge and the warmth of Luca's subtle praise lingers. I feel a glimmer of the energy we had in college, back when everything was possibility. Maybe the synergy we stumbled into today isn't just a fluke. Maybe, despite all the baggage, we can make this pairing work. Or maybe it's just setting us up for a bigger fall. Either way, I tighten my grip on my phone and follow Luca out of the set, cameras trailing behind, capturing every flicker of tension between us. This is only the start, and I can't help but wonder if the real game is happening away from the stove. Somewhere in the tangled mess of old hurts and new sparks between me and the man who still manages to get under my skin with a single crooked grin.
Chapter 8. Luca. I'm not used to craving quiet, but right now, I'd give anything for 5 minutes where the cameras aren't rolling, the lights aren't blazing, and I'm not hyper-aware of Harper's every breath. We've just wrapped the first official day of Chef's Flame Challenges. Our arancini dish landed us in the top 3. And yet all I can think about is the tension between me and the woman who once occupied a very different space in my life. I slump into the passenger seat of the production van, letting out a soft exhale. Outside, the late afternoon sun slants across the warehouse parking lot, painting everything in molten gold. Our camera crew is busy loading equipment, so for this short window, I have a tiny taste of privacy. On the seat beside me, Harper fiddles with her phone. She's hunched over, posture rigid, as if a single bump in the road could snap her in half. "Long day," I remark, voice pitched low. She doesn't look up. I brace myself for the inevitable brush-off. Instead, she sighs and slides her phone into her bag. "Very," she replies, eyes flicking toward me with guarded calm. "And tomorrow's likely to be worse." She sounds as if she's preparing for battle instead of a cooking show. I watch her reflection in the van's side mirror. She's all sharp angles and coiled tension, but under that tough exterior, I see the same intelligent, passionate woman I once knew. My chest feels tight, remembering how I walked away from everything, including her, back in college. I sense the crackling distance between us, so different from the synergy we found in the kitchen earlier. Is it crazy that I can still feel a faint jolt of excitement when we manage to cook in sync? The driver climbs into the front, everyone buckled, heading back to the loft. Harper and I nod in unison, and the van pulls out, joining LA traffic. The crew is in a separate vehicle, thank God, so for the next half hour, it's just me, her, and the silent driver. The tension is too thick to ignore, and I'm not sure I should even try to make small talk. Still, the weight of unspoken words presses against my chest, urging me to speak. After a few minutes of near silence, I can't stand it. "Look," I say softly, leaning closer so the driver can't hear. "About back then." "Don't," she warns, turning her head to stare out the window. "We're not doing that here." Her tone is cool, final. I clamp my mouth shut, guilt flaring. I've tried, but maybe she's right. We should keep it professional. The rest of the ride passes in a strained hush. My mind spins with old memories anyway, dragging me back whether I want it or not. I'm leaning against a cheap laminate counter, arms folded as Harper meticulously measures out sugar into a small metal bowl. Her hair is wavy and loose, framing her face. She's wearing that gray sweater I always teased her about, the one with the tiny hole near the hem. You could eyeball the sugar, I say, half smirking. Does it really need to be that exact? She shoots me an exasperated look, pushing her glasses up her nose. Precision is everything, Luca. If we're doing a proper caramel sauce, you can't just guess. I pretend to scoff, but a fond grin tugs at my lips. Sure, Miss Perfectionist. I'll just stand here and do nothing, since apparently my instincts aren't appreciated. Her glare softens around the edges. That's not what I meant. You can hear. She hands me a whisk. Keep it moving once the sugar liquefies. Don't let it burn. Finally, a mission. I roll my eyes dramatically, but warmth floods my chest at her, trusting me with something so delicate. So, what's next, Doc? She doesn't protest the nickname this time, though her lips twitch. Next, we carefully add cream. And by carefully, I mean, do not scald me with molten sugar. I chuckle, leaning in closer, fully aware of how the tiny kitchen can't accommodate both of us comfortably. I'll protect you. She doesn't pull away. Instead, she meets my gaze, and for a split second, something crackles, like static in the air. My heart thumps. I can see her swallow, that column of her throat moving. Then she clears her throat and motions to the pot. Focus, Moretti. Caramel first, flirting second. I grin, but there's an unexpected heat in my cheeks. Flirting second. Does that mean she's open to it? The memory fades, replaced by a hollow ache. We never found out if that flirting second could have led to something real. I left before we got past the stage of tension and teasing. We arrive in a blur of tires on pavement and heavy sighs. Another camera crew is there to capture our entrance, like they're filming a B-list celebrity cameo. Harper stiffens as the lens angles toward her, but she politely waves off any attempts at conversation, walking straight into the building. I follow, shooting the camera guy a tight nod. Inside, we ride the elevator up to our shared loft. The tension builds like a storm cloud overhead. By the time we unlock the door, I feel wound tight enough to snap. Once we're in the living area, the cameras swarm again, filming our candid arrival. I press my lips into a thin line, but I'm used to it by now. We deposit our bags near the couch, and the producers gesture for us to stand in the kitchen so they can do a quick confessional about our day. Because apparently we can't just have a single moment of peace. The lights click on, bright and invasive. A microphone hovers near my face. Harper, Luca, one of the producers says. We'd love a little recap. How did it feel to place in the top 3 on your first challenge? I glance at Harper, whose brow creases faintly. She musters a polite smile for the camera. It feels encouraging, she says. We proved that despite our differences, we can produce something successful. Yeah, I chime in, trying to sound relaxed. We've still got plenty of room to grow, though. Today was just the warm-up. The producer leans forward. What about any tensions we saw in the kitchen? Looks like you two butt heads sometimes. Harper purses her lips. I can almost hear her internal meltdown at the invasive question. But she keeps her composure. Healthy debate is part of cooking, she says primly. We respect each other's skills, but we each have our own approach. The producer turns the mic on me. Anything to add, Luca? I press my neck, forcing a smile. Like she said, our styles are different, but I think we can combine them in a way that makes us stronger. I hope, I add silently. The producer asks a few more generic questions, clearly hoping for a dramatic soundbite. Neither of us obliges. Finally, they let us go. The camera crew packs up their gear and heads out, leaving us in the hush of the loft. I turn to Harper, shoulders slumping with relief. That was fun, I say sarcastically. She snorts, a rare, unguarded sound. If by fun, you mean exhausting, yes. We hover there awkwardly. I almost expect her to dart to her room, but she stands her ground, looking as if she wants to say something. My pulse kicks up a notch. Say something, Harper. Talk to me. But she remains silent, so I take a slow breath, deciding to risk it. Could we maybe chat for a minute, off camera? I won't push if you're not in the mood, but I want to try to clear the air. Her posture goes rigid. You want to talk about college? I spread my hands in a gesture of uneasy surrender. Yes, sort of. She hesitates, eyes flicking toward the hallway that leads to our bedrooms, like she's calculating her escape. But then she exhales. Fine. We can talk. Briefly. She heads for the sofa in the living area, sitting on the edge of one cushion. She crosses her arms, the universal sign of a woman on guard. I approach slowly, choosing the opposite end of the sofa to keep a respectful distance. My heart pounds, a heavy drumbeat in my chest. You wanted this, Luca. Don't blow it. Clearing my throat, I say, I know I've apologized in half measures before, but I need you to understand how sorry I am for the way I left. She looks down, silent, the overhead light catching in her hazel eyes. We were friends, she says, voice barely above a whisper. I thought maybe more, but you never explained anything. You just disappeared. Guilt claws at me. I had a family emergency. My grandmother was sick. It was complicated, and I wasn't handling it well. I felt ashamed that I couldn't keep it all together. Instead of reaching out for help, I just dropped out. She lifts her gaze, brows drawn tight. That's it? That's why you couldn't have written a note or something? The bitterness in her tone slices through me. I should have, I admit. I had this stupid pride, or maybe fear. I figured if I couldn't be the best, then I'd just vanish. You were the one person who actually believed in me. I messed up by not trusting you enough to tell you what was going on. She inhales sharply, arms tightening across her chest. You left me with all these questions. I kept wondering if you got kicked out, if something happened, if it was my fault. My heart twists. It was never your fault. I'm so sorry you even thought that. She looks away, swallowing. I moved on eventually. But it left a mark, you know? I nod, the knot in my throat expanding. I wish I could go back and fix it, but I can't. All I can do is tell you how sorry I am. Not just for leaving, but for letting you think you weren't important to me. Her cheeks flush, and she blinks rapidly, as if fighting old tears. You have a habit of acting like everything is a joke or a game, Luca. Even back then, you'd flirt with me like it didn't mean anything. I never knew if you were serious or just messing around. My stomach clenches. I was serious. More than I cared to admit. I never had the courage to say it. The confession bursts out, surprising even me. She releases a shaky breath, covering her mouth with her hand for a moment. Then she drops it, squaring her shoulders. It's a lot to process. Take your time, I say gently. I'm not expecting you to forgive me overnight. But if we're stuck together for this show, maybe we can at least try to be less at each other's throats. She almost smiles, her lips quirk. We're not exactly at each other's throats, but yeah, we can try civility. I shift, leaning forward, my elbows on my knees. My fingertips brush the edge of her knee, but I pull back, not wanting to overstep. Civility? I echo, forcing a small smile. Maybe we can even aim for being friends again. Her eyes flick to my hand, then back to my face. One step at a time, she murmurs. I'm still angry. I'm not even sure if you're just saying these things because we're on a show and you need me as a partner. The words punch me in the gut. That's not it, I protest, voice low. I've thought about you a lot over the years. The regrets, the what-ifs. Seeing you here, part of me hoped we could fix what went wrong. She studies me, searching my eyes for sincerity. After a tense moment, she seems to accept it, at least partially. Let's see how we handle tomorrow's challenge, she says, a faint edge of wariness in her tone. Work together, no drama. We'll see if we can manage that much first. I resist the urge to reach for her hand. Instead, I nod. Deal. For a breath, we hold each other's gaze, a swirl of old affection and new uncertainty humming between us. It's not a resolution, but maybe the start of one. Then, as if the moment's too heavy, she stands abruptly. I need to shower, she says, pushing a loose strand behind her ear, and then maybe catch up on some reading before bed. We have an early call time, right? Right, I murmur, clearing my throat. We do. She hesitates as if she wants to say something else, then simply offers a polite nod and heads to her room. I'm left alone on the sofa, heart pounding like I just ran a marathon. My thoughts swirl with the conversation we just had. The regret, the half-buried emotions, the flicker of hope I saw in her eyes despite everything. I lean back, exhaling a long breath. At least I tried, I tell myself. Even if she's still guarded, we broke the silence that's been choking us since the day we reunited. And seeing her face when I admitted I was serious back in college, there was something raw and real in her expression. Maybe I'm not the only one who's wondered about the road not taken. Exhaustion tugs at me, so I decide to call it a night. As I head to my own bedroom, I pass Harper's closed door. The water in her shower runs, a muted rush. The memory of that near kiss in the dorm kitchen resurfaces. We never got there, but we lingered on the threshold, too scared to take the leap. Or maybe too proud to admit what we felt. Maybe this time. I push the thought away, shaking my head. The show is complicated enough without me dredging up half-buried feelings. But a tiny spark of possibility glows in my chest anyway. I can't sleep. The loft is quiet, but my mind is loud with images of college days. I remember the first time Harper teased me for messing up a lab assignment, or the time we swapped jokes over late-night pizza, and one memory stands out above the rest, bright as neon. The fluorescent lights hum overhead as I stifle a yawn. My notebook is a mess of half-scribbled ideas on food chemistry. Harper sits across from me, chin propped on her hand, eyes half-lidded with exhaustion. The smell of old books and stale coffee permeates the air. Let's call it a night, I suggest, noticing how she blinks slowly, fighting sleep. We've been at this for hours. She shakes her head, pinching the bridge of her nose. We have a quiz tomorrow. You need to pass. You need to sleep, I counter, pushing her textbook aside gently. You can't keep running on fumes. She sighs. I just want you to catch up, Luca. You're too talented to waste your potential. My chest tightens at the earnestness in her voice. No one else has said that to me with such conviction. Thanks, I murmur, feeling more vulnerable than I'd like. Our gazes lock, and for a moment I see something deeper in her eyes, a hint of warmth that goes beyond mere academic concern. Time slows. I lean forward slightly, my heart hammering. My lips part. Her eyes widen, and she sucks in a quiet breath, as if anticipating what might happen. My pulse thrums. We're close, so close I can smell the faint floral perfume she wears. Then her phone buzzes on the table, jolting us both. She darts back, cheeks flushing. I scramble to hide my disappointment, clearing my throat. Right, let's pack up. The moment is gone, but it lingers between us, a thread of possibility that never tied into a knot. I still feel the echo of it, years later. Staring at the ceiling in the dark loft bedroom, I let that memory wash over me. We had so many near misses, half-formed confessions, almost kisses. And now here we are, forcibly reunited under camera scrutiny, chasing a trophy that might change both our careers. I wonder if we'll finally close the gap that always yawned between us. My phone buzzes, startling me out of my reverie. A text from Talia, my sous chef back in Chicago. Heard you ace the first challenge. Keep it up, chef. I smile, texting back a quick thanks. The clock reads midnight. If I don't sleep soon, tomorrow will be a disaster. Sighing, I toss my phone aside and force my eyes shut. Apologizing is a start. I repeat that like a mantra. Tomorrow we'll face another challenge, and probably more camera-prodded drama. If I can show Harper I'm serious about making amends, maybe we can carve out a new kind of relationship. Whether that's friendship or something else, I have no clue. All I know is that the next few weeks are going to test us both in ways we never expected. My alarm blasts at 5:30 a.m., and I jolt awake, half panicked by the memory of missing so many alarm clocks in college. But I quickly realize I'm not in that dorm bed anymore. I'm in the show's loft, with an entire camera crew waiting to film me brush my damn teeth if they get the chance. I groan, rolling out of bed. Time to do it all again. Another day, another challenge. As I shuffle into the shared kitchen area, hair still a mess, eyes crusty with sleep, I find Harper already there, sipping coffee, reading something on her phone. She's in a fitted chef's coat and black pants, hair swept back in a no-nonsense bun. My chest tightens. She looks both focused and weary. "Morning," I say, forcing a casual tone. "Morning," she echoes, eyes sliding over my rumpled t-shirt and PJ pants. A faint smile quirks her lips, then disappears. "Sleep okay?" I scratch my back. "Not really, you." She shrugs. "Enough." Silence weighs on us, and I'm about to grab a mug when I notice a second cup of coffee already sitting near the pot, steam curling in the air. I look at her, brow raised. She lifts her shoulder in a tiny shrug, cheeks coloring a bit. "You seem like you could use it," she says, eyes darting away. I warm at the gesture. She made me coffee. Or at least, she poured me a cup. This small kindness feels like a lifeline after the rocky conversation last night. I take it gently, wrapping my hands around the mug. "Thanks." She nods, swallowing. "We should get dressed. The driver will be here soon." "Right, I'll be quick." Before I leave the kitchen, I muster the courage to meet her gaze. "Hey, about our talk last night. Thank you for hearing me out." Her expression flickers, a shadow of something crossed between vulnerability and lingering distrust. "We'll see how today goes," she says, voice quiet. "Actions speak louder than words, right?" I bob my head in agreement, heart twisting. She has every right to be cautious. We might have reopened a door, but the hinges are creaky as hell. With that in mind, I head to my bedroom to get dressed, determined to prove with my actions that I'm not the same kid who ran away. The show's black SUV speeds us to the next filming location, a glitzy outdoor market temporarily transformed into a cooking arena. We're told the challenge will revolve around local flavors, which in LA can mean anything from farm-grown produce to fancy fusion dishes. Harper looks out the window, her features set in a determined line. I keep sneaking glances, noting the subtle tension in her jaw, the way her hands grip her phone. The memory of our near kiss back in college intrudes again, uninvited. Focus on the present, Luca. We arrive, and the day unfolds in a whirlwind of cameras, bright sunshine, and the host's overexcited patter. Harper and I do our best to coordinate, though we can't help a few snippy remarks, her telling me not to slap random spices onto the dish, me teasing her for triple-checking the temperature. But it's less hostile than before. I can sense a shift, like we're both trying. During a break, while the judges deliberate, we stand by our station in the shade. She picks at a loose thread on her sleeve, glancing sideways at me. "You actually listened to my notes on plating," she remarks almost grudgingly. I chuckle. "Yeah, well, you do know your stuff, Doc." She rolls her eyes at the nickname but doesn't snap back. "And you tone down the flirtatious commentary on camera." I tilt my head, trying to read her. "You notice that?" She exhales softly. "Hard not to. Usually you'd be winking at the judges, throwing out jokes every 2 seconds." I shrug, hooking my thumbs in my pockets. Maybe I'm learning that not everything has to be a performance. Her lips quirk, as if she's not entirely sure how to respond. Before she can, the show's production team calls us to line up for results. We shift back into competition mode, but I hold on to that subtle moment of progress, her noticing that I'm trying to respect her boundaries. The producers give us a few hours off before filming more confessionals. We're both wiped, but the cameras insist on a candid dinner scene in the loft's shared kitchen. A single operator lurks in the corner, capturing us rummaging through the fridge for leftover ingredients to whip up a quick meal. "How about pasta?" I suggest, eyeing a box of dried spaghetti on the shelf. Harper nods, rummaging for tomatoes and garlic. "Sure, as long as you promise not to go crazy with the heat. I'm not in the mood for blistering spice tonight." I smirk. "I'll keep it mild, promise." We set to work, the camera hovering at a respectful distance. It feels strange to share a meal outside the official competition. The tension is still there, but it's softened by the quiet domesticity of chopping tomatoes side by side. I toss diced tomatoes into a pan with olive oil, then add garlic, salt, and a sprinkle of fresh basil. She stirs the pasta, checking the water temperature with a quick flick of her wrist. Our arms brush occasionally, and each small contact sends a jolt of awareness through me. But we both pretend not to notice. Once the sauce is simmering, the camera operator excuses himself for a moment, presumably to change batteries. We're left alone in the gentle hiss of tomato sauce and boiling water. "This is so surreal," Harper murmurs, flipping a stray auburn curl off her forehead. Cooking together in a fancy loft, cameras in our faces, like a weird fever dream. I chuckle. "Yeah, not exactly how I pictured our next meeting." She glances at me with a crooked smile. "You pictured a next meeting?" My chest tightens. "Honestly, I wasn't sure if I'd ever see you again. Part of me hoped, part of me assumed I ruined that chance." She exhales, turning her gaze back to the sauce. "Maybe the universe has a sense of humor." That draws a soft laugh from me. If this is cosmic comedy, it's borderline cruel. Her lips curve, a faint spark of amusement lighting her eyes. "Agreed." I swirl the sauce with a spoon, relishing the quiet bubble. The memory of that dorm kitchen invades my thoughts again. Her careful guidance, my reckless improvisation. It feels like we're rewriting that scene now, older and hopefully a bit wiser. The camera operator returns, capturing footage of us straining the pasta and plating 2 servings. We set the plates at the small dining table by the window. With a flourish, I sprinkle fresh basil on top, echoing the memory of my grandmother's garden. We sit across from each other. She twirls pasta around her fork, offering a taste. "Not bad," she concedes, eyebrows lifting in surprise at my sauce. "Lighter than I expected." I shrug modestly, even as a flicker of pride warms me. I can do subtle, if I want to. She laughs under her breath, and that small sound is enough to make me realize how much I missed hearing her relaxed amusement. I watch the camera from my peripheral vision. It's still filming, but at least we're having a somewhat genuine moment. After we finish eating, the production team wraps their shot and leaves us with the cleanup. We gather plates, rinsing them in companionable silence. The hush is almost peaceful, except for the tension coiling in my chest. I'm hyper-aware that I've never properly addressed that near kiss in the library, or the subtle, almost moments that defined our college friendship. Apologies for leaving are one thing, but acknowledging the spark that existed is another. I clear my throat as I place a dish in the drying rack. "You remember that time we tried to make salted caramel in the dorm kitchen?" I say, going for a casual tone. She glances at me, brow furrowing in thought. "Vaguely. I recall you nearly scorching the pan." I snort. "I recall you saving me from scalding sugar." Her eyes glimmer, a hint of nostalgia crossing her face. We did have some interesting late-night cooking adventures. There's something tender in her voice, and my heart skips. "Yeah, I was always impressed by your patience. You taught me more than I ever admitted." She blushes, looking away. "It wasn't just me. You were, really talented." A wave of warmth sweeps through me. Thanks, that means a lot, coming from you. Silence settles thick with unspoken history. I shut off the faucet, wiping my hands on a towel, and turn to face her. She's standing by the sink, a drip of water trailing down her wrist. She meets my eyes, guarded but also curious. I keep thinking, I say softly, stepping closer, about all those near misses. Times we almost... I swallow. We were close. Once. Her cheeks tint pink. We were. But life got in the way. I nod. It did. And I screwed up. Gently, I reach out, brushing a single droplet of water off the back of her hand with my thumb. She exhales shakily. For a heartbeat, I wonder if we could rewrite that library moment now. Let the tension snap and see what happens. But I can read the wariness in her eyes. A quiet storm of attraction, anger, uncertainty. She's not ready. And maybe neither am I, not with the show and the cameras breathing down our necks. She steps back, hugging the towel to her chest like armor. We should probably get some rest. Big day tomorrow. I force a nod, ignoring the ache that spools in my stomach. Yeah, right. Sleep well, Harper. Her gaze flickers, then she slips away toward her room. The door closes, leaving me all alone in the dim kitchen, the overhead light reflecting off the polished countertop. I rest my palms on the counter, inhaling and exhaling to steady the swirl in my gut. We might have taken a step forward tonight, a small one, but the past can't be erased with a few apologies and shared pasta. Still, I tell myself, this is progress. She's letting me in, inch by inch. The sadness in her eyes when she talks about my disappearance is a reminder that I hurt her deeply, but also that she once cared. I hope I can prove myself worthy of that care again, even if just as a friend. The weight of the day drags at my limbs. I flip off the lights and head to my bedroom. Before I slip under the covers, I catch my reflection in the dark window. A tall guy with unkempt black hair, olive skin, a little stubble along a strong jawline, eyes that look too tired for someone in his early 30s, but also someone determined to right some wrongs. Closing my eyes, I drift into a restless sleep filled with dreams of library tables, swirling sugar, and the faint echo of Harper's laughter. Even in sleep, I can't escape the haunting sense of what might have been, and what still could be if we find the courage to face it.
Chapter 9. Harper. I wake up with my heart in my throat, the echoes of dreams about missed trains and ticking timers trailing through my mind. For a disorienting moment, I forget where I am. The bed is too comfortable, the sheets too crisp to be my own. But then it hits me. I'm in the chef's flame loft, the cameras, the challenges, Luca. Everything rushes back like the whir of a mixer ramping to full speed. Groaning, I reach for my phone. It's just past 5 a.m, meaning we have about an hour before we're whisked off to another filming location. No matter how many days pass, this schedule never feels normal. Maybe that's the point. The show thrives on chaos and raw nerves. I shuffle into the bathroom, flicking on the light with more force than necessary. The mirror reveals dark circles smudged under my hazel eyes, my hair an unruly tangle of dark auburn waves. You look like a disgruntled lab rat, Harper. I blow out a steadying breath, reminding myself I've faced worse. Exploding sugar compounds, academic conferences full of skeptical professors. By comparison, a reality cooking show should be small potatoes. A swift hot shower helps me shake off the sleep. I retie my hair into a tight ponytail, forcing some semblance of control. My mind flashes to the near heart-to-heart I had with Luca last night in the kitchen. We talked about the past. We almost opened up about something deeper. It's dizzying, this push and pull between old wounds and new attempts at understanding. But we have another day of competition ahead, and I refuse to let personal history overshadow our progress. I dress in black pants and a fresh fitted chef's coat, sliding my glasses into place. Within minutes, I'm out in the main living area. The overhead lights are off, leaving the space illuminated by the early dawn, creeping through floor-to-ceiling windows. I pause, scanning for signs of life. Luca's not here. Or maybe he's still in his room. Fine by me. I need coffee before I face him. I head for the kitchen, only to find a camera operator already perched on a stool, fiddling with equipment. He gives me a nod, as though we're old friends. It's bizarre how quickly a film crew becomes part of your daily routine, like having roommates you never asked for. "Morning," he says. "Morning," I answer, tight-lipped but polite. I rummage through the cabinets, retrieving coffee beans and filters. My shoulders are tense under the silent scrutiny of a camera lens. At least he's not filming this exact second. The big rig is turned away. Still, I feel that ever-present awareness that anything I do could end up spliced into a montage. As the coffee drips, I hear the familiar scrape of footsteps. Luca emerges from the hallway, hair damp, wearing a black t-shirt under his chef's jacket, jeans hugging his lean hips. He offers a half smile, a cautious greeting. "You beat me to the coffee today, Doc." I bristle at the nickname, though it's not as sharp an edge as before. Yep, needed it. I grab 2 mugs, one for me and, after a beat, for him. He acknowledges it with a small nod. We stand in the quiet hush, awkward but not overtly hostile. I sense the camera operator's gaze flicking between us, waiting for a scrap of drama. Instead, we sip in silence. The coffee is scorching, but I welcome the burn on my tongue, better than the swirl of nerves in my stomach. By 6 a.m., we're loaded into the production van with half a dozen other contestants, jostling over bumpy LA roads. The show's producers gave us minimal details for today's challenge, something about unexpected flavor fusions. My guess? We'll be working with odd combinations. The thought of Luca spontaneously flinging exotic spices into a pot I've meticulously measured makes my heart rate jump. But hey, we've survived each round so far, even placed top 3 in 2 challenges. Maybe we can find synergy again. The chatter in the van is subdued. People are tired. Tension thrums in the air. I find myself wedged beside Luca, shoulders bumping each time we hit a pothole. Across from us, a duo named Sam and Elena exchange worried glances about the upcoming round. Meanwhile, another pair, Timothy and Grace, are wide awake, listing potential flavor combos like salted caramel peppers or saffron-infused pickles. It's bizarre, but no more bizarre than any other day here. We arrive at a sprawling outdoor set that looks like an urban courtyard. Half-melted candles on wrought iron tables, strings of lights overhead, a makeshift stage with a giant chef's flame banner. The morning sun glints off shiny rows of cooking stations. Cameras swoop in on mechanical arms, capturing wide-angle shots of us. Stagehands usher us into place. Donna, our ever-perky host, appears in a lavender blazer, mic clutched in her manicured fingers. "Good morning, chefs," she booms. "Ready for a brand new day of culinary adventures?" Luca and I exchange a glance. He quirks an eyebrow that says, "We'll see." I can't help the faint smirk that creeps up my lips. Something about his silent commentary relaxes me, like we're a team, at least for now. "This morning you'll be tackling unexpected flavor mashups," Donna declares. "You'll each draw a random card from our flavor roulette, giving you 2 distinct cuisines to blend in a single dish. You'll have 60 minutes. Think outside the box, because the judges want to see boldness and creativity. Are you ready?" A cheer goes up. My stomach twists. Boldness isn't my strong suit. I'm methodical and exact. But maybe our brand of synergy will come through again. Each pair steps up to a spinning wheel of culinary styles: Italian, Korean, Indian, Mexican, Japanese, Greek, and so forth. Luca and I wait our turn. My pulse kicks up a notch as he steps forward, giving the wheel a dramatic spin that makes the camera zoom in. It finally creaks to a halt at Greek. Next, I spin a smaller wheel that includes other global cuisines. It lands on Vietnamese. Greek-Vietnamese fusion? My brain tries to parse the possibilities. Greek meets Vietnamese? Donna announces, beaming at the camera. An unusual combo for sure. Harper, Luca, how do you feel about that? Challenged, I admit, forcing a smile. But we're ready. Luca just laughs, shooting the camera a playful look. We'll figure it out. The buzzer sounds, and we scramble to our designated station. The shelves behind us are stocked with Greek staples, feta, olives, lamb, phyllo dough, and Vietnamese essentials like fish sauce, lemongrass, rice noodles, and fresh herbs. My mind reels. What on earth blends these two? Maybe a banh mi twist with Greek flavors, Luca suggests, rummaging through the produce. Like spiced lamb meatballs, pickled veggies, feta sauce. That could work, I say, trying to stay calm. We can marinate the lamb with traditional Vietnamese aromatics, lemongrass, garlic, chili, then incorporate Greek herbs like oregano or thyme. We might do a yogurt feta spread in place of pate. He nods, eyes gleaming with excitement. Exactly. We can stuff it in a baguette, garnish with crunchy pickled vegetables and fresh herbs. Maybe a drizzle of fish sauce-based dressing to tie it all together. I swallow, scanning the clock overhead. 50 minutes remain. We'll need to be precise about those flavors, or it'll turn muddy. He snorts. Yes, Miss Precision. I'll measure if it makes you happy. I bristle, though part of me is relieved he's acknowledging the need for control. We can improvise a bit, but let's not overdo the fish sauce. It's potent. He winks, turning to grab a mixing bowl. The cameras swarm, capturing every step. I distract myself by meticulously measuring lemongrass, chili, and fish sauce into a marinade for the lamb, ignoring how his presence still makes my pulse accelerate. Focus, Harper. This is about the food, not your messy history. Within minutes, we fall into a kind of frantic rhythm. He shapes the lamb mixture into meatballs, while I slice carrots, radishes, and cucumbers for pickling. The crew calls out time checks every 10 minutes. My heart races. But we manage to get everything on track. The marinade sizzles, the smell of garlic and herbs blending with the tang of vinegar from my pickled veggies. At the half-hour mark, we move to the plating concept. We find mini baguettes in the bread basket. Luca toasts them lightly. I whip up a feta yogurt blend. The synergy is there, a shaky, exhilarating dance. As we assemble the banh mi-inspired sandwich, I notice a small crowd of production staff gather near us, cameras zoomed in. Are we that interesting? Or do they sense drama? I can feel the prickling sensation of eyes on me, but I force my focus back to the bread in my hands. 15 minutes left, booms Donna over the speakers. We hustle to finish. I dot each sandwich with the yogurt spread, layering the spiced lamb meatballs, pickled veggies, and fresh cilantro. Luca drizzles a sauce made of fish sauce, lime juice, and honey. A final sprinkle of feta crumbles, a dash of black pepper, and we're done. The dish looks wild, but also tempting. With seconds to spare, we step back, panting. Luca's hair sticks to his forehead, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. My glasses fog from the steam. A quick glance at him, a half-smile passes between us. We did it. The judges taste each pair's dish. Some are decent, others appear to flop. When it's our turn, Chef Winslow, the stern one, Chef Anna, the pastry guru, and Chef Miguel, the farm-to-table advocate, approach. Greek Vietnamese banh mi, Luca explains, gesturing with a flourish. Marinated lamb meatballs, pickled vegetables, and a whipped feta yogurt spread. I add in my calm, science-y tone. We aim to balance the bold flavors of fish sauce with the creaminess of feta, building layers of umami and acid. Chef Miguel bites in first, eyebrows arching in delight. Chef Winslow does a measured chew, then hums in approval. Chef Anna nods vigorously. My heart soars. They love it. When the judges step back to deliberate, I can barely contain the adrenaline pounding through my veins. Luca nudges me quietly. That felt good, he whispers. I nod, swallowing. It did. Donna returns with her microphone, judges flanking her. She announces the top 3 teams, building suspense with each name. Finally, she grins wide. And in first place for this round, Harper and Luca. Congratulations, chefs. You nailed the fusion challenge and have become clear frontrunners in this competition. A burst of applause erupts. My chest floods with relief and excitement. I catch Luca's eye, and for a brief moment, pure joy passes between us. No baggage, no tension, just the shared triumph of a dish well made. Back at the loft that evening, the energy is different. Instead of falling into bed exhausted, we're required to attend a casual get-together the producers have orchestrated with the other teams. Some contrived celebration for the cameras. They've set up a lounge-like atmosphere in the living room. Soft lighting, trays of finger food, and a small bar for cocktails or mocktails. I linger by the kitchen island, nibbling on a carrot stick, refusing the cocktails because I want a clear head. Sam and Elena chat with me about the day's challenge, praising how Luca and I combined Greek and Vietnamese. I can't help but feel a surge of pride. This is all overshadowed by an odd prickling sensation at my nape, though, like people are whispering behind my back. A moment later, Grace, the pastry chef from another team, sidles up. She's wearing a knowing smirk. So, she says, voice pitched low, you and Luca go way back, huh? I stiffen, eyes narrowing. We, were in college together. She shrugs with exaggerated innocence. Yeah, word around the set is you had a big crush on him. Maybe still do? I nearly choke on my carrot. My cheeks burn. Excuse me. Grace raises her hands in mock surrender. Don't shoot the messenger. That's just what I heard. The producers were hinting at some college love story. Everyone's talking about it. My mind reels. Producers? Hinting at a college crush? My chest tightens. That's ridiculous, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. We were roommates, friends, more or less. She arches a brow, clearly not buying it. Sure. I'm just saying it's interesting, you know. You two do have some intense vibes, especially on camera. With that smug comment, she swivels away, joining Timothy for more gossip. I stand there, pulse pounding. They think I had a huge crush on Luca in college. Granted, it's not entirely untrue. There was something. But having the producers spread rumors in order to stir drama, my carefully built walls quake. I can practically see the headlines. Brilliant food scientist reduced to lovesick sidekick. The idea makes my stomach twist with humiliation. As if on cue, a camera operator drifts by, filming me from an angle that suggests we're catching a candid moment. I tighten my jaw, forcing a cool expression. My entire body is ablaze with secondhand embarrassment. This is exactly what I dreaded. My professional reputation overshadowed by personal speculation. I spot Luca across the room, talking animatedly with Sam and Elena. He must sense my stare because he glances over. Our eyes lock. A faint crease appears between his brows like he's worried. He starts to make his way toward me, but I dart off toward the hallway. I can't face him right now. I slip down the corridor, away from the main living space, ignoring the flicker of lights from a camera stationed near the door. Maybe I can hide in my bedroom until this forced mingling is over. My head buzzes with anger and shame. They're turning me into some love-struck fool on national TV. As I pass the bathroom, Luca's voice calls softly behind me. Harper, wait up. I pause, fists clenched. He steps closer, concern etched on his face. Olive skin lit by the dim overhead fixture, black hair still slightly tousled, broad shoulders tensed. What's wrong? You look upset. I want to brush him off, but the worry in his brown eyes disarms me. Taking a shaky breath, I press my back against the wall. Apparently, producers are telling people I had a massive crush on you in college. They're trying to craft some narrative that I'm the nerdy girl, pining for the charming jock chef. His lips part. What? They never told me that. But it sounds like something the show would do. Drama sells, right? I huff, shoving my glasses up my nose. It's humiliating. I'm here to showcase my culinary science, not to get pigeonholed into some romance subplot. Everyone's going to be whispering about it. He grimaces, raking a hand through his strands. I'm sorry. You know I didn't feed them any rumors, right? I believe you, I say grudgingly. But that doesn't change the fact that they're stirring the pot. And the worst part? A kernel of it is true. My chest aches at the admission. I swallow hard. Yes, I liked you. We had a connection. But I never wanted it to overshadow my work. His expression flickers with regret. I get it. You've always taken your reputation seriously, and it's not fair they're twisting your story. My gaze drops to the floor, anger swirling. They're turning me into a punchline, or a cliché. The shy scientist harboring unrequited love. He steps closer, voice low. They can't force you into that narrative unless you let them. Let's talk to them together. Set the record straight if we need to. I look up, startled at his offer. You'd do that? His jaw sets. Of course. We're doing this together, right? If I can help shut down that rumor so you can focus on the competition, I will. Something in my chest loosens. For a moment, I remember why I once cared about him. Thank you, I say softly. He nods, exhaling. Come on, let's rejoin the group for a bit. Show them you're not bothered. If you hide, it'll just fuel gossip. He's right, as much as I hate to admit it. Fine, I say, pushing off the wall, summoning every ounce of composure. But I'm not staying long. He offers a tentative smile. Fair enough. We head back to the living area. Cameras pivot toward us, capturing our re-entry. I sense a wave of eyes on me, some curious, some speculative. My pulse thuds. Keep it cool. Luca moves beside me, offering silent support just by being there. A handful of contestants glance over, waiting for some dramatic confrontation that never materializes. I do my best to engage in small talk, forcing a bright professional veneer. Grace, from earlier, sidles close again. She opens her mouth, clearly aiming to drop another sly remark, but Luca cuts in first. Hey, Grace, he says with casual boldness. Just so we're all clear, Harper and I didn't sign up to star in a soap opera. The producers like to hype up stories, you know? Her mouth snaps shut. She recovers with a coy shrug. Oh, sure, no big deal. Then she drifts away, scanning for fresh prey. I exhale, grateful. A small tension leaves my shoulders. Luca catches my eye, tips his head in a subtle gesture of, "You okay?" I give a slight nod, relieved that at least one person here sees how I'm feeling. Donna swoops in with a mic, apparently collecting footage of our celebration. She beams at me. Harper, how does it feel to be leading the pack so far? You and Luca have won multiple rounds now. I plaster on a polite grin. It's exciting. We've been balancing our different approaches, and it seems to work. She tilts her head, a spark in her eyes. And rumor has it you two go way back. College friends, maybe something more. The microphone practically hovers under my nose, a silent command to spill. My pulse kicks, but I recall Luca's earlier words. They can't force you into that narrative unless you let them. Summoning calm, I speak evenly. We knew each other in college, yes. We cooked together sometimes, but mostly we were just study buddies. Donna's smile falters. She expected more drama. So no big romance then? Her voice is lightly teasing, but I sense the push. A camera operator looms, capturing every twitch of my expression. I maintain a tight-lipped smile. No, I say firmly, though my cheeks threaten to flush. It was college. We were both busy with our own paths. Donna tries for one more angle. And you're not worried about mixing old feelings with new pressures? My spine stiffens. There are no old feelings to mix. We're focused on the food. The words taste both bitter and partially true. If she wants a meltdown, she's not getting it tonight. Luca steps up, hooking a casual arm around my shoulder in a showy gesture, probably for the camera, but also maybe to shield me. Harper's the brains, I'm the brawn, he jokes lightly. No drama here, Donna. She senses a dead end, so she wraps up the mic segment, disappointed. I let out a breath as Luca's arm falls away. A swirl of conflicting emotions churn in my chest, relief at shutting down rumors, plus a pang of leftover embarrassment. Once the cameras retire to some remote corner, or leave altogether, I can't keep track. The impromptu party fizzles. People wander off to their rooms. I slump onto the sofa, letting the adrenaline drain out of me. My carefully built facade is intact, but I feel like I've run a marathon. I catch Luca's reflection in the dark TV screen as he approaches quietly, hands in his pockets. Hey, he murmurs, standing a few feet away. You okay? I tilt my head back to stare at him. I guess, just exhausted. This rumor thing, winning challenges, the constant cameras. It's a lot? He nods, stepping closer. I get it. If it's any consolation, you handled Donna like a pro. Didn't give her a single juicy soundbite. Despite myself, I smirk. Thanks. He lingers, hesitates. Listen, about earlier, us in the hallway, I meant what I said. If you want me to talk to the producers, I will. Or we can do it together. Demand they drop the crush storyline. I raise my eyebrows. Would they even listen? I mean, drama is half their bread and butter. He sighs, sinking into a nearby armchair. Probably not easily, but we can push back. Maybe if we threaten to withhold personal details or, I don't know. He runs a hand through his dark hair, revealing the faint lines of frustration around his eyes. I hate seeing you stressed. The admission cracks something in my chest. I appreciate that, I say quietly. Then I shake my head, pushing away the swirl of emotion. Let's see how the next few challenges go. If they keep pushing this narrative, we'll figure something out. He nods, relaxing. Deal. We sit in pensive silence for a moment, the hum of the loft's air conditioning the only sound. The city lights twinkle beyond the windows, a faint reflection in the glass. My glasses slip down my nose and I push them up again. I think of how close we are to the top of the leaderboard, how suddenly we've become fan favorites. The tension of wanting to protect my professional identity gnaws at me. I clear my throat. For now, let's just focus on the cooking. If we keep winning, maybe that overshadowing storyline will fade. He gives me a lopsided grin. You want to keep dominating, huh? Absolutely, I reply, injecting more confidence than I feel. We can prove that it's our skill that matters, not whatever romantic nonsense they try to spin. His eyes glow with admiration, and I squirm under the intensity of it. You know, you're pretty incredible when you get all fired up, he says softly. I flush. I'm just doing what I have to. He inclines his head. Still, you're allowed to be proud of it. The warmth of his words tangles with my lingering frustration at the rumors, making me simultaneously grateful and unsettled. Before I can respond, a stagehand appears at the entryway, clearing her throat. We're shutting down cameras for the night. Just wanted to let you both know. Thanks, I say, offering a polite nod. She disappears, leaving Luca and me alone in the living room. The overhead lights cast a soft glow, reflecting off the stainless steel surfaces of the open kitchen. I push off the sofa, gathering my composure. I think I'll head to bed. Tomorrow's another day, another challenge, right? He stands, hands sliding into his pockets. Yeah, sleep well, Harper. I give a curt nod, stepping past him. At the hallway threshold, I pause, glancing back. He's still standing there, a thoughtful expression on his face, like he's trying to figure me out. My heart constricts with a tangle of unresolved feelings. Then I slip into the corridor, heading toward my bedroom with steady strides. Inside, I shut the door and lean against it, letting out a shaky breath. My reflection in the full-length mirror catches my eye. Same black pants, same crisp chef's coat, same wariness in my hazel eyes. You're not here to be a lovesick stereotype, I remind myself. You're here to prove your skill and elevate your career. Yet the swirl of rumor-laden tension hangs heavy. I sense the looks from other contestants, the camera crew's curiosity, the way producers nudge at any vulnerability. Despite our success, maybe even because of it, they want drama, and I'm caught in the crosshairs. I shed my chef's coat, toss it onto a chair. My mind replays Luca's words. We're in this together, right? Something about that vow tugs at me. We might be forced partners, but he's making an effort to protect me from the rumor mill, to respect my boundaries. It's not the dynamic we had in college, me chasing him around with lab notes, him skipping sessions with a wink, but maybe it's a new kind of connection, forged under pressure and bright lights. I peel off my socks and slip into the bathroom to brush my teeth, the hum of fluorescent lighting providing a steady beat to my chaotic thoughts. I can't deny the flicker of old curiosity for Luca. He's changed. Or maybe I'm just now seeing the parts of him I missed before. But I refuse to be manipulated into a cliché romance storyline. If something real does exist between us, it'll be on our terms, not the producers. When I finally crawl into bed, exhaustion settles over me like a heavy blanket. We've won another round, becoming early favorites, but the cost is rising. My professional facade, built on years of academic credibility and controlled public persona, feels like it's cracking. For a second, I wish I were back in my private test kitchen, tinkering with recipes in peace. No cameras, no rumors, no messy past. But here I am, heart pounding with the thrill of success and the sting of exposure. Tomorrow, the challenges continue. Tomorrow, I'll face more cameras, more speculation, more pressure to deliver impeccable dishes while sidestepping personal drama. I close my eyes, inhaling slowly until my pulse steadies. You've got this, Harper. I let that mantra float in the dark, because if there's one thing I do know, my skill in the kitchen is undeniable, and I'll be damned if I let a rumor tarnish the reputation I've fought so hard to build. Yes, the pot is stirred. Eyes are on me, but I can handle the heat. After all, that's exactly what Chef's Flame is about. Turning up the fire and seeing who thrives. The last thing I sense before drifting off is a swirl of contradictory emotions, victory tinged with worry, frustration battling sparks of something that might be hope. And in the hush of my near-dream state, an echo of Luca's voice telling me I'm allowed to be proud. Maybe that pride is the only shield I need to survive the coming days. And with that, sleep claims me, rumbling with the promise of yet another chance to prove myself, both to the judges and to the world that's watching.
Chapter 10. Luca. I know tonight's gone off the rails the second the loft door slams behind Harper. Her shoulders are stiff as a board, every muscle in her body screaming stay back, even though she doesn't say a word. We've just returned from another brutal day of filming. An inventive plating challenge that had us racing against the clock, the cameras capturing every single misstep and side-eye. The tension between us was already high from the rumor-mongering swirling around the set. But now it's teetering toward an all-out explosion. I linger near the entrance, tossing my keys onto the small table. The production crew has mercifully left for the evening. No more bright lights or prying lenses. Harper stands a few feet away in the living area, her back half-turned as though she'd like to vanish into her bedroom without a word. But I sense her frustration thrumming in the silence, practically begging for release. "Hey!" I start, keeping my voice low, measured. "You all right?" She whirls to face me, hazel eyes flashing beneath her glasses. A strand of dark auburn hair escapes her messy bun, and something about the way it curls over her cheek makes my stomach flip. "Do I look all right?" Her voice cuts, biting with sarcasm. "We bombed that second round today, barely squeaked by, and everyone is still whispering about whatever nonsense the producers keep stirring." I press my lips together, guilt knotting in my chest. We didn't bomb it. We landed in the middle of the pack. Not great, but not terrible. She huffs, arms crossing over her fitted chef's coat. "You know how I feel about mediocrity, Luca. We're leading the competition, but the second we slip, it's all eyes on our weaknesses." Her gaze flicks away, restless. "And the rumor situation? I'm so sick of being side-eyed by the others like I'm some love-struck fangirl." The heat in her tone flares something in me. Frustration, protectiveness, a swirl of guilt for my part in all of this. "I get it," I say, voice taut. "You know I hate that they're spinning old history like a cheap soap opera. If I could shut it down entirely, I would." Her eyes snap back to me. "Then do something," she retorts, stepping closer. "Because right now, I'm the one with everything to lose if they make me look like some incompetent dreamer who can't focus on the science." I inhale, trying to keep my anger in check. "And you think I'm unaffected by this? I've got my own reputation to salvage, too. My supper club, my future restaurant. I don't want the world seeing me as a one-trick flirt-happy dropout." She rolls her eyes so hard I'm half surprised she doesn't strain something. "Then maybe stop turning on the charm for every camera. You can't flirt your way out of every crisis." I bristle. I'm not flirting my way out of anything. A pause, my pulse hammering. "You think that's all I do? Flirt and talk big?" Her jaw sets. Sometimes it feels that way. You turn on that grin, that look, and suddenly everyone's melting at your feet. She exhales in a shaky rush, arms tightening over her chest. Meanwhile, I'm stuck fielding questions about who's crushing on who. It's humiliating. My frustration spikes. "So I'm the big bad charmer and you're the helpless victim? That's not fair, Harper." She strides forward, her short frame bristling with energy. "No, it's not fair," she agrees, voice thick with anger. "But that's how the narrative is spinning." 1,000 conflicting emotions crash inside me. Anger, guilt, the memory of us in college dancing around each other's feelings, and the sudden realization that all this unresolved tension has nowhere to go but out. My heart thuds like a drum, adrenaline spiking in my veins. "You know what?" I snap, stepping closer so we're almost toe-to-toe. "I'm sick of tiptoeing around your mood swings. We're supposed to be a team, but it's like you resent me just for existing." Her cheeks flush. "You have no idea how hard I've worked to be taken seriously. And now it's all overshadowed by speculation about whether I used to pine after you." "That's not my fault," I hiss. But the second I say it, guilt flares. Maybe it is partly my fault, for never clarifying the truth, for leaving college the way I did, for flirting to mask how much I actually cared. Harper's eyes blaze. "Fine," she grits out. "Let's say it's not your fault, then help me fix it." She pushes at my chest, not enough to hurt, but enough to send a jolt through me. Her hand trembles slightly as it meets the solid plane of my chest, and I don't move back, letting her frustration spill over. The air crackles, and suddenly every molecule between us feels charged. We're standing so close that I can see the faint freckles on her cheeks, the tension in her jaw, the way her chest rises and falls with each agitated breath. Her gaze snaps to my mouth. then away. A flicker so fast I'd miss it if I wasn't hyper-attuned to her every move. "Harper," I rasp, voice rough. "I'm trying, okay? I'm doing everything I can." She inhales sharply, and for a second, it looks like she's going to shove me away again, or maybe slap me. But instead, her hands curl into the fabric of my shirt. The frustration in her eyes collides with an undercurrent of something else. Longing, maybe, or need. Time seems to slow. I glance down at her hands, fisted in my shirt, then back at her face. "What are we doing?" I whisper, chest tight. I can taste the tension on my tongue, sweet and bitter all at once. Her breath hitches, her own voice trembling. I don't know," she admits. But there's a spark in her eyes that dares me to find out. The last thread of my control snaps. I surge forward, closing that tiny gap between us, and capture her mouth in a fierce, desperate kiss. She gasps, momentarily stiff, then melts into it with a low sound in her throat that ignites every nerve in my body. Our noses bump clumsily, but I don't care. The contact is pure adrenaline and pent-up longing. Her fingers tighten around my shirt, pulling me closer. My hands find her waist, then slide up her spine, pressing her against me until not even air can fit between us. The kiss is messy, a clash of anger and desire that's been simmering for who knows how long. We break apart briefly, gasping for air. "This is..." She starts, voice shaky. "Probably a terrible idea," I finish, my forehead leaning against hers. My pulse thunders in my ears, but I can't bring myself to let go. The taste of her lip balm lingers on my mouth, sweet and tempting. But I can't. I just can't keep pretending. I don't want you.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
A swirl of longing and guilt tangles in my chest, threatening to keep me awake all night. Because even though I wouldn't trade that moment for anything, I also know it could be the spark that ignites a blaze we can't control. With the cameras, the competition, and our messy history, this might be the catalyst for deeper conflict than either of us bargained for. But right now, despite the worry gnawing at me, I can't stop the faint smile that tugs at my lips. My eyes drift shut as I recall the warmth of her skin, the press of her lips, the way her nails dug into my shoulder when she let go. Maybe tomorrow we'll face the consequences. But for tonight, I let the memory envelop me, raw, imperfect, and achingly real, hoping that in the morning light we can find a way to balance this undeniable spark with the reality of Chef's flame. Because if there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that nothing about this will be easy. But sometimes the best dishes, the most unforgettable flavors, come from taking the biggest risks.
Chapter 11. Harper. My eyes flutter open to a soft glow creeping through the curtains, illuminating the unfamiliar contours of the loft bedroom. For the first hazy second, I forget where I am. Then my stomach flips with the memory of last night's reckless decision. Luca in my room, his mouth on mine, the press of our bodies in a moment that felt as inevitable as it was explosive. I bolt upright, heart galloping. The sheets tangle around my legs, and I realize I never changed out of last night's wrinkled t-shirt. At some point, after he left, I must have fumbled into the closet for something to cover myself, desperate not to face my own reflection, but that doesn't erase the heat lingering on my skin or the faint, heady scent I can still detect. Citrus, smoke, and something uniquely Luca. Panic, sweet and sharp, closes around my ribcage. What have I done? A hush blankets the morning. No camera crews in here, obviously, but they're somewhere in the building, always. We're still filming Chef's Flame. We still have challenges to face, producers to appease, a national audience that might devour any tidbit of scandal if they suspect that Harper Sanders, quiet food science whiz, hopped into bed with her cooking show partner. Okay, calm down. Inhale, exhale. I forcibly steady my breathing, pressing my palms flat against the sheets. On the plus side, no one can read my mind or see the swirl of guilt, exhilaration, and borderline terror that's flaring behind my eyes. I yank off the t-shirt, rummage through my suitcase for something fresh, a black sports bra and comfortable lounge pants. My reflection in the dresser mirror taunts me. I look freaked. Wide eyes, messy dark auburn hair, flushed cheeks. Not exactly the polished, controlled scientist I pride myself on being. The memory of our heated kisses, the feeling of Luca's hands gripping my waist makes me shiver. Focus, Harper. I have to figure out how to navigate this new minefield. Tying my hair into a haphazard ponytail, I slip out of my bedroom. The hallway is silent, but that means nothing in this place. The cameras could be lurking around any corner. I glance at Luca's closed door. My chest tightens. Should I knock or run in the opposite direction? Before my frazzled brain can settle on an answer, the door opens and there he is. He looks worn. His black hair is damp from a shower, curling over his forehead. Dark stubble frames his jaw, a reminder of how it felt grazing my skin mere hours ago. My pulse spikes. He halts mid-step upon seeing me. "Morning," he says, voice quiet. His gaze skims my face, flicks away. He's holding a fresh t-shirt draped over one forearm, wearing only loose sweats that hang precariously on his lean hips. I abruptly look down, feeling my cheeks flame. Morning. My voice sounds too high. I clear my throat. "Sleep okay?" He gives a short, humorless huff of laughter. Not exactly. His brown eyes lift to mine, searching. For a second, I see his own swirl of doubt and leftover desire. "You?" I'll open my mouth, uncertain. No, I didn't sleep, because I was too busy replaying every second of your mouth on me. But I can't say that, so I just shrug, letting my ponytail slip over my shoulder. Same. My heart hammers. Suddenly, the hallway feels too small, and the tension too large. We stand like that, silent, until footsteps echo from the living area, a camera operator or a stagehand maybe. Luca flinches, glancing past me, then back. "We should talk," he murmurs, "but not out here." I nod, swallowing back nerves. "Kitchen," I suggest. "I need coffee." "Yeah, coffee," he says, relief flickering across his face. "Give me 2 minutes to get dressed." Without waiting for my response, he disappears back into his room, and the door clicks shut. I stare after him, heart pounding. This is awkward, I warn myself. Better prepare. The loft's kitchen is flooded with morning light. I busy myself with the coffee maker, scooping grounds into a filter with trembling fingers. Every rustle of the hamper bag, every faint hum of the fridge feels too loud. My mind is a chaotic swirl. We slept together. We had sex, full stop, and now we're about to face each other in daylight. Focus, Harper. The coffee machine sputters to life, and I try to regulate my breathing. My professional facade is hanging on by a thread. If we were in a lab, I'd distract myself with data sets, but here all I have is the swirl of black coffee in a glass carafe. A quiet sound behind me announces Luca's return. He appears at the corner of the island, wearing a navy t-shirt that clings to his torso and a pair of dark jeans. He combed his hair, but I can still see the tension lining his mouth. He doesn't speak at first, just steps closer, gaze darting to the coffee. "Smells good," he murmurs. "Yeah." I force a smile that probably looks more like a grimace. Pouring 2 mugs, I slide one over to him, then clasp mine with both hands for dear life. For a moment, we just sip in silence. The coffee is scalding, but I welcome the heat on my tongue. It's almost grounding. Finally, he sets his mug down and shifts to face me. "So, about last night," my stomach dips. "Yeah." My voice is strained, so I clear my throat. "We should figure out what that means, or how to handle it, because we're still in the show, and we can't let this sabotage either of us." He exhales, shoulders sagging a fraction. "Agreed. His words falter, and he runs a hand across the back of his neck. "I don't regret it, Harper, but I get that this is complicated. Maybe it was a mistake in the context of Chef's Flame." My chest twists at the word mistake, because it didn't feel like that last night, not even a little. But I also understand. We're gambling with both our careers. "No, I didn't say I regret it," I clarify, forcing myself to look at him. "But we can't let it happen again. Not now, anyway. We have to keep things professional." A flicker of something like disappointment flickers in his eyes. "Right. Professional." He rubs his palms on his jeans, looking as if he'd like to say more but can't quite form the words. "We can do that?" I nod, relief and regret tangling in my belly. "Yes, we can. We have to." "Okay." He presses his lips together, then shifts awkwardly. "But there's still some feelings to figure out." He waves a hand, as though gesturing to the thick cloud of tension around us. "Let's not pretend we're robots. This changes things, whether we want it to or not." I swallow, hugging my coffee mug tighter. I know. The memory of his hands on me, his voice murmuring my name in the dark, is etched into my skin like a brand. We'll handle it, but for now, maybe we keep a little distance. Focus on cooking. We can talk about it more when the cameras aren't breathing down our necks. He nods, though his gaze lingers on my face. "Sure, whatever you need." My chest tightens. Whatever I need. It's a surprisingly supportive statement, one that reminds me of the vulnerability he showed the previous night. I want to leap into his arms and drown out the messy reality, but the rational side steals me. No. We have a show to win, and I can't risk my professional integrity, let alone my emotional balance. "Thank you," I say softly. We stand there a moment longer, the kitchen clock ticking. Finally, footsteps echo in the hallway, and a camera operator peeks around the corner with a bright grin. "Morning, you two," she chirps, raising her camera. The moment is gone, snapped shut like a book we can't open again without an audience. Luca shifts back, plastering on a polite smile. "Morning," he replies to the operator, adopting that breezy tone the show loves. I force a similarly neutral expression, though inside I'm twisted in knots. A few hours later, we're back on set for pre-challenge confessionals. The producers ask each team to reflect on recent tensions and triumphs. Perfect. Because I don't have enough tension swirling in my personal life. I'm ushered into a small side room, lined with black drapes. A single camera sits on a tripod, and Donna, our over-enthusiastic host, stands by, holding her microphone. She greets me with a wide grin. "Harper, welcome. How's life at the top of the leaderboard?" I swallow, forcing a bright expression. "It's exciting. We had a rough day yesterday, but we're still in a good position overall. She nods, eyes gleaming like she's about to pounce. And how's the partnership with Luca going? I know you two have had some interesting rumors circulating. My stomach clenches. We're collaborating, I say, careful to keep my voice even. I respect his creativity, and he respects my precision. We're a strong team. But what about the chemistry? She prods, leaning in conspiratorially. Viewers are picking up on some sparks. Is there anything more than a professional connection? I freeze, blood pounding in my ears. For a split second, my gaze flicks to the lens. They can't possibly know. We've been extremely cautious. And last night was behind closed doors. But the memory sears me from within. Harper? Donna prompts. I refocus, clearing my throat. We get along well, considering our different styles, I say, voice clipped. He's a friend and a partner in this show, that's all. Donna tries to read my face, but I've had years of practice hiding behind a calm veneer. Finally, she sighs. All right, let's move on to how you plan to tackle today's challenge. Any new strategies? My shoulders relax marginally. We discuss cooking tactics, and I speak passionately about flavor experiments and molecular techniques. Donna nods, wrapping up the confessional. I escape the tent, my heart rattling like a pan on a high flame. The challenge that day focuses on nostalgic comfort meals. We have to recreate a childhood favorite with a gourmet twist. Normally, I'd be thrilled. There's endless room for scientific innovation in comfort food. But I can't get my brain to settle. You told Luca to keep things professional, but you keep replaying how unprofessional last night was. He stands at our station, scanning the shelves of ingredients. When I join him, our eyes meet in a quick, silent exchange that says, "We're good, right?" I nod, ignoring the pang in my chest. We need a concept, Luca starts, voice intentionally brisk. Mac and cheese, fried chicken, something nostalgic. Let's do a spin on your grandma's marinara with fresh pasta, I suggest, referencing the stories he used to tell about family meals. We can use a foaming technique on the sauce, or maybe incorporate a textural twist. His lips twitch, half smile, half concern. All right, Dr. Fancy, let's do it. A deconstructed approach maybe, but still comforting. The cameras hover, capturing our exchange. We slip into cooking mode, tension overshadowed by the immediate demands of the competition. We boil homemade pasta, reduce tomatoes with herbs, test flavor combos with precisely measured cream. Our synergy in the kitchen flares again, a quiet dance of passing ingredients and stolen glances. Each time our hands brush, my stomach flips. Harper, taste this sauce, Luca says, offering a spoon. I lean over, inhaling the fragrant steam. My lips close around the spoon, salt, tang, a hint of basil. We lock eyes, an unspoken memory of last night sizzling between us. Heat floods my cheeks, and I yank my gaze away, forcing a detached nod. It's good. Needs a pinch more salt. He clears his throat. Right, on it. We plate our dish with time to spare. When the judges approach, they rave about our flavor profile, awarding us second place for the day, enough to keep our front-runner status intact. Relief hums in my veins, overshadowing the dizzy tension. We survived another round. We can do this. Late that evening, the set is dim when we finally get back. The producers are letting us have a relaxed night, which probably means fewer cameras trailing us, though we can't be entirely sure. Luca and I step inside the loft, and my nerves fray again, recalling how easily we ended up in each other's arms before. I'm gonna shower, he mumbles, voice tight. Long day. Yeah, I manage, pressing my lips together, I'll probably just relax on the couch, maybe read. He nods, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, then heads down the hall. I watch him go, exhaustion mingling with longing that I can't quite squash. No, we agreed to keep it professional. Yet my body pulses with the memory of his closeness. It's maddening. I flop onto the sofa, grabbing a random magazine from the coffee table. The words blur. My mind leaps from last night's intimacy to the challenges, to the rumors, to Luca's quiet whatever you need. Could we truly box up our feelings? Pretend the closeness never happened and keep winning? Or is that naive? The shower in the hallway runs. My mouth goes dry thinking about him in there, water sliding down his arms. Stop. I cover my face in the magazine, forcing my brain into a safer mode. We can't let desire sabotage everything. Footsteps approach, and I glance up. Luca is back, hair damp, wearing a plain black t-shirt and sweatpants. He offers a shy half smile, then hesitates near the sofa. Mind if I sit? I shift my legs to make space. Sure. My heart flutters traitorously. He lowers himself onto the cushion, a careful distance away, as if we're two strangers. How are you holding up? He asks quietly, eyes darting to my face. After everything, I set the magazine aside, sighing. Honestly, I'm a mess. My brain won't shut off. It's part guilt, part exhilaration. I feel my cheeks heat, but there's no point lying to him now. Everything's swirling. He nods, gaze softening. Same. I keep replaying last night, then telling myself to focus on the show. Then my mind drifts right back. A pang of relief hits me. At least I'm not alone in this mental chaos. We can't let it overshadow the cooking, I say gently. That's the priority. I know. He leans back, propping an ankle on his knee. Tension lines his features. But that doesn't mean it's easy to ignore. His voice dips, brushing with memory. It meant something to me, Harp. My chest constricts at the nickname. Harp. I used to let him call me that in college, an affectionate slip that always sparked something deep in me. It meant something to me too, I whisper, voice trembling. But we can't do it again. Not here, not now. Right? He exhales slowly, pressing his fingers to his temples. Right, he concedes, though his expression is pained. Professional, at least while the show's still on. Silence descends, thick with unspoken longing. The distance on the couch feels like miles, yet the air sizzles with the memory of how well we fit last night. I clutch a sofa cushion to my chest, desperate for a barrier. Would it help, I ask, if we keep some space? Minimize, physical contact? He grimaces but nods. Might be wise. We can't slip up and let the cameras see something, or we blow up our entire storyline with scandal. My throat tightens. The thought of ignoring him, acting distant in the kitchen, stings more than I'd like to admit. But we have no choice. We should maintain boundaries. If people sense anything, they'll latch onto it. The producers love romance drama, and my career can't handle that overshadowing the science. He meets my gaze, sorrow flickering across his features. Understood. I'll follow your lead, Doc. Despite the heaviness, I manage a wry smile. You still want to call me Doc? He shrugs, trying for a hint of levity. It's a habit, and it suits you. Then softer. But if you want me to drop it, I will. I shake my head, lips curving. No, you can keep it. Just, maybe not on camera. He chuckles, the sound tinged with a certain sadness. Right. We sit in silence a while, the overhead lamp casting mellow light. My thoughts churn. No immediate solution, just the knowledge that we're together in this, yet apart. Awkward as it is, I'm grateful we had this conversation. Maybe honesty can keep us from imploding. Eventually, Luca stands, stuffing his hands in his pockets. I guess I'll turn in. Early call tomorrow. I nod, forcing a faint smile. Yeah, me too. Good night. He hesitates, as though he wants to say more, maybe goodbye in a different sense. But he only manages a tight nod before retreating to his room. Once he's gone, I release a shuddery breath. The cushion in my arms is no replacement for the heat of his body, and that realization stings. But I remind myself of the bigger picture. We're on a reality cooking show, under constant scrutiny. If the producers sniff out real romance, I become the token love-struck scientist, my professional standing overshadowed by tabloids or clickbait headlines. So I cling to the decision we made, keep it professional. Standing, I flick off the lights and head to my room. The shadows seem deeper tonight, the hush more oppressive. My bed, unmade from the morning's turmoil, beckons. I crawl under the sheets, the faint scent of him still clinging to the pillow from last night's chaos. My heart twists. We are so doomed, I think, with a glimmer of dark humor, because no matter how much I bury the memory, I can't unfeel the electric pull that crackled between us. Still, I have to try. For the sake of the competition. For the sake of my future. And maybe for Luca's too. Because if I'm honest, I don't want to drag him into scandal any more than I want to compromise my own integrity. I close my eyes, conjuring the image of the test kitchen I left behind at home. The stainless steel counters, the quiet whir of lab equipment. A place of order, logic, calm. If I channel that, maybe I can find a shred of self-control in this swirling mess. Eventually, sleep claims me, though my mind lingers on the dual sensations of guilt and exhilaration. I can't deny how last night made me feel. Alive, reckless, and undeniably connected to Luca. But I also can't deny the dread that tomorrow's cameras will catch a single slip. A fleeting glance too heavy with meaning, and unravel every professional boundary I've fought to uphold. One day at a time, I tell myself in the darkness. Tomorrow, we'll put on our game faces. We'll cook. We'll compete. We'll pretend we never crossed that line. But deep in my chest, a secret thrill hums, reminding me that no matter what we say or do, we've changed the script. And ignoring it completely might be the hardest act of all.
Chapter 12. Luca. I'm beginning to think that in another life I was addicted to roller coasters. That's the only explanation for why I'm here, riding emotional highs and lows so sharp they might as well be steel tracks. 1 second, Harper and I are colliding like two charged particles. The next, she's retreating behind that cool, collected facade. And now, as the spotlight at Chef's flame intensifies, I'm caught somewhere between exhilaration and dread. I wake up early, too early, judging by the dim light leaking under my curtains. Normally, I'd go back to sleep, but my brain's a riot of leftover tension. The memory of our closeness a couple of nights ago lingers like a haunting ache. Last night, we made this silent agreement to keep our distance, stay professional. But that doesn't erase how it felt to hold her, or how I can't stop thinking about her. Kicking off the sheets, I drag myself to the bathroom and splash cold water on my face. My reflection stares back, bleary-eyed and unshaven. I rub a hand across my stubble, recalling the way Harper's lips felt against mine. The jolt of longing that hits me is almost physical. A shot of electricity down my spine. Professional, right. I try to hold on to that thought as I dress for the day. Dark jeans, a fitted black t-shirt, my usual battered sneakers. The producers want us to wear official chef's coats on set, but I like being comfortable until the last possible minute. As I shrug on the coat, the door to my room creaks. In the hallway, I can hear faint footsteps. Harper's, maybe. My pulse jumps, but I don't want to push. She deserves space, especially after how complicated we've made things. The production van is crowded, filled with the chatter of half-awake contestants. We're heading to a specialized filming location rumored to be the biggest challenge yet. Great, because Chef's Flame always needs higher stakes. I slump into a seat by the window and Harper ends up directly across the aisle, rummaging in her bag for a notepad. She looks up, sees me watching, and offers a small nod, a polite acknowledgement. My chest tightens. A nod? That's all I get. But I force a smile in return. Morning, I venture quietly. Morning! She dips her gaze, pushing her glasses up her nose. That's it. She's back to reading her notes, presumably recipe ideas or flavor pairings. I swivel to stare out the window, the LA cityscape rolling past. The van hums with talk of upcoming challenges, but I'm only half listening. My head's full of Harper's stiff posture and the weighty silence between us. A few days ago, we were unstoppable in the kitchen. Now, I can't tell if we're on stable ground or walking a tightrope with no net. The studio we arrive at is massive. Bright lights, a huge array of cooking stations, and a brand new set piece, a mystery wall. From what the producers say, behind that wall is a rotating display of secret ingredients we'll have to incorporate into an elevated 5-course tasting menu. 5 courses is intense, even for professionals. But apparently, Chef's Flame wants drama. Big surprise. Harper and I head to station #3, the cameras tracking our every move. She sets down her notepad, scanning the cookware we've been given. Specialized plating tools, ring molds, immersion circulators, the works. My adrenaline spikes. This is a chance to show real technique, if we do it right. Donna, the perky host, appears under the overhead lights, microphone in hand. Welcome, chefs, to today's challenge, the grand tasting. She gestures like a magician revealing a trick. You'll each receive 5 randomized ingredients, 1 for each course. Your job is to incorporate them seamlessly into your menu. You have 90 minutes. Good luck. 90 minutes for 5 courses? Insane. The buzzer sounds and we're off. We scramble around the mystery wall, discovering that our assigned 5 ingredients are black garlic, quail eggs, miso paste, pomegranate molasses, and edible flowers. My mind reels. So many flavors. Harper is already in problem-solving mode. Black garlic for a base sauce, possibly a marinade for protein. She glances at me, professionalism pinned to her expression. You're good at quick proteins. Maybe we do a pan-seared fish or something. I nod, taking a breath. This used to be the moment I'd crack a joke or tease her for being so methodical, but I sense a layer of tension under her calm. Sure, let's plan a cohesive progression. First course, salad with edible flowers, maybe a miso vinaigrette. Quail egg can be featured in a second course, soft-boiled or poached. She jots notes in neat bullet points, mumbling half-formed ideas about pomegranate molasses for a glaze. Our synergy is still there, that unspoken flow of, we got this, even if personally we're a mess. We break apart to gather ingredients. Cameras hover. Time becomes a blur of sizzling pans, swirls of sauce, the clatter of utensils. Harper carefully whips a miso-based dressing for the salad, while I handle searing the fish and layering flavors with black garlic. We move in tandem, passing each other just close enough that my arm brushes hers. A spark leaps between us, but she keeps her focus on the whisk in her hand. Here, she says, pushing a small ramekin toward me. Taste? Her eyes flicker to my mouth as I dip a spoon in. The savory sweet tang of miso hits my tongue. Delicious, I manage, voice thick with more than just flavor. That'll pair well with the edible flowers. She nods curtly, turning away. My chest clenches. Why does it feel like we're dancing around a bomb? With 10 minutes left, we plate the courses. A bright salad with miso vinaigrette and delicate petals of edible flowers. Tiny quail eggs on crisp toast with a drizzle of pomegranate molasses. A black garlic risotto that glistens like midnight. Seared fish with a sticky sauce that merges miso, pomegranate, and a hint of chili. A dessert course, Harper's idea, using a sweetened black garlic caramel swirl to highlight the unexpected depth of flavor. It's risky, especially the dessert, but we have no time to second-guess. The buzzer blasts. We step back, hearts pounding. Looking at the plates lined up, I feel a surge of pride. They look damn good. Bright colors, refined plating, each ingredient featured in a new light. The judges approach. Chef Winslow raises an eyebrow at the concept of black garlic caramel. Chef Anna, the pastry chef, leans in eagerly. Chef Miguel, the farm-to-table advocate, looks intrigued by the balance of sweet and savory. They taste in silence, murmuring to each other, scribbling notes. At the end, Chef Winslow clears his throat. An ambitious menu, he says with grudging respect. The black garlic dessert was unexpected, but surprisingly effective. Chef Anna beams. This is creativity at its finest, like you're not afraid to push boundaries. Chef Miguel chimes in. I'm impressed by how each course flows. A cohesive narrative of flavor. Well done, you two. My pulse leaps. I glance at Harper, see a faint glow of satisfaction light her face. She can't hide the triumphant spark in her hazel eyes. Something about that look twists inside me, a combination of admiration and longing. We did it. They move on, tasting the other team's menus. Anxiety coils in my gut until Donna strides out, microphone in hand, to announce results. Today's grand tasting was all about innovation, and one team rose to the top with a near-perfect performance, Harper and Luca. Applause. Cheers. The overhead lights flash. I stand there breathless as Harper and I exchange a silent, stunned grin. We won. The rest of the day speeds by in a whirl of interviews, confessional snippets, and reaction videos. The producers herd us into a lounge area for post-win interviews. There we learn that Chef's Flame's official social media accounts have dubbed us Team Chemistry, a hashtag that's already trending. Fans are raving about how in sync we are, how we combine logic and passion, how our banter crackles on camera. I should be flattered, and I am to some degree, but my stomach clenches. Team Chemistry. If only they knew the behind-the-scenes meltdown that's happening in my head, how every look Harper gives me sets my nerves on fire, or how we've sworn off crossing that line again. When a producer shows me a stream of tweets, my chest tightens. At Chef Obsessed, Harper and Luca are unstoppable. Their synergy is insane. Team Chemistry all the way. At Food Lover 91. Are they a couple IRL? Their vibe is scorching. Ship it. Chef Flame. I read them with a half smile that doesn't reach my eyes. Harper stands beside me, glancing at the same feed, her posture rigid. She turns away quickly. She hates this speculation. She's worked so hard to be recognized for her scientific prowess, not for some romance angle. Late afternoon, the producers gather us all in the show's main hallway, filming a "You won the day, how do you feel?" segment. We do the usual dance, Donna thrusting a mic in our faces, me grinning for the camera, Harper calmly praising the synergy of science and creativity. The paparazzi-like crew snaps photos, and the overhead camera captures sweeping shots of the set. I watch Harper from the side. She's smiling, but it's too perfect, like a mannequin. Underneath, she seems withdrawn. She's never loved the spotlight, and now it's blazing down on us, practically labeling us the show's golden couple, even if they don't explicitly say it. When Donna finally wraps, we step aside, relinquishing the stage to another pair who wants to vent about their near elimination. Harper drifts toward a quiet corner near the exit doors. I follow, weaving through the camera crews. She's scrolling her phone, probably reading more tweets or messages. "Hey," I say softly, stopping beside her. The overhead lighting casts a harsh glow on her features. She glances up, eyes guarded. Everyone thinks we're unstoppable. Social media can't shut up about Team Chemistry. Her tone is brittle, like glass that might crack. I exhale. That's a good thing, though, right? We're crowd favorites. She lifts her gaze to mine, and I see the turmoil. You know how I feel about the rumor angle. I wanted to be recognized for my skill, not some narrative that I'm half of the hottest duo on TV. A pang of guilt strikes me. I know, but we really are unstoppable together, at least in the kitchen. That's real. Her jaw clenches, cutting me off. Yes, in the kitchen, but outside of it, everything's complicated. I can't pretend that all this team chemistry hype doesn't blur the lines I'm trying so hard to maintain. I swallow. I want to comfort her, reassure her that we'll handle it, but the tension in her posture warns me to keep my distance. Then, like a final blow, a stagehand calls for us to gather for another group shot. She steps away, barely sparing me a glance. A few hours later, filming wraps. We're told we have the evening free, an unprecedented treat. The producers probably want us to celebrate our big win. Instead, I feel hollow. Sure, we dominated the challenge. The judges loved our menu, social media is exploding with praise, and the competition is buzzing with talk of us as the team to beat. But the high is tarnished by the knowledge that Harper's shutting me out again. In the post-filming lounge, where we're all decompressing, contestants mill about with bottled water and leftover pastry samples. People congratulate Harper and me, patting our backs. Sam, from a rival team, jokes that we've got a mind meld going on. Grace, the pastry chef who loves drama, shoots us a sly grin and says something about spicy tension. I force a laugh, ignoring the pit in my stomach. Harper stands at the periphery of the group, flipping through her phone as if it's a lifeline. She looks up occasionally, a tight smile on her face. I sense her exhaustion like a pulse. We're at the top, but it feels precarious, like standing on a narrow cliff. Once the group disperses, I corner her near a table stacked with half-empty coffee cups. You doing okay? I ask. She sighs. I'm proud of our cooking, Luca. Really proud, but this attention... She glances around as if cameras might spring from behind the pastries. It's suffocating. I rub a hand across the basil tattoo on my forearm, wishing I had a fix for the pressure. I hate that you're miserable in the spotlight. Maybe we can talk to the producers, ask them to tone down the romance angle. Her brows knit. Will they listen? They've already latched onto this team chemistry thing, and viewers love a good will they won't they story. For all we know, they're fueling it on social media for higher ratings. Anger flares in me. Chef's flame might be manipulating the narrative, capitalizing on the past we share. But I force a level tone. We'll handle it. Our cooking speaks for itself. If we keep showing them top-notch dishes, eventually the rumor stuff will fade. She gives a tired nod, though her shoulders remain tense. We can try. When the shuttle van arrives to take us back to the loft, we ride in near silence. I steal glances at Harper, noticing the subtle lines of fatigue near her eyes. She clutches her phone, reading something with an intense frown. Probably more social media chatter. The moment we step off the van, we're intercepted by a camera operator wanting just a quick interview after your big day. We comply, slipping on polite smiles. We do the usual sound bites. We're grateful for the support. We're excited about our future challenges. Inside, my nerves tangle. Eventually, we escape the cameras and enter the loft, shutting the door behind us. The hush that follows is a relief. No humming lights, no watchful lenses, no prying producers. But the tension between Harper and me is thick as custard. The space is dimly lit, and all I want is a cold drink, and maybe a minute to talk to her without an audience. She tugs off her chef's coat, folding it meticulously. Then she sets it on the back of the couch, as if stalling. I clear my throat. I know we decided to keep things professional. My voice echoes softly in the loft. But I'm worried about you. I can see the stress wearing you down. Her eyes flick to mine, hesitant. I'll survive. We're halfway through the season, right? If we keep winning, we'll be out of here soon. The resigned note in her voice stings. Winning, then leaving. It's not exactly the triumphant scenario I once imagined. Both of us proud, glowing, maybe forging a new bond beyond the show. Instead, it's more like she can't wait to escape. Sure, I say, stuffing my hands in my pockets. We'll keep crushing it. Team chemistry. A brittle laugh escapes her. Yeah, the fans' new favorite couple. Isn't that hilarious? I want to reach out, brush a strand of her hair behind her ear. Remind her that we do have genuine chemistry. Not just for show. But I hold back. Look, no matter what rumors say, we know the truth. We're just two chefs trying to win. The rest is noise. Her gaze drops, a flicker of sadness crossing her features. Right, she murmurs. Just two chefs. Nothing more. The quiet finality of her tone nearly knocks the air from my lungs. Something about it feels like a door slamming shut. Does she regret the night we spent together? The question eats at me, but I can't bring myself to ask. Instead, I force a smile. We should get some shut-eye. Another challenge tomorrow. She nods, hugging her arms around herself. Good night, Luca. As she walks down the hallway to her room, each step resonates like a funeral bell for the fragile hope I had that we could handle this. We're a force in the kitchen. Today's victory proved that. But in every other way, we're unraveling. Left alone in the living room, I sink onto the couch, staring at the quiet loft around me. We dominated the biggest challenge so far, wowing the judges, trending online, and basically cementing ourselves as the ones to watch. It should feel like a triumphant midpoint. Instead, it's a false victory, like standing at the peak of a mountain only to realize there's another, taller summit ahead, one we're not equipped to climb. Because while team chemistry might be unstoppable on the scoreboard, I sense Harper slipping away behind that professional shield. She's pulling back to protect herself, and I can't blame her. We're the show's new darlings. But the real story behind these walls is messy. Our synergy in the kitchen only highlights how complicated everything else has become. I close my eyes, letting the day's tension wash over me. We're halfway through the competition, and ironically, we've never looked stronger. Everyone thinks we'll sail through to the finale. Yet my gut churns with the knowledge that if we can't navigate our private storm, this tangled knot of longing and caution, our unstoppable cooking streak might not matter. Tomorrow we'll step on set again, flash those winning smiles, and pretend we're just riding high on success. The cameras will label us #Team Chemistry, and the fans will cheer for our unstoppable partnership. But behind the scenes, I'm left with the uneasy certainty that at any moment the ground beneath our feet could crumble. Because yes, we're unstoppable, for now. But how long can we keep faking that everything is fine when the real tension is building like storm clouds on the horizon? The taste of victory is sweet on my tongue, but it's laced with an aftertaste of impending conflict. That's the thought I carry with me as I finally trudge to my bedroom, unable to shake the sense that we've hit a pinnacle that won't last. Winning the day should feel incredible. Instead, it reminds me how fragile success can be when the foundation isn't steady. And with every step Harper takes away from me, I fear that foundation might collapse sooner than either of us expects.
You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 13. Harper. I open my eyes to the muffled chirp of my phone alarm, blinking against the thin morning light creeping through the loft's curtains. My temples throb like I slept on a bed of rocks. The victory from yesterday, winning that elaborate tasting challenge, barely registers through the nagging tension twisting my stomach. I should be riding the high of success, but all I can think about is how fragile it feels. Like sugar artwork that could shatter at the slightest nudge. Forcing myself upright, I glance around the quiet bedroom. The walls are the same, the minimal decor untouched. But I swear the atmosphere is different, heavier. I rub the heel of my hand over my eyes, wishing for just one day of filming where my heart isn't in a knot. Chef's flame won't give me that luxury. There's always a new twist. Some new chaos waiting to drop like a cleaver. A soft knock on my door startles me. I tense, half expecting Luca's voice, but it's only a production assistant from behind the wood. Harper, we need you in the main area for a quick confessional in 15 minutes. I swallow, throat dry. Coming, I manage, sliding out of bed. My ankles protest, stiff from too many hours on my feet. Not that it matters. There's no rest for a reality TV star. I rummage through my suitcase for fresh clothes, black pants and a fitted white top, before grabbing my chef's coat. My reflection in the small mirror reveals bruised circles under my eyes, evidence of a restless night. Professional facade, I remind myself, smoothing down my shirt. If the cameras sense vulnerability, they'll pounce. Stepping into the hallway, I brush past a couple of crew members lugging equipment. They nod in greeting and I do the same. My pulse is already spiking. Just get through the confessional, Harper. Then you can tackle the day's challenge. I pass Luca's closed door without pausing, ignoring the quick staccato in my chest. After the loaded tension between us last night, I need space to clear my head. Out in the living room, the producers have set up a compact camera station for a round of morning reflections. The faint hum of overhead lights buzzes in my ears as I hand my phone to a stagehand. She gestures for me to stand on a mark taped to the floor. I catch a glimpse of myself on a small monitor, rigid posture, a forced half smile. Let's do this. Donna, the host, sidles up with her microphone, all bright eyes and perfect bob. Harper, congratulations on yesterday's big win. She beams like I'm her favorite niece. How are you feeling about your momentum? I paste on a polite grin. It's encouraging. Luca and I have a good rhythm in the kitchen, and we're excited to see how far we can push ourselves. She leans in. Yes, Team Chemistry is trending like crazy. Viewers can't get enough of your dynamic. My stomach twists. Team Chemistry. I'm glad people like our cooking, I say carefully. We've worked hard to balance our styles. Donna, never one to let a direct statement kill her vibe, winks at the camera. Some say that harmony could come from more than just skill. Any truth to that? A little personal spark, perhaps? A jolt of panic races through me, but I keep my features neutral. We're focused on the competition, I say firmly. We want the food to speak for itself. She purses her glossy lips. Of course, we'll see how it unfolds. She wraps up quickly, signaled by a producer behind the camera. Thank you, Harper. We'll get started on the next segment soon. I exhale as she moves on to wrangle the next unsuspecting chef. One crisis avoided, if you can call it that. At least I didn't slip up, but the constant insinuations about me and Luca never let up. And this morning's only begun. Wandering over to the loft's kitchen for coffee, I sense a hush settle across the cluster of contestants already there. Sam and Elena, plus a few others, stand around a tall island, phones in hand, exchanging pointed glances. My gut clenches. They were talking about me, or us. My cheeks burn as I rummage for a mug. Out of the corner of my eye, Grace, the pastry chef with a penchant for drama, leans towards Sam, whispering something. Sam's brows shoot up, and he half chokes on his coffee. My heart hammers. This is not good. Trying to feign indifference, I pour coffee, stirring in a dash of milk. The silence from the group is deafening. Finally, Grace sets down her phone with a theatrical flourish. "Harper, good morning." Her tone is saccharine, eyes glinting. I force a polite smile. "Morning, Grace." She cocks her head, faux sweetness dripping from her words. "So, rumor has it you did something shady in college to pass your advanced courses. Surprised you never mentioned it." I freeze. Something shady? My mind whirls. There's no way. My pulse explodes as everyone's eyes zero in on me. "What do you mean?" I manage, voice precariously calm. "Where'd you hear that?" Grace shrugs, feigning innocence. "I guess it's been floating around. Something about you bribing a professor for a passing grade. People are saying that's how you got into your prestigious grad program. Talk about a scandal, right?" My vision tunnels. Bribery? That's not just humiliating. That's an attack on my integrity. I grip my mug so hard my knuckles ache, my heart about to leap from my chest. Did someone from my old college feed them this lie? Or is it a twisted rumor fanned by producers? Why is Grace such a rumor monger? Last time was the college crush issue, and now this. I swallow painfully, struggling to keep my composure. That's absurd. I never bribed anyone. It's personal and not relevant to the show. My voice trembles at the end, betraying my anger. Sam coughs. "This definitely came from somewhere," he says, flicking a glance at Grace. "I saw a post that referenced you and a professor's suspicious grade changes. People on social media are losing it." A flood of humiliation scorches my face, ears ringing with blood. This is exactly the storyline I dreaded. An accusation that I'm not a real scientist, that I cheated to get here. I can almost hear the tabloids spinning it, painting me as a fraud. What if the viewers believe it? I struggle to speak. "I'm not discussing made-up bribery rumors on camera," I say, voice wobbling. No comment. Grace gives an exaggerated shrug. "Hey, not my fault. I'm just repeating what I heard, but everyone's talking, saying it's a big scoop." I turn away, not trusting myself to speak. My cheeks burn, eyes stinging with tears I refuse to let fall. Did Luca tell them something? Or is this from a college acquaintance holding a grudge? My stomach roils at the thought. Luca knows how fiercely I guard my academic reputation. He wouldn't intentionally sabotage me, right? Before I can storm off, a camera operator materializes, filming from a few feet away, capturing my raw embarrassment. I clamp my mouth shut, coffee mug trembling in my hand. Without a word, I set the mug on the counter and march away, leaving the group whispering behind me. I make a beeline for the side hallway, near a cluster of supply closets. My breath comes in short gasps, tears threatening. "Keep it together, Harper. The last thing I need is to be caught crying on camera." I duck behind a half-open door leading to an empty office, or so I hope. The door closes with a soft click, muffling the background noise. But I'm not alone. Inside stands Luca, rummaging through some script pages or notes left by a production assistant. He spins around at my entrance, eyes wide. "Harper?" I freeze, the swirl of anger and hurt boiling inside me, zeroing in on him. "You!" I snap, pointing a shaking finger. My voice cracks. Did you tell them I bribed a teacher in college?" His face contorts in confusion. "What? No." He steps forward, hands up in a gesture of surrender. Why would I do that? My vision blurs with rage. Because suddenly half the cast is whispering how I paid off a professor for a better grade. And it's all over the cameras. They're humiliating me. My voice cracks on the last word, shame searing my cheeks. Luca's expression darkens. I swear, Harper, I didn't say a thing. I'd never. He trails off, stepping closer. The sincerity in his brown eyes wavers, like he's not sure how to convince me. I want to believe him, but suspicion claws at my heart. Then how did they find out? My lower lip trembles. You're the only one who knew about my academic record from our college days, or who might have heard me talk about the stress with that professor. Unless you told some old friend, or it slipped out in an interview. He shakes his head, voice low. I wouldn't do that to you. You know me better than that. Why would I sabotage your reputation? My breath hitches. Part of me does know him, enough to suspect he wouldn't be so cruel. Yet I'm cornered, humiliated in front of everyone, and I need someone to blame. My anger refuses to dissipate. I don't know who else could have spread it, I snap. It has to be you. Or you let someone overhear details you shouldn't have shared. His jaw clenches. That's not fair. We're on a show full of prying producers. Maybe they dug up an old classmate from your undergrad, or rummaged through campus rumors. I'm not behind this. Tears prick my eyes. I hate crying in front of him, but humiliation is unstoppable. This is worse than any crush rumor. This attacks my integrity. I swallow hard. Either way, I murmur, voice shaking. It's out in the open. They're going to spin the narrative that I'm just some cheater who fakes everything. I've worked too hard to be turned into a punchline. He grimaces, sympathy shadowing his face. That's not true. You're brilliant, capable. I yank away from his attempted handhold, hugging my arms to my chest. Doesn't matter. I choke out. All the cameras want is a sob story. Harper Sanders bribed her way to success. My lips twist in bitterness. I've spent my life proving I'm a real scientist, and now they want to brand me a fraud. The door behind us creaks open, a stagehand poking his head in. Luca, we need you for a quick filming bit. Sorry to interrupt. His gaze flicks from me to Luca, clearly sensing the tension. Luca's eyes dart to mine, torn. I refuse to meet his gaze. Go, I mutter. I'm done talking. My arms tighten around me, tears burning at the corners of my vision. He hesitates, anguish flickering across his face. Then, reluctantly, he follows the stagehand out. The door clicks shut, leaving me in the cramped office with my shame. The silence pounds in my ears. I don't know how long I stand there, breathing shakily, heart lodged in my throat. Eventually, I gather the tattered remains of my composure and slip out, head lowered to avoid passing crew members. The day's challenge is about to start, and I'm nowhere near ready. The competition set is a swirl of activity. Today's theme, classic cuisine reinvented. My partner's station is prepped with fresh produce, but I can't focus on any of it. Cameras are everywhere, capturing every forced smile. I keep my gaze locked on the floor as I approach. Luca arrives from the opposite side, giving me a wary, apologetic look. I pretend I don't see it. Donna booms her usual introduction, but it barely registers. My mind is stuck on the rumor, the wide eyes of the other contestants, the possibility that millions of viewers might watch me crumble under accusations of academic dishonesty. Chef's Flame thrives on drama, and they found the perfect angle with me. We start the challenge. Luca attempts to collaborate, maybe a spin on Coco Vin, but I'm stiff, offering monosyllabic answers. Yes. No. Fine. The cameras capture our stilted exchange. My chest feels like it's on fire. He might not have leaked it, but he can't fix the humiliation either. A producer circles, filming. My cheeks blaze. I measure out wine for the sauce, ignoring Luca's attempts at a conversation about flavor. The tension crackles. Even the other contestants sense it, their sideways glances fueling my embarrassment. Halfway through, we almost burned the sauce because I zone out, my mind reeling from the rumor. Luca rushes in to salvage it, stirring frantically. Harper, watch the heat, he mutters under his breath. Exasperation creeping in. I snap. I am watching. Just don't hover. He sets the spoon aside, tension lighting his features. I'm trying to help. Fine, I hiss, not meeting his gaze. The overhead camera zooms in, capturing every second of our meltdown. More drama, great. One more fiasco to broadcast. Somewhere in the chaos, there's a twisted comedic note. The camera crew tries to film my reaction whenever Luca utters my name, as though searching for that guilty cheater vibe. But beneath the comedic veneer is a serious sting. They want me to be the scapegoat chef who faked her credentials. I bury myself in the cooking. I measure out every ingredient precisely, controlling the temperature with near-manic determination. Luca handles the chicken, tension etched in his brow. We speak only when necessary. The final dish looks decent, but not our best. The judges taste it, give lukewarm praise, ranking us in the middle. No meltdown or triumph, just average. I can't bring myself to care. The rumor overshadows everything. Am I just the girl who bribed a professor? When filming wraps, we're ushered into a side lounge for casual interviews. My entire body feels heavy with shame and anger. I perch on a stool, trying to brace for more forced banter. Luca hovers near me, concern darkening his eyes, but I refuse to look at him. If I do, I might break. Producers shuffle around. One of them calls out, "Harper, can you do a quick confessional about today's performance? Just 2 minutes." I push off the stool, heading to a corner, draped with black fabric, the confessional space. A single camera operator awaits, fiddling with the lens. "Whenever you're ready," he says. I clear my throat, forcing a tight smile. We struggled with synergy today. Our dish wasn't as strong as it could have been, but we'll regroup and come back better, I say, voice hollow even to my own ears. The operator asks softly, "Any comment on the rumors swirling about your alleged bribe in college? Social media is blowing up with theories." That hits like a punch to the gut. My throat locks up. Even the camera guy is pressing me about it now? I don't want to discuss that, I say quietly, forcing an even tone. No comment. I pivot, ending the session abruptly, tears stinging at my eyes. Back at the loft that evening, I slip in before Luca arrives, heading straight to my bedroom. I can't face him. What if he thinks I'm overreacting? Or if he's offended I suspected him? My emotions churn, a whirlpool of shame and frustration. I lock my door, ignoring occasional knocks from production assistants wanting end-of-day footage. I fake sleep, but in reality, I lie awake, my phone clenched in my hand. Scrolling through #Team Chemistry or any social feed is torture. Accusations that I paid off faculty. A swirl of mocking memes claiming Harper Sanders faked her entire scholarly persona. Each post is a fresh blow. Eventually, footsteps fade, and the loft hushes for the night. I remain stiff and alert, tears slipping down my temples. I can't keep doing this. The competition was stressful enough without personal attacks on my integrity. And the worst part is, a corner of my mind wonders if Luca's heartbreak might be valid. He insists he didn't leak anything, but I still ache with doubt. Can I trust him? A gentle knock breaks the silence. My heart leaps, Luca's voice, low and tentative. "Harper, you awake?" I bite my lip. Part of me craves to let him in. Maybe he can reassure me, but the rest of me can't bear another wave of emotional turmoil. I stay silent, breath hitching. He tries again, voice pained. "Harp, I'm sorry about everything. I swear I didn't cause this. If you need anything." His words trail off into silence, When I don't answer, I hear him shift, then pad away on quiet footsteps. Guilt stabs me. Shutting him out might be unfair, but I'm drowning in shame. If I see him, I'll either lash out or break down, both dangerous on camera. Staring at the ceiling, I wrestle with my racing thoughts. I want to blame Grace or some producer or an old college classmate, but blame won't salvage my dignity. I can't let them define me as a cheater. If I withdraw further, I might lose the culinary edge we have, but engaging might feed the scandal. A strangled laugh escapes me. This would be comedic drama if it weren't my life. I recall how we once teased each other about sabotage. Now it feels real. My mind drifts to how Chef's flame is devouring my privacy. Another tear slides down my cheek. Tomorrow, I vow, I'll act untouchable. I'll show them I'm more than a rumored briber, even if it means shutting down every personal connection, including what I have with Luca. The night wears on, my mind too restless for sleep. Yet through the swirl of despair, a single sliver of determination surfaces. I can't control the gossip, but I can control how I handle it. That thought must carry me through the next onslaught of cameras. Eventually, exhaustion overtakes me. My last image before darkness claims me is Luca's concerned face behind the office door. Insisting he didn't betray me, my heart tugs with longing and heartbreak. Because in this show, with rumors like these, I'm not sure if the line between truth and performance can ever be untangled. I'm not sure if I'll ever fully trust him again, rumor or not.
Chapter 14. Luca. The hum of fluorescent lights is the first thing I notice. It's early, too early, and I'm standing in a backstage hallway that smells faintly of paint, coffee, and old tension. My palms are sweaty around my phone, where I've just been reading some of the newest leaks about Harper's alleged bribery scandal back in college. Words like paid off a professor, fake academic record, and cheated her way to success glare from gossip blogs and social media feeds. My stomach churns. I glance at the phone screen one more time. It's all the same story. Harper, the bright-eyed science whiz, is now painted as someone who bought her academic standing. The internet is having a field day, painting her as cunning and untrustworthy. It's sensational trash, and it makes my blood boil. She thinks I might have spilled her secrets. She believes I betrayed her for drama. The thought cuts deeper than I want to admit. A stagehand pokes his head around the corner, beckoning me. "Luca, you're needed on set for an interview." His bored tone does nothing to soothe the roiling in my chest. I stuff my phone in my pocket and follow, jaw clenched. The studio is bustling, camera operators fine-tuning angles, producers barking orders, contestants milling in various states of exhaustion or irritation. At the far side, I spot Harper, her dark auburn hair pulled into a tight bun, talking quietly to a crew member. My pulse quickens, part anger, part something else. She's been avoiding me since yesterday, ever since this rumor exploded. She barely looks at me now, and it stings more than I'd like to admit. I drag my gaze away and step onto a small set area draped in black curtains for a confessional shoot. The producer waves me over. "Luca, we want your thoughts on your partnership with Harper, how you're handling the rumor drama. You good to speak about it on camera?" My stomach knots. Do I have a choice? "Sure," I manage, forcing a tight smile. I settle on a stool, bright lights glaring in my face. The producer gives me a quick countdown, then gestures for me to start talking. I rake a hand through my strands, exhaling. Harper's a brilliant chef and scientist. That's the truth. Everything else is just noise. "Some viewers believe you fed the rumor for attention," the producer prompts, tone carefully neutral. "What do you say to that?" A flash of anger flares in my chest. That's nonsense. I wouldn't sell out my partner, my friend, for a headline. I never told anyone Harper bribed a teacher. That's her personal business, and honestly, it's not even true. I respected her privacy then, and I do now. My voice tightens. Respect. It feels hollow if Harper doesn't believe me. The producer nods, scribbling notes. All right, we'll see how it develops. Thanks, Luca. That's it. No promise to curb the rumors. No reassurance that Harper's dignity will be protected. Just we'll see. I push out of the confessional area, my hands trembling with pent-up frustration. Where is Grace, that pot-stirring pastry chef? She's prime suspect number 1, always eager to gossip. My blood simmers just thinking about it. I spot Grace by the craft services table, talking animatedly with 2 other contestants. I stalk over, voice tight. Hey, can I have a word? Her eyes flick to me, surprise blooming, but she recovers quickly, a smug smirk curling her lips. Sure, Luca. What's up? I cross my arms, stepping closer so the cameras can't capture my expression. Cut the crap. I know you've been spreading that story about Harper bribing a professor. Where'd you even get it? She tilts her head with mock innocence. I just heard things. People talk, you know. I narrow my eyes. You're the one who's been running your mouth on set. Didn't anyone tell you it's personal? You're humiliating her. Grace shrugs, unrepentant. Humiliating her or just repeating facts? If it's true, why is she so upset? Everyone's got a past, Luca. It's a reality show. Drama sells. My fists clench at my sides. She's doing this for attention. She worked hard to be known for her skill, not some rumor she cheated academically. I grind out. Do you have any idea how much it's hurting her? Grace snorts. I'm not responsible for her feelings. Besides, producers love this angle. I'm just a tiny cog in the machine. She flicks a hand dismissively. If she's as brilliant as you say, she can handle a little gossip. I draw in a shaky breath, resisting the urge to snap. You'd better back off, I warn, voice low. If you keep trashing Harper, you'll answer to me. She arches an eyebrow, not cowed. A threat, Moretti? Very dramatic, but I'm not the only source here. There's more than one rumor mill in this place. Before I can respond, she slides past me, a smug half-smile lingering. I stand there, anger pulsing through my veins. Great. She's not the only source. That means it could be a producer, an old acquaintance, or who knows. But I had to start somewhere, I think, punching the air in frustration. Shaking off the confrontation, I retreat to a quieter corner behind the set, near the storage crates for camera gear. My mind reels with frustration, guilt, and a pang of memory. Harper's accusation that I betrayed her calls up the reason I left college in the first place. Pride, family obligations, and a secret I never shared with her until now. I'm huddled in a corner, phone pressed to my ear, heart thudding. My mother's voice trembles. Nana's not doing well, she says, tears lacing her words. Doctors say she needs a major surgery. Expensive. My gut twists. I'm barely holding on in culinary school, scraping by on scholarships. My parents can't help with tuition. Now this. I'll come home, I say rashly, ignoring the burn of tears in my own eyes. I'll figure something out. She objects, telling me to stay, focus on my bright future. But I can't let her handle it alone. My father's out of the picture. My siblings have their own struggles. Nana believed in me from the start, taught me to cook, gave me every ounce of love. I can't stand by while she suffers. After the call, I linger in the empty cafeteria, shoulders sagging. How do I afford another semester? A knot of shame coils inside me. I'm behind on classwork, my grades slipping. Harper keeps offering help, but I'm too proud to let her see how desperate I am. So I decide. I'll drop out, salvage tuition money, get a job, pay for Nana's surgery. But how do I tell Harper, the one person who believed in me? Fear and pride won out. I vanished without a word. Harper never knew my reasons. In the end, pride made me vanish, leaving her with unanswered questions and wounded trust. Now she thinks I'd blab about her alleged bribery for ratings. It hurts like hell. I spot her across the stage, scanning the day's ingredient list. A camera operator hovers, capturing B-roll. I approach carefully. She tenses when she sees me, but at least she doesn't flee. "Harper," I say quietly, hands at my sides. "Can we talk away from the lights?" She hesitates, a storm in her hazel eyes. "Fine," she says, clipped. She jerks her head toward a quieter corner, away from glaring cameras. I follow, heart pounding. Once we're out of earshot, I take a breath. I confronted Grace. She's stirring the pot about your bribery rumor, but apparently she's not the only source. I swear, Harp, I'm not involved. Harper crosses her arms. She told you that, did she? Yeah. I rub my neck, frustration throbbing in my temples. Look, you have to believe me. I'd never sell you out. Not about this. Not about anything. Her gaze flickers, pain in her features. You're a good talker, Luca, but a small part of me still wonders if you let something slip. Like you vented my academic stress to the wrong person. I cut in, voice raw. I didn't, Harp. I never wanted to hurt you. My chest tightens. Back in college, I messed up by leaving without explaining. You deserved better. But I'd never spread a rumor that you bribed a professor. I'd never do that. She folds her arms tighter, lips pressed into a line. You keep saying that, but all I have is your word. That should be enough, I plead, frustration edging my tone. I wouldn't lie to you. She flinches as if my words sting. You lied by omission before, Luca. You left. No explanation. So forgive me if I'm struggling to trust you now. My heart clenches. She's not wrong. The guilt I've carried resurfaces. I know. And I'm sorry, I say, quieter. If you want the truth, I left because Nana was sick. Major surgery we couldn't afford. I was failing classes, too proud to ask for help, so I bailed. It wasn't about you. It was never about you. Her expression shifts, surprise, doubt, then a flicker of sympathy. Why didn't you tell me? Shame scorches my cheeks. I was embarrassed. You were so brilliant, so in control. I couldn't bear letting you see my mess, and I was afraid you'd judge me or try to fix me. It was stupid. I hurt you. She stares at me, conflict swirling in her eyes. For a second, I think she might soften. But the memory of the humiliating bribery rumor and her suspicion flares again, blocking immediate forgiveness. You should have trusted me, she says, voice tight. Maybe we wouldn't be here. I nod, throat thick. You're right. She blinks, tears in her eyes she refuses to let fall. I appreciate you telling me the truth, finally. But it doesn't fix the mess I'm in. Everyone thinks I'm a fraud, and I can't handle that right now. I reach out, almost touching her arm, but she steps back. A shard of hurt lodges in my chest. I wish I could make it disappear, I murmur. But if you believe one thing, believe I'd never sabotage you. She exhales shakily. So do I. Let's just focus on the challenge, okay? We can deal with personal issues later. The shutdown is clear. My gut twists with regret, but I nod. Fine, I'll give you space. She inclines her head, then turns. I watch her walk away, feeling the weight of everything unspoken. Regrets and half-revelations. At least she knows my reason for leaving school, but that doesn't magically fix our trust gap. Producers call us to our stations for a team relay challenge. Each duo cooks in alternating intervals, passing the baton every 10 minutes. We set up ingredients, fresh fish, vegetables, spices, while cameras home in on our tense faces. I force a neutral expression, refusing to let the rumor overshadow the cooking. When the buzzer sounds, I chop vegetables, measuring marinade. Harper stands aside, avoiding eye contact. 10 minutes later, the horn blows. Her turn. We trade places. She adjusts seasonings meticulously, ignoring my attempts at quiet suggestions. The cameras capture every flicker of friction, zooming in on her set jaw and my furrowed brow. It's excruciating. We once thrived on synergy, but now we barely speak. The final dish is passable, but not our best, like we've lost that intangible spark. The judges give us lukewarm feedback, placing us mid-pack. I can't help feeling we're losing ground, undone by rumors and unhealed wounds. When the day ends, we gather in a side lounge for a wrap-up. Other contestants cluster in small groups, side-eyeing Harper and me for potential drama. I linger at the edge, swirling water in a paper cup. My gaze drifts to Harper, talking quietly with Elena and Sam. She's calm, polite, but so distant. I hate the barrier between us, but if she thinks I betrayed her, how can we unite? Grace breezes by, giving me a pointed look. I glare back. My frustration simmers. I want to defend Harper, but she doesn't fully trust me. If she truly believes I leaked her private struggles, we're doomed. Back at the loft, producers set up cameras to capture any post-show drama. But Harper disappears into her bedroom the minute we step inside, the door clicking shut. I'm left in the living area, shoulders slumped, a hollow ache in my chest. Even admitting my reason for leaving college wasn't enough to fix the damage. Hours later, the camera crew packs up. I hover near Harper's closed door, heart pounding. I want to knock, to push for a conversation, but I recall the pain in her eyes when she said, "It doesn't fix the mess I'm in. Maybe she needs more time." Sighing, I retreat to my own room, flicking on a small lamp. The warm glow reveals scattered notes and recipes. My mind replays the day. Grace's smugness, Harper's tearful anger, my confession about Nona. None of it is resolved. If she believes I sold her out, we might not recover. Slumping onto the bed, I press a hand to my forehead. You should have trusted me. Maybe we wouldn't be here. She's right. If I'd confided in her back then, maybe we'd have tackled life together. Instead, I let pride and shame tear us apart. Now the rumor about her alleged bribery is another wedge. Exhaustion settles, but my mind refuses to rest. Every time I picture Harper's guarded eyes, a pang of longing and remorse hits me. I remember how unstoppable we were, the near-kiss tension that once fueled our synergy, now overshadowed by suspicion and heartbreak. Eventually, I drift into a fitful doze, images swirling. Harper in a college library, eyes bright with encouragement. Nona in a hospital bed, gripping my hand. Swirling cameras, the rumor that she's a cheater. The memory of her lips on mine, the taste of regret. I wake hours later, heart pounding, lamp still on. It's past midnight, the loft silent except for the fridge's hum. I wonder if Harper's awake, equally restless. Pushing off the covers, I wander to the kitchen for water. Moonlight filters through the windows, casting silver shadows on modern furnishings. My mind churns with the day's events. Grace's smugness, Harper's tears, my college confession. None of it solved. I sip water, leaning against the countertop. The synergy that once anchored us is shattered, overshadowed by bruised pride. I can't blame her for retreating, but the distance is suffocating. Maybe if I prove I'm truly on her side, we can rebuild. I need to show her I won't let this rumor define our partnership or tarnish her name. Still, doubt hovers. We're halfway through Chef's Flame. Time is short. If this rift deepens, we might lose everything. Our shot at winning, our second chance at trust. My gaze drifts to her closed door. Is she crying or numb? Breathing out, I set the glass aside, heading back to my room, turning off the lamp. The darkness weighs on me. I slip under the sheets, heart clenched with the knowledge that tomorrow brings another challenge, more cameras, no easy fixes. But at least I told her why I left college. That's a start, even if she doesn't believe me yet. Curling onto my side, I recall her face when I said, "It was never about you." The flash of hurt, the flicker of understanding, then the lingering distrust. She deserves better. If we survive the show, maybe we can finally heal. First, we have to weather the storm. My eyes drift shut, regret settling over me like a lead blanket. Harper, I'm sorry. The words echo in my head, unspoken. I can only hope she'll give me the chance to prove it before it's too late.
Chapter 15. Harper. The second my alarm pierces the quiet, I know today isn't going to be any easier than the last. My heart thumps uncomfortably as the harsh beeping echoes through the loft bedroom. Get up, Harper, I tell myself, but my limbs feel glued to the sheets. Every muscle aches from too many nights of restless sleep. Eventually, I force myself upright, swinging my legs over the side of the bed and blinking at the early morning light that filters through the curtains. My mind is still foggy with last night's tension. Luca told me the real reason he left college: his grandmother's illness, financial pressures, crippling pride. I have the urge to empathize, to imagine how alone he must have felt. Another part still bristles with residual anger over how he shut me out back then. And now, we're stuck in a rumor-filled show, barely speaking except under the spotlight. My chest tightens at the memory of my meltdown, accusing him of leaking my secret crush. He swears he's innocent, and maybe he is, but the damage is already done. Shaking off the heaviness, I dress quickly in black pants and a tailored chef's coat, ignoring the persistent knot of dread in my stomach. The producers have been hinting at some big twist for days. Every time we do well, they find a new way to ramp up the drama, as if the rumor-laced fiasco wasn't enough. What now, I think, half exasperated, half resigned. Stepping into the hallway, I notice Luca's door is ajar. I slow my pace, tempted to peek in, maybe attempt a cordial greeting, but the knot in my chest tightens. No, I'm not ready for another fraught conversation, especially not before coffee. I shuffle past, heading to the kitchen. The living area is buzzing with crew members setting up cameras for some candid pre-challenge footage. Lovely. I take refuge by the coffee maker, rummaging for beans and filters. My hands tremble slightly. I can sense eyes on me. Maybe it's the cameras. Maybe it's fellow contestants. Either way, I keep my face neutral, focusing on the mundane comfort of measuring coffee. A tall figure approaches, uncomfortably close. I glance sideways. Tim, a friendly competitor from day one, offers a hesitant smile. Morning, Harper. Survived the rumor mill? My stomach twists. Barely, I say, forcing a small smile. I appreciate his concern, but my throat feels tight talking about it. He sighs. I'm sorry. This show can be brutal. The producers feed on personal drama. I can only nod, shoulders tensing. I want to change the subject. So any idea what today's twist is? People keep whispering about a bombshell. Tim grimaces. I heard rumors of a pair's shakeup. Might just be gossip, though. Blood drains from my face. Pairs shakeup. My heart pounds. Our entire show is built on pairs, and although Luca and I have been in a downward spiral, the thought of being forced to work with someone else is terrifying in its own way. Tim shrugs apologetically. We'll find out soon enough. Good luck. He grabs a coffee mug and retreats. I swallow hard, my mouth suddenly dry. A pair's shakeup. The possibility of losing Luca as my partner triggers a surge of conflicting emotions. Relief at escaping the swirling drama between us, but also a strange pang of loss. Despite everything, I've grown used to his presence in the kitchen, how our styles balance each other. No, don't dwell. Maybe it's just a rumor, but my gut tells me otherwise. Within the hour, we're herded into black vans for the short ride to the day's filming location. A secondary studio that looks more like an airplane hangar. Tall ceilings, bright overhead lights, multiple cooking stations arranged in a circle. The entire place hums with that tense energy I've come to associate with Chef's Flame. A camera sweeps over us, capturing every fidget and sideways glance. Donna, our perpetually enthusiastic host, stands center stage in a fuchsia blazer that clashes with the industrial vibe. "Chefs," she calls, microphone in hand. "Welcome to what might be the most challenging day yet. We have a surprise that's sure to shake up the competition." I exchange worried looks with Tim, then dart my gaze toward Luca, who's standing across the circle. His posture is stiff, expression guarded. My stomach flips. He's thinking the same thing I am. The worst-case scenario is that we'll be separated. Despite the tension, I'm not sure I'm ready for that. Donna flashes a gleaming smile at the camera. "As you all know, this is a pair season of Chef's Flame, but sometimes to grow as chefs, you need to see new perspectives." She pauses dramatically. "So for this round, we're splitting the pairs and shuffling you into brand new duos." A collective gasp ripples through the contestants. My heart plummets to my toes. Even though I suspected it, hearing the words out loud sends my pulse racing. Oh God, this is real. Donna gestures grandly toward a large digital screen on the far wall. "The new pairs have been randomly selected by our producers. Let's see who's cooking together this round." She claps her hands, and the screen lights up with rotating images of our faces. My breath catches in my throat, eyes glued to the screen. Faces spin in a slot machine style. Then, one by one, they click into place. Sam with Elena, Grace with Timothy, a few more. Finally, my photo lands, next to a picture of a smirking, slick-haired competitor named Adrian. My stomach lurches. Adrian? He's known for flamboyant plating and a big ego. I can't recall him ever acknowledging me beyond a dismissive nod. Donna reads off the official pairing. "Harper Sanders will now be partnered with Adrian Black. Luca Moretti, you'll join..." She calls out his new partner's name, but my heart pounds so loudly I barely register it. This is happening. We gather in the center for a quick new partner introduction, cameras zooming in on our reactions. Adrian steps up, offering me a cool, flashy grin. He's tall, maybe 6 feet, with meticulously styled hair and a pristine white chef's jacket, custom fitted to show off his broad shoulders. He extends a hand like we're at a networking event. "Harper, pleasure to partner with you. I hear you're the resident scientist." Hi," I manage, shaking his hand briefly. "Yes, I specialize in molecular gastronomy." The memory of how effortlessly I used to explain my approach to Luca drifts through my mind, making my throat tighten. "Great," he says, but his tone is laced with mild condescension. "I'm sure that'll be interesting. Just don't let it overshadow the artistry, okay?" He taps the side of his head, eyes glinting. "I prefer big, bold presentations. Drama on the plate, you know?" My hackles rise. Don't overshadow the artistry? My scientific approach is half the reason Luca and I excelled. But Adrian's slick grin suggests he's not too keen on nerdy details. My chest prickles with dread. It seems we're in for a long day. Donna brings our attention back to the main stage, announcing, "Today's challenge is called All or Nothing, because you'll have to create a full menu for a pop-up event, but only the top 2 teams will be safe from elimination. Everyone else faces the chopping block." She pauses for dramatic effect. "And remember, you're working with brand new partners, so synergy is key." My mouth goes dry. A pop-up event-style challenge means coordinating multiple dishes, plating quickly for a group of mock diners the show invites. It's intense enough with someone I know, let alone a brand new partner who basically just insulted my method. Luca stands at the opposite side of the circle, next to a petite chef named Danielle. He looks uneasy, flicking his gaze toward me. Our eyes lock for a fraction of a second. My heart clenches. He lifts his chin, A silent, "You okay?" I manage a small nod. Then the moment's gone, as the producers corral us to separate cooking stations. We head to our assigned station. A sleek counter lined with ingredients. Adrian cracks his knuckles, surveying the layout with a theatrical flourish. All right. I'm thinking we do something visually striking, maybe a flambé tableside for showmanship. People eat with their eyes, after all. I bite back an immediate retort about flavor and technique. Sure, visuals matter, but we need solid foundations. We only have 1 hour to plan and start, then the pop-up event begins. I glance at the array: fresh seafood, produce, spices. I was thinking a modern spin on surf and turf, using foam or spherification to... He interrupts with a dismissive wave. Foams are overrated. Chefs have been doing that for years. I say we keep it simple but theatrical. He points to a cluster of bell peppers and onions. Let's do fajitas flambéed in tequila for the pop-up crowd. Everybody loves sizzling plates. I blink. That's comfort food, sure. But is it enough for an all-or-nothing challenge? We need multiple courses. Something that wows the judges. I gesture to a selection of exotic mushrooms and a crate of microgreens. We could incorporate these in a second course, maybe a refined salad with molecular pearls of balsamic. Adrian snorts. Molecular pearls? Yawn. People want big flavors, big flames, not tiny spheres. He sets his hands on the counter, leaning in. Look, you do your lab geek approach if you want, but I'm telling you, it's all about show. His words prick at my pride. Lab geek approach? My cheeks burn. This is exactly the condescension I feared. Luca always joked with me, but he respected my science. This guy, on the other hand, I force a steady tone. We have to unify the menu, Adrian. The judges won't forgive disjointed courses. Let's do at least one dish that highlights advanced technique, one that's pure showmanship, and figure out how they flow together. He rolls his eyes, but eventually shrugs. Fine. One sciencey course, but keep it quick. We can't waste time measuring every milligram. He smirks as if this is a generous concession. My nails dig into my palms. I'd kill for Luca's easy grin right now, or even our spirited debates where we found synergy. Instead, I have a partner who dismisses half of what I bring to the table. But I swallow my pride. This is a competition. I can't afford to bomb. Deal, I say tersely. Let's get to work. We outline a rough menu. A salad course with a balsamic pearl garnish, my idea. Flambéed fajitas as the main attraction, his idea. A simple dessert. Adrian suggests a tableside flambéed fruit and rum. More flames. Great. Time ticks away as we prep. I carefully measure the sodium alginate for balsamic pearls, ignoring Adrian's muttered jokes about chemistry sets. He, meanwhile, peppers the marinade with random handfuls of seasoning, bragging that his instinct is always spot on. My nerves grate. This is like cooking with the worst version of Luca's impulsiveness, minus the respect we built. Halfway through, I realize how much I used to rely on Luca's improvisation to counterbalance my precision. He'd roll his eyes at my overmeasuring, but eventually see the logic. Then he'd add a flare of creativity that improved the dish. Adrian's not doing that. He's just overshadowing me. The thought leaves a hollow ache in my chest. Soon, the diners arrive. Extras from the show's pool of volunteers, plus some judges milling around. We set up portable stoves and a small plating station. Cameras swarm, capturing the hustle. My pulse pounds. The flambe station is front and center, a metal tabletop for the sizzle show. Adrian thrives on the attention, grinning wide as he tosses peppers in a pan, splashes tequila and sets it ablaze with a flourish. The crowd oohs and ahs. Meanwhile, I'm behind him, trying to plate my balsamic pearls in a neat pattern atop fresh greens. My hand shakes with frustration. No one's even looking at the salad. The cameras are fixated on Adrian's fire show. A pang of unwanted longing hits me. If Luca were here, he'd notice. He'd have my back. Instead, I'm drowning in the background, an afterthought. When we finally serve the salad course to a small cluster of diners, one woman politely asks about the pearls. I explain the spherification process, voice subdued. She nods, looks impressed. But Adrian barely lets me finish before he's flipping a flaming skillet for the main course, capturing everyone's attention. The final dessert, flambéed peaches and rum, repeats the same pattern. Adrian hogs the spotlight, accidentally blowing flames too high, eliciting shrieks from the crowd. The cameras love it. I stand off to the side, arms folded, feeling borderline invisible. This is not synergy. This is me playing second fiddle to a showboat. When the pop-up event ends, the judges gather to taste each dish. We present ours, Adrian launching into a grand speech about dramatic flair and robust flavors. He gives me a nod to talk about the salad pearls, but only after he's done hogging the mic. I stumble through a quick explanation, my cheeks hot under the cameras. Chef Winslow, the stern judge, samples the salad. Clever idea, but overshadowed by the rest of the meal's boldness. He picks at the flambéed fajitas. Good flavor, though slightly heavy-handed on spice. Chef Anna, the pastry guru, tries the dessert. The flambéed peaches are fun, but the rum is a bit too strong. She glances at me. I see potential in the molecular approach, but it feels disconnected, not a cohesive menu. My stomach drops. Disconnected. It's exactly what I feared. We're not a team at all, just two chefs jammed together. The judges move on, leaving me feeling hollow. The crowd disperses, and the camera crews shift focus to the next entertaining meltdown. Adrian shrugs when I meet his eye, clearly unconcerned. We gave them a show. That's what they wanted. He starts chatting up a young production assistant. Ignoring me, my blood simmers. Finally, the day's challenge ends. We gather around to hear the results. Another pair, Tim and Grace, somehow rank high, despite Grace's rumor-stirring ways. Luca and his new partner rank decently, enough to stay safe. When my team's turn comes, the judges place us in the bottom half. A wave of humiliation washes over me. I glance at Luca, who's standing with the safe group. Our eyes meet, and there's a flicker of concern in his gaze. I lost ground today. Without him, I can't channel the synergy that once made us unstoppable. The irony stings. I fought so hard to distance myself from him, but now I see how much I relied on his balance in the kitchen. That evening, the producers let us return to the loft with no official filming. Of course, a skeleton crew is always lurking, but it's more relaxed. Adrian heads out for some networking dinner, not bothering to invite me. Fine by me, I'd rather eat nails. I slump on the couch, hugging a pillow. The rumor fiasco still weighs on me, but right now, the sting of failing a challenge with my new partner is fresh salt in the wound. All my pride in being methodical, in bringing scientific rigor to the table, none of it mattered when my partner was too busy setting things on fire to unify our dishes. A soft step makes me glance up. Luca stands in the hallway, hands in his pockets. He approaches cautiously as if I might bolt. "Hey," he says, voice low. I nod, returning a tentative greeting. My chest squeezes whenever I look at him, a tangle of regret and longing. Why does it have to be so complicated? He clears his throat. "I heard your new partner overshadowed you. Sorry it went that way. You deserved better." I force a half smile, bitterness creeping in. "It's not like you had a choice in the partner switch." He hovers by the arm of the couch, close but not quite sitting. "Yeah, but I know how you work. You need someone who values your precision, and pairs it with boldness, not just flashy stunts. An ache pulses behind my ribs. He's describing himself, isn't he? Well, that's not what I got, I murmur, fiddling with the pillow's edge. The judges called our menu disconnected. Adrian dismissed my approach as too geeky. I try for a light tone, but a tremor betrays me. I'm starting to realize how much we complimented each other, even when we were at each other's throats. Luca's lips twitch in a sad smile. Yeah, I guess we did manage to find a balance, even with all our fights. Silence stretches. Heavy with everything unsaid, my mind drifts to the rumor that tore us apart. The night we crossed the line physically. The confessions about his grandmother. So many layers of tension. But there's a small flicker of comfort in acknowledging we made a good team, at least in the kitchen. He shifts his weight, glancing at the door. You hungry? I was thinking of cooking something simple if you want to share, or if you'd rather be alone. My heart tugs. Part of me that craves the solace of his presence. The ease we used to find in cooking offset. Another part is scared of letting my guard down after everything. But the day's frustration claws at me, and the idea of a quiet meal with no cameras is tempting. Okay, I say softly, but just something quick. I'm exhausted. Relief flickers in his eyes. Quick is good. Maybe a grilled cheese upgrade. Something comforting but with a twist. I snort, a weak laugh escaping. Sure, Mr. Chef's flame. Show me your fancy grilled cheese. A pang of nostalgia hits, recalling the times we messed around in a dorm kitchen, half-burnt attempts overshadowed by banter and closeness. He moves to the kitchen, rummaging through the loft's fridge. We got decent cheddar mozzarella, some leftover prosciutto. He glances back at me. You want to do a little molecular garnish or anything? His tone is teasing but gentle, like he's offering me a lifeline to reclaim my confidence. My throat tightens with unexpected emotion. He's including me? No, I say, forcing a small smile. Let's keep it simple. He nods. Simple it is. We work side by side, assembling sandwiches, buttering bread. I watch him slice prosciutto with practiced ease, a hint of that swagger in his movements, but he's subdued, clearly aware of the fragile truce between us. I heat a skillet, flipping the sandwiches with methodical care. The sizzle of melted cheese is unexpectedly soothing. Remember the time we tried to make grilled cheese in the dorm and ended up with a small grease fire? Luca murmurs, a rueful grin tugging at his lips. I roll my eyes, but a genuine smile tugs at my mouth. You were the one who cranked the burner too high, not me. He chuckles. True, you fussed over the temperature, but I insisted it had to be scorching for the best sear. A flicker of warmth passes between us. For a moment, we're the old us, minus the heartbreak. Then it fades, overshadowed by the reality of how far we've fallen. When the sandwiches are golden, we plate them on plain white dishes. No fancy garnish, just crispy bread and gooey cheese. A far cry from the elaborate competition fare. We settle at the small dining table, tension lurking under the surface, but there's a semblance of peace in the air. I take a bite, the molten cheese stretching. The taste floods me with comforting nostalgia. Luca watches me, eyes soft. Better than flambéed fajitas? He jokes gently. I sigh. Definitely better. My mind drifts back to the day's fiasco. I never realized how dependent I was on having a partner who respects the science side. Adrian made me feel ridiculous, for being precise. I shake my head, frustration flaring. I thought my approach could stand alone, but without any synergy, it just looks disjointed. Luca sets his sandwich down, gaze earnest. Your approach can stand alone, but synergy helps highlight it. You're not ridiculous. You're brilliant. He hesitates, voice dropping. You need someone who sees that, who values it. My chest tightens. I see the flicker of regret in his eyes, the silent admission that he values it. The rumor, the heartbreak, the misunderstandings, they all hover like a dark cloud. But for a moment, I let his words sink in, warm and reassuring. Thank you, I say quietly, fingers fiddling with the edge of the plate. And thanks for the sandwich? He inclines his head. Anytime. We finish the simple meal with minimal conversation, each lost in our own thoughts. Outside, the night deepens. The skeleton camera crew will likely leave soon, giving us a rare few hours of true privacy. And yet, I'm not sure what more we can say. The rumor still hangs over us. The knowledge that tomorrow might bring another chaos. We have no guarantee the producer's partner shuffle ends here. Finally, Luca stands, clearing dishes. I can do the cleanup. You should rest. I nod, fatigue dragging at my limbs. Sure. Good night, Luca. He offers a subdued smile. Night, Harper. As I retreat to my room, a tangle of emotions swirls in my chest. The day's fiasco with Adrian, the overshadowing flambe, the realization that I actually missed Luca's complimentary style, the faint warmth from sharing a meal with him. We're not magically fixed, but maybe we're not entirely broken either. Closing my bedroom door, I lean against it, breathing in the relative quiet. Tomorrow, the all-or-nothing challenge results might place me on the chopping block if Adrian and I remain disjointed. Or maybe the producers will shuffle us again, who knows? The only certainty is the intensifying pressure. Chef's flame is living up to its name, turning the heat to near unbearable levels. I sink onto the bed, letting the day's exhaustion catch up to me. My phone buzzes with a text from Tim, offering sympathy for the fiasco. I shoot a quick reply, trying to muster positivity, but deep down, I'm rattled. For all my talk about standing on my own, it took just one day without Luca to feel how precarious my confidence can be under the show's relentless spotlight. Pushing aside the phone, I force my eyes shut, ignoring the swirl of thoughts about Adrian, rumors, and Luca's slow, careful smiles. Tomorrow, I might have to fight for my place in the competition, fight for the chance to prove I'm more than a rumor, more than a second fiddle. The producers might relish seeing me sweat, but I won't give them the satisfaction of a meltdown. At least, not on camera. My pulse finally steadies as sleep tugs at me. But before I drift off, an image flashes. Luca's expression when I admitted how overshadowed I felt. That mix of compassion and regret, the subtle softness in his eyes. For a moment, it's comforting. Yes, we might be separated for the show's twisted drama, but I'm not alone. He sees me, my science, my passion. Maybe that's enough to push me through, at least for another day in this swirling chaos, where all or nothing looms over every challenge and every heartbreak in equal measure.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.